Hello.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, how are you?
My name is Will O'Connor, and I'm here with
Alex Rocha.
Alex Rocha.
Yes.
And we are here for the final table of the $1 million guaranteed Spring Poker Open Championship. And don't worry, guys. We have a third member in the booth who was actually disciplined a few minutes ago.
You guys know him as Asher Kniff, at Mr. Ash Money on Twitter. He was not wearing pants.
Yeah. I mean, just something you have to do on a daily basis.
Yes.
Just put pants on.
Yes.
One leg at a time.
I'm big on pants.
Yeah, big on pants. Asher was wearing gym shorts, just came in like he owned the place, obviously. So he was sent up to his room to go put on some proper attire.
Classic
We're going to get him back in here. And we're about 5 minutes from the action. And before we get into it, we're just going to give a little rundown of who we have at this final table. And I think it's safe to say that in the opening, Borgata Million and the Almighty Stack, where there's thousands of players, you're not really expecting a stacked final table to come together. That's exactly what we have here today, though.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're going to start off in the one seat, and Mark Steinberg, he's going to be... Okay, so we're going to get a look at the chip count list here as the players get ready. We're just going to go top to bottom from there. Two-time WPT winner, Philadelphia native Aaron Mermelstein. We saw him looking fresh earlier today.
A.K.A. Merm Daddy.
A.K.A. Merm Daddy, A.K.A. Merm Money.
Merm Money, yes.
We saw him getting a little shoe shine earlier. And then in the second place, coming back with just under $3 million, is the man with many nicknames as well, Paul Volpe.
A.K.A. Paul G's.
A.K.A. Young Tesla.
A.K.A. Chirp. A.K.A. Tooth. The list really goes on.
Yeah, the list really goes on, and we continue with this list. Jonathan Bornstein. I don't think he has many nicknames, but Jay Borns. Okay, he's going to be coming back third in chips, and then BorgataPoker.com's very own Michael Gagliano is going to be rounding out the top three, and then the only other player over the chip average is Mark Steinberg, and he's going to be coming out with just over $2 million. And Steinberg has been kind of the villain, if you say, over the last day and a half. He pulled a few slight slow rolls on the playdown day to the final table.
I like it.
A few players might not particularly have the same ideas when it comes to how they're going to act at a poker table as Mark does. So it'll be interesting to watch.
I love it.
Jack Duong, are you familiar with Jack?
Yeah, East Coast Pro. I think he won a bracelet last summer.
He won a bracelet this summer, and I hate to say this about someone who won a bracelet, but he's like the best player that no one's ever heard of. Because he is just so quiet. He, travels around. He's been playing a lot more, WPT spots, things like that. And, just a crusher for sure. And we're going to lose that graphic, but we're going to continue down the leaderboard. After Jack, we have Bart Dowling, who is a, Borgata reg, New York, I don't want to call him a tournament pro. He's a retired security guard. I think when everyone sees him, they're going to understand why. He's the biggest dude at the table for sure. And we're then going to continue down, and now we get down into the short stacks, if you will, the sub-million chip mark. Jeff Isis, the always talkative in the green sweatshirt there. Michael Michnik, who is really the only amateur at this table. And then Kem Smaron
owns a restaurant.
Michnik is a restaurant owner, and then Ken Shamron is going to come back with the lowest stack. He actually won a 10K high roller on the EPT in late 2015 for like 600K. So
that's nice.
He's short, plays primarily online, lives in Costa Rica. So those online guys, quote unquote, they know how to work a short stack. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes on. And hey, guys, again, my name is Will O'Connor. I'm here with Alex Rocha, and we're going to be getting Asher Conniff in the booth. If you guys want to tweet us any questions at Borgata Poker on Twitter, hashtag Borgata Poker Live, and we should be getting the cards under in the air shortly. And Alex, what are you really looking for from this final table? Just how the landscape looks right now.
It's going to be entertaining. There's some great players at this final table. Some personal friends of mine, and some people who I root for. And it's going to be fun to see them battling it out and for lots of money.
Yeah, no, and this is when poker gets really fun. Like when you bag up for a final table, and when you bag up for a final table with the better part of $350,000 up top. That's a good weekend of work.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And you've had some decent success over the last month or so. You won your second WSOP circuit ring,
I did do that.
and then podium finish in the main like a week later, right?
Yeah, that was great. I was in Baltimore. It was a fun time. And yeah, it was good. And, it's always nice to go deep in a tournament.
Yeah.
It's always nice to have a 6-figure score. And I look forward to more success throughout this year.
No, and it's something that when you were making that run, I just kind of followed on Twitter and stuff, and so many people are supporting you, wishing you well, and people are doing the same for these players at this final table, and I think that East Coast community really rallies behind each other. It doesn't matter who you are, what tournament you're in, everyone seems to have your back and want to see you do well, and I think that's the case today.
Yeah, it's a fun part about going deep in the tournament. Get your friends rooting for you and everyone else. And oh wow, look what we have here!
Wow,
Mr.
Ooh,
Ash
with some
Money
fresh
with some
joggers,
Wow.
Looking good, Ash. All right, we're gonna slide Asher Coniff in here, or excuse me, Caniff.
Kniff. Wow, the kid just comes in wearing pants.
Just comes in wearing pants. He's got the Mike Dentale shoes on. He's looking good.
So wait, are they privy to the reason why I'm late?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they made me go put on pants. That's the short of it. Hello, everybody.
What's going on?
Happy to be here. This is a pretty awesome final table.
Yeah,
I gotta
well,
say.
we were explaining earlier, those 1,000-player, Borgata 2 millions, Borgata millions, almighty stacks, whatever it is. You're
Show
gonna
them the pants. Show them the
Yeah,
pants.
show them the pants. Peep the pants.
Say
That's
it.
about it, guys.
No. They
Guest,
don't get the
guest
whole thing.
commentator. Asher.
It's good to know they got the guest commentator.
Yeah,
in
the
here. Hello,
hierarchy
everybody.
of it.
You are our guest.
So, in those events, you're going to have just, for lack of a better word, and with all due respect, a lot of just random people at those final tables. And in this buy-in point, this kind of field, you expect a relatively experienced field. This is, I think, more than we could have wished for, though.
Well, I think it's a couple things. One, you expect at this buy-in for there to be a field you recognize, but you'd be stunned at how often that's not the case.
Yeah.
Where you get one or two people who poker players have heard of, and everyone else is just random people, random poker players who show up. And number two is when you look at the chip counts that we have on the screen now. I mean, the 4 top chip counts are all
really
regs.
good
They
players.
are really good players who play all the time. And Jack Duong, you can also throw in there for sure. He's number 6, but I mean, he is a beast. And it's kind of crazy that all the chips at the table are with really good players. So it's going to be really interesting and high on strategy. It's going to be
And
really high level
the other
final
thing,
table.
when you come into this stage of a tournament, pay jumps are absolutely massive. The first player out today is going to make $18,600. Up top, there's $356,000.
Right.
So any small pay jump that a short stack anyone really can make is so valuable. And
Right.
there's a lot of players, and I'm just I'll use Paul Volpe as the example. I think Paul has a lot of don't give a about him.
Yeah.
Where if Paul runs a line that's going to get called and he's going to bust 5th, he's okay with that. But we're not going to see a guy like Jeff Isis run that same line, because it's just the equity involved matters less to Paul. I think
for sure.
in some spots.
I also think just he's someone like Paul's just going for the win.
Yeah.
He's just trying to play for the
Well,
win.
he's
for
come
sure,
he's
but-
come close in a few non-WPT Borgata championships.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting to see if he really just does go for the jugular and for the win.
We got Aaron Mermelstein in a nice
Ooh,
suit, kind of killing it over there. Damn.
So a slight little backstory. I went to lunch today with my 2 guest commentators.
Now
We
we're
walk-
the guest
the
commentators.
Yeah, I mean, I had to flip.
Classic
I had to flip the switch. So, with my 2 guest commentators, we go to lunch at Metro, great place inside the Borgata, and then we walk out of Metro, and the first thing we see is Mr. Aaron Mermelstein getting his shoes
Yeah,
shined.
get a shoe shine.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Next to a mayor.
Next to a mayor, yes. The other person there was a mayor of probably, I believe, a small New Jersey town or something.
We're just
I had never heard of the
We're
place.
just gonna assume that.
I had never heard of the place. The name was on
You're
on
just
his
some
tag.
big city kid.
Oh yeah, the biggest city. And I mean, I just have to say, what a boss Aaron is.
Yeah, very
I mean,
dapper.
Oh yeah, and this is
Getting his shoe shine 20 minutes before the final table. Let's go.
no one's even gonna see his shoes either. That's the cool
Wow.
part.
That's so sick.
But hey,
So sick.
he's
People wonder how you win 2 WPTs.
Look
Look
good,
good, feel good,
play,
play
good.
good.
Yeah, have shine shoes. All right.
All right, so we are officially underway here at the $1 million guaranteed Spring Poker Open Championship final table. And as we have introduced the players already, we're just going to get some visuals. And as you can see, the graphics on our live stream are going to bring you all the information you're going to need to follow along.
Oh, wow.
And we're just right in it. We just hop right in it.
Wow.
Look at
Get
this.
your shoe shine, look down the pocket kings first hand. This is what happens, folks.
So from what I understand, Mark is
He's the villain.
he's the villain.
He's the
Interesting.
he's the villain. He is.
That wasn't where I was going.
Where were you going with that?
I was just saying that he is a very non-standard player, non-traditional. He is willing to mix it up for sure. He doesn't. His bet sizings are not your normal players' bet sizings or someone who's a regular on the tournament circuit. He's definitely the wild card at this table.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, he also likes to have a very interesting time while he plays. He reacts very strongly when he wins and loses. All that.
Yeah,
good
and that's just why I would say use the villain connotation. Just there were a handful of times yesterday where I think he was slightly out of line in a few spots. Just there were a few semi slow rolls that were just off-putting to your regular tournament player. And this is going to be an interesting hand right off the bat as Aaron Mermelstein just calls the pre-flop players with kings. What do you think about that, Alex?
I think it's fine. Under the gun, came in with a raise, and he decided to slow play his kings pre-flop. Wow, look at this flop.
Oh man. Wow.
Oh, buddy.
So we are.
So it looks like we're going to have some technical difficulties.
Yeah, we're
slight-
gonna play through this this hand first, though, I think, and then we're gonna have some slight, just right off the bat, technical issues. That's kind of the norm with live streams. Right when it starts, we kind of need to figure ourselves out.
Gonna need 5 minutes after this hand.
And Aaron
to stream
Mermelstein
down.
is gonna have to
Yeah.
try to figure himself out here, as he's flopped top set, but Mark Steinberg has flopped Broadway.
Mark got real tricky. He raised pre-flop, and now he just
Wow.
checked the flop 4 ways, and then called the bet. If this is a brick right here. Let's see.
Wow.
Hashtag not a
I was
brick.
gonna say, I mean, pretty much. I thought about it. No matter what card it is, we're gonna keep seeing fireworks. But especially if it was a brick, it would have been pretty crazy. But I would imagine Mark is in possibly trouble for his entire stack right here, if not most of it. It looks like Mark is checked again.
Even after the board pairs, I mean, he's played the hand so cautiously as is, and now after the one card that falls, or one of
Wow.
the few cards that falls.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I saw Mark verbalize an all in, but I guess not.
I don't think he was playing his hand cautiously as much as he was setting the trap.
Yeah.
Oh
so
yeah,
to
for
speak.
sure. And I think he still is in his
Yes.
mind, especially when you think that Aaron just called
Yes.
his raise pre-flop. He probably doesn't think he has kings or kings or queens, and yeah, I would imagine he's still setting the trap in his mind. Oh, and here we go.
Yeah, he's actually just verbalized raise, so
I've been told this is something he likes to do. He verbalizes raise, and then he puts out the call.
yeah.
Then
and then
we
he
get the
kind of
tank.
waits and
Yeah, so you're just sitting in Aaron's shoes with the nut boat, getting check raised on the turn with recently polished shoes and a great suit.
I mean,
What's
this
going
is
through
just
what's going through your head here?
This is just amazing if you're Aaron.
this is the life.
Yeah.
This is like where you wake up and you're like, I made it.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yes.
And this isn't a short stack either. Mark Steinberg came back with just over $2 million, and right now it appears that he's willing to get that $2 million in on the turn here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think if Aaron saw his exact hand, he would consider just going all in right now with fear of a card, an ace, a queen, a 10, something, just anything that could scare this guy. Because this guy, Mark, is not going to fold right here.
Yeah.
With this exact hand. Aaron
He
just
has-
calls,
he
which
has
makes a lot of
Broadway.
sense. He has the absolute nuts.
should he?
Unless Mark
It's
is
quite a good
checked.
hand. They both have very good hands
Most
here.
certainly. And
It's very
Mark
unfortunate for Mark.
And Mark goes all in. Aaron calls, and
Wow.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mark is going from 2 million to out in 10th place at our final table. He will be the first man eliminated on the first hand.
Did John Bornstein just scream later?
Yeah, and John Bornstein just straight telling Mark Steinberg to
Later.
later.
Wow.
I suppose there's some history there. I'm guessing. Yeah.
And that's just a look of
previously. That's sickness, is what that is.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a
just
look of sickness.
being absolutely stunned. You come in with an above-average stack. You're looking at the top few payouts. You're like, okay, I'm not going to bust, 10th, 9th, 8th.
Of course. Yeah.
And then
Aaron Mermelstein is now our runaway chip leader, runaway best-looking player at the final, runaway best dressed at the final. His life is just good,
Okay. We are going to be taking a 5-minute technical break here, so
we're going to stay with
you
you
guys
guys
shortly.
though.
Is that right?
I think so.
Just the stream will not be staying with us. Come experience Borgata.
And we're
All
back.
right. Thank you for sticking with us, everyone that did. And we are now back. Should be getting to the poker momentarily. But yeah, massive hand. First hand off the deck saw Mark Steinberg flop Broadway. Aaron Mermelstein turned nut boat. And the chips eventually got in. Now Aaron Mermelstein is playing, 180 big blinds?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Quite a many.
That's a lot. That's a heap, as the kids would call it.
That is a heap.
That is legitimately as much as you'll ever see someone with at a final table. Pretty much. Like,
What about when they win? When they have every
even
chip
when
in
most
play?
people win, they don't have 200 big blinds. Like, that's a lot. Like, how often do you see two people heads up with 100 big blinds each? Like, that's 100.
Not often.
180 big blinds is a lot, and he's got to be feeling pretty good.
I mean, and he's the type of player where he can, I think, obviously use this deck, but all day yesterday was just punishing as we played down to the final table, just punishing the short stacks around him. And his seat at this table really keeps him in a position where he can just do that. He has the 3 shortest stacks all to his left.
Right.
He can just punish their big blinds. And with these pay jumps, I think those 3 players would be foolish not to, play a certain way to, make a few pay jumps or play tight. Relatively.
Yeah, I think he had the best seat at the table before that hand happened. He already had the best seat, and so now he's just in a position of real power.
Yep.
That being said, Paul Volpe, Gags, Michael Gagliano, Jack Duong, none of them are backing down.
Yeah.
Those guys came to fight.
And I would have to disagree with you in terms of best seat, because whatever seat Paul Volpe's in, I think I'm going to take it, just because Paul Volpe is just Paul Volpe.
Right, no.
But in terms of like positioning, yeah, I agree. I'm just messing with you.
And Volpe actually has a pretty good seat having Gags as a media right as opposed to something else. But after Volpe, Bartley Dowling, I actually don't know too much about.
But when you see him, you're definitely going to recognize
100%?
him.
Yeah, okay.
He plays all the WPTs, all the big
hand
buy-in
just
events.
like happened, and I wasn't, it's hard to pay attention to anything else. But after that, it's Jack Duong, John Bornstein, Aaron Mermelstein to his left. So just saying, he's going to see resistance. He doesn't have the a cakewalk to his left.
Yeah, I think a dynamic between Bornstein, if he's able to get a few more chips, and Mermelstein will be interesting. Just how they combat, in
The Steens?
the Steens.
The Steens. Battle of the
Bartley
Steens.
Dowling. Of
Yeah,
course.
you know Bart.
Sure. Okay. I didn't.
He's one of those guys. Once you see him, you're gonna recognize him.
So it looks like we're gonna play normal poker.
Normal
May
poker,
not have,
like we're not
got
gonna
5
get all the
million
chips.
pops.
We're not gonna get
Yeah,
100 big blinds in right now.
So it looks like it's folded to Gags. He opens.
And Michael Gagliano, we're just gonna shamelessly promote BorgataPoker.com every time he's involved in a pot.
He is a signed pro for BorgataPoker.com. Great guy, hard worker. He really, he's like the guy who's answering people's questions on all the different social media platforms and making sure if people have problems, they get to the right place.
Yeah, and he
really
runs,
works for the community. Separate from just Borgata, like he cares about poker as a community
Yeah.
and as a whole.
His past occupation, he was a staff assistant in an elementary school. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but it makes sense just
Yeah.
to what Ash said. As he seems like he's wanting to help people, and
Yeah.
I think every person in an elementary school is lost. I just like to picture every little kid just being super lost, and Gag's just helping them to whatever room they have to go to.
Mermelstein trying to figure out how to stack all these chips.
Good problem to have.
One of the more fun moments in tournament poker.
Yeah.
You just win a massive pot, and you have to decide how you want to design your.
Yeah,
Your
it's
new
true.
castle.
That's sweet. Although Aaron does seem to, he doesn't seem overly concerned about the specifics of the design. He's just stacking them up.
Yes.
Well, you have to just get them in a pile first, and then you can kind of, okay, I want to do this. I want to add, this accent here and
Right.
there.
Yeah.
Right now, he's just trying to get them all at least like in front of him.
So, fortunately / unfortunately for the people watching, they won't get any audio of Jeff Isis, who is about to fold, the single most talkative player on the tournament circuit,
poker.
whatever you want to call it, in poker. He is an absolute character.
Yeah. And it's all in good nature. There's a lot of guys who, might not be good natured in terms of their table talk and things like that. Jeff is, no matter whether we're playing, the nightly or we're playing at the final table of the Spring Poker Open Championship, he is going to be the same kind of lively, energetic person. And
Yeah, for sure.
unfortunately, he's a little short stacked, but I think he's really comfortable in that position.
And I was playing with him yesterday on day 2. He was telling a story. He was like, and I was sitting with another person, Jesse Cohen, who a lot of people know. I was sitting next to him, and he was across the table from us, telling us a story. And right before the hand starts, he says, I got to tell you the end of the story, but I can't tell everyone. He plays the hand. He doubles up. They push him a humongous pile of chips. He leaves them in the middle of the table, runs around the table to me and Jesse, and whispers the end of the story into our ear. With the whole table watching, nobody else can hear. He then proceeds to run back across the table and scoop his pot and stack his chips.
You want to tell us a story? Or?
I can't do that
or-
to the man.
Don't bring it up then, please.
Yeah.
Well, it's just exactly indicative of his personality. He
Keep you and
can't
Jeff
help
Isis's sweet nothings,
Sweet
to
nothings,
yourself.
yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So Paul opened here with 9s, which Paul usually only needs about 1 9 to open.
This is gonna be Michael
He
Michnick
flatted the big blind.
calling the big blind, and even though Michael is the second shortest stack at this table, he still has over 20 big blinds, just over 20 big blinds, and
Sure.
at a final table where there's such big pay jumps, that's not a stack that's in the quote unquote danger zone, as we'll say. We can definitely work that. And he's been short for the better part of the last few levels.
And he's kind of a tight, smart player by nature. So he'll be doing just fine here.
And we
he's
mentioned
very
earlier,
solid.
he's really one of the only non-pros at this table.
But he plays. He plays a lot. I see him a lot.
Yeah, but he's a restaurant owner. He's
Right,
one of those
right.
guys that is in business. Has his own personal life, personal business, and then plays as well. And Jeff Isis is kind of the same way.
I guess
in
what
that
I'm
regard.
trying to say is just like Mike can play. That's all. Just
Oh
Mike,
yeah, I mean you don't get here and
he's
not
good at
able
the
to
game
play.
for sure. He may not be a pro, and I didn't know he owned a restaurant. I want to go there, get some free food.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You're always just looking for handouts.
I'm in.
Classic Ash.
Can't help it. It's in my nature. It's in my gene pool.
Yeah.
The tribe. Gag's always very meticulous with his playing. And I think we'll be seeing some very interesting Gags versus Volpe hands because Paul doesn't like hitting the fold button that often.
No, not at all. And as this field was playing down to the final table, I didn't have my calculator, my stat card out. But I think Paul Volpe opened close to 80% of hands, and it was just he
Right.
was
Merciless.
so merciless, punishing. And the problem is that if Paul's going to just be opening I don't want to say any two cards, but any random assortment of cards that makes a little bit of sense from any position, it's really hard to combat that because you can't be 3-betting out of position because he can so easily just call and be in possession or just stick it under your nose, which I saw him do a few times, and it was just, it was just so sick to watch, and everyone was just getting like a headache. It was.
Yeah, for sure.
So we do get to see what Mike opened. The graphic shows Queen Jack of Spades.
It's a pretty good flop for Gagliano. He's going to flop a straight flush draw. Mermelstein with a gut shot and Bornstein treading water with 2 threes, oddly enough, is the best hand right now.
Will not be winning this hand. I don't think.
He shouldn't, at least. But then again, John Bornstein does a lot of things that he shouldn't.
Let's list them.
Let's not.
Yeah.
So I think this is a very logical spot for Gags to continue here. A lot of the times what's about to happen will just happen, which is 2 quick folds. Aaron's always up to tango. Yeah, that's true.
Well, when you have 2 stacks, when you're playing 2 seats, it looks like it might be easy to make a call here. That's a really good feeling, I guess, when like your chip stack is so big that it can't fit on one side of you.
You can lose the whole right chip stack. And, it's just all good.
And still be average.
Looks like Aaron is going to do a little more than just peel one off here. He's raising to about, looked like 350,000. Not sure.
And this is never a fold from Gags, correct?
300,000. No.
It's not a fold, but it's not a fun spot to be in.
No, we're not ecstatic here.
Aaron does have the button,
Yes.
so Gags kind of weighing his options as he's going to be out of position through the rest of this hand after facing a raise on the flop.
This is also one of those spots where I think, like against a lot of players, this would be fairly obvious that it's a bluff, or at least would smell funny. You'd be weird. Aaron really will do this with everything. He'll do it when he has a king. He'll do it when he has pocket nines. He likes to raise a lot. He likes to play very aggressively and very dynamically. So I think, Gags will have to think things through a little bit. And he can't just assume that he only has the jack tens, and the queen jacks, and the queen tens, and hands of that nature, and small spades or whatever. He's semi-bluffing at this point.
All right, so Gagliano is going to call. You're going to see the 10 of spades on the turn. That is a straight flush.
That's exactly what a straight flush looks like.
Pretty hard to beat.
Pretty big hands here in the early goings.
Yeah, but we need to.
It's going to be hard for
check
Aaron to win
deck.
this one.
I mean, you can play full days and not see the kind of hands we're seeing with
And it's going to go check.
kings full and ooh,
And a really bad card on the river for Aaron
not
Mermelstein,
Aaron's favorite card.
as he's going to.
The only thing that'll help him is that he can't beat anything when Gags bets here. Or anything that's a value bet.
He is going to go for the check raise.
And as Mike Sexton would say, the only way Michael Gagliano is losing this pot is if he folds.
It's a good check
Great
back by
check
Aaron.
by Aaron.
Wow.
Aaron went to go flip his cards for the
Yeah,
chop.
Aaron's like, I have that same hand. Oh, wait, no.
And
We don't get a smile out of Gags? Come on. It's a straight flush at a final table, Gags.
more than that, I mean,
Live
we
a
can't see
little.
the whole table. It almost looks like nobody especially
Realized
reacted to
what
seeing
yeah.
a straight flush. Yeah, I mean, Jeff Isis is probably 8 stories deep at this point. So,
Yeah,
as you can see.
I think Paul. Yeah, Paul has his earbuds in. Actually, he's blocking Isis out completely. Ken Shamron is actually hoping to bust so he can get away from Jeff Isis.
Gags was 733K live earnings, and he's an absolute online boss as well. He plays a ton on New Jersey poker on BorgataPoker.com, possibly other sites, and he is a big winner.
Yeah, and he doesn't do the whole travel scene much anymore. He has a family. He has a
Papa Gags.
kid. Yeah, so good on him that he is still able to play as much poker and kind of balance that family life. I think that's something that a lot of different poker players, young poker players, should aspire to.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Jack Duong is a recent bracelet winner. Correct?
WSOP
Yeah,
bracelet
over the
winner
summer,
yes.
won the bounty event, the first ever bounty event at the WSOP, and I actually covered that event. And they bagged heads up at like 3 o'clock in the morning with his Russian opponent having like 4 bigs. And what?
Okay, I was
He had
stunned.
He had 4 big blinds, and Jack was like, "Come on, dude, let's just finish it." And the guy goes, "No, I beat you for bracelet tomorrow." and it was over in 2 hands the next day, and Jack won the bracelet at like noon the next day.
That's absurd.
But I remember seeing Jack. See him all around on the East Coast, and I just see him at this final table, and he just. When you're so close to that, like your opponent has 4 bigs, you can taste it. You don't want to. But
You almost
can.
want to like go to the club that night.
Exactly.
Like
But
go on the
he
celebration party.
Looked like he wanted it so bad, and then he just had to wait, but then he got it right away. So I'm really just happy for him, and it was very funny. I beat you for bracelet tomorrow.
We probably should have mic'd up Jeff Isis, but with like a heavy, like an easy to press mute button as well, But like, we probably should have mic'd him up because he is awesome in some hands. Some of the things he says. I mean, look at him. Just holding other conversations mid-hand.
Yeah, yesterday he threw these glasses on, and he was involved in a pot with Paul Volpe, and Paul said, "Oh, why are you wearing those now?" And he goes, "I just want to be the biggest douchebag ever." So very bluntly.
He's excellent. I think we'll see a bet and a fold here, most likely. Mr. Rocha, do you concur? Do you concur, sir?
I couldn't
find out.
Jeff Isis is sticky. I think he's going to be stickier against some players. I think him and Jack were right next to each other yesterday. They were involved in a handful of blind versus blind altercation. I think Jeff respects that game. And now he's going to tell Jack a story. And Jack's going to smile and nod and think, "Please stop talking to me."
And it will never stop. for
Yeah,
Jeff.
it's
he really will
actually
keep talking.
never
But
ending.
I mean, I love Jeff. Jeff's awesome. He's great. We're just factually stating that the
Well,
guy.
and
he
he's
likes
just
us.
and he's really intense too. He just you can tell he has so much passion. No matter what he's talking about, it's just there's just so much passion in his voice and his mannerisms. It's fun to watch.
So, if you have anything you want to get to us, questions, comments,
No.
funny stories
No,
about people.
no,
What is
Yeah.
this? No.
no,
Why not?
no.
getting
I'm
no.
totally for it.
I got some questions.
Yeah,
for you, buddy.
anything. Tweet at any of us individually, or the best way for sure is to use the hashtag Borgata Poker Live. We will be trolling that hashtag and making sure we answer as many queries or anything, comments.
Wow,
We would
and-
love funny stories about anyone here. That
I
would be
don't
great.
care who else is following today. We just got the Joe McKeon at Dude904. I'm watching you guys. Good job, tweet. Wow, we officially made it.
Thanks, Joe.
Really big fan, Joe.
Yeah, Joe, great.
The much beloved Joe McKeon. So it looks like it's folded here to Jeff in the small blind. He's playing So first of all, our blinds have went up. We started at 15:30, and we've quickly went up to 20:40.
Yeah, there were around 15 minutes remaining in that level. So the blinds have gone up. That's going to put a little bit more pressure on the short stacks.
And yeah, I think a lot of we had like a couple 20 to 30 big blind stacks that now turned into 15, 25 big blind stacks.
And Jeff Isis is one of those players. He's going to limp the small blind just complete. Michael Gagliano checking his option. This will be a 10-10-3 rainbow board.
And I think this is the spot where a lot of players would have bet here with 7-8 just to try to win the pot, get some chips with this short.
I do expect him to be betting this card.
Isis, you mean?
Yes.
Just because the limp pre-flop can
Yeah, I mean,
include a lot of aces.
Yeah, he has more aces in his range than Gags does. And I think it's a card that he will try to represent, but he does not.
Yeah, he likes not to.
Good job, Alex.
That's my favorite part about doing this kind of stuff, where you're like, okay, yeah, he should really be betting here, and then the guy just taps the table.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say what he would do. I just,
I don't know. For me, when I say like he's about to X, they always Y. Like every time, they always do the other thing. It's without fail. And Jeff should have won this hand and will not. In reality, just a bet at any point, betting just 40,000.
he gave him a pound. At the
Jeff's
end
cool,
of it.
man.
Yeah,
Give
man.
him the pound.
Nice
Let's
hand.
win with the jack high.
Yeah.
Jeff's a great guy.
I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but I think Jeff Isis has a game plan where he wants people to think he's showing down 8 high there.
Sure. I mean,
You know what I mean? Just in terms of, he wants this perception of like, I'm never gonna barrel. I'm only gonna bet when I have it. Even though, as you said, Alex, a bet would have just made so much sense on the turn. I think Jeff, and I don't want to call it like mind games, but I think Jeff is very comfortable having people perceive him very differently than he actually is at the table.
I mean, look at that. 4 final tables at the last WSOP. Volpe's a beast. He's one of the guys that the players all call the best. Like the really good players are all like, oh, he's amazing. As opposed to like there are some guys who just random people who may or may not know that much about the innards of the game will say are good. In reality, when you're in it, you know that they're okay or whatever. But Volpe, everyone thinks he's
you ask
phenomenal at the game.
Random person you meet at the bar, who's the best poker player, and they probably tell you Phil Ivey, Danny Negreanu, Phil Hellmuth, and that's not wrong. But you ask people who are like in the game, in the online game, and Paul Volpe comes up more often than not.
He's in my top 3.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Do we get the other 2?
Of course not.
No?
No.
Wow. Until they make a final table at Borgata.
Classic Alex.
Yeah. But he's in the top 3 for sure.
Okay. And what
Is
what
one
do you
of the
think?
other ones Jared Jaffe, yes or no?
I'm going to have to plead the 5th on that one.
That's
Plead
smart.
the 5th. Well,
Good for you.
I tried tuna.
What do you think it is that separates Paul, that puts Paul in that elusive Alex Rocha top 3?
I mean, Paul is all around elite. He's been crushing live and online for many years. He's also great in other poker formats. He's a
different
great
variants.
He's a great mixed game player, and he's a great, well-rounded player. He's poker elite.
Don't mean to cut you off. So we have an open from Aaron, and then Jeff has shoved about 17 big blinds here with pocket nines. Very,
Standard.
It's the right move. Yeah, very standard. And
Interesting spot here for
I
poker elite.
I'm gonna make sure that Paul folds by saying that I'm pretty sure he's not gonna fold here.
I don't know what that means.
Like I'm pretty sure that he's gonna call, but every time I say this, they then.
This is where Asher says X and they do Y.
Yes, exactly. But
So, and we saw Gagliano snap fold 6s in the small blind. That's
Yes, good fold.
yeah, that makes
sure.
a lot of sense against a player like Isis, who we just talked about is perceived as relatively tight. He is tight. And
We also have Aaron Mermelstein, who opened the pot.
yeah, and Aaron is doesn't have to open it with that good of holdings.
That is true.
Oh, for sure.
But against the chip leader here, if you're Volpe,
Wow.
there we go. And he's going to lay
Told
it down.
you. I was looking out for my boy Jeff. And this is going to be a close one for Aaron, which, you know, it's pretty interesting, obviously, given that we just saw Volpe fold ace queen. But I wouldn't be shocked if Aaron called here at all.
I mean, ride the wave, right?
I mean, but Jeff will have. I mean, I think a lot of this is how wide and with how many hands you think Jeff is going to do this with.
Yeah. Do we think Jeff is doing this with
Does he ever have
king queen?
Does he have sixes?
Mm-hmm.
Those sorts of hands.
I believe that Aaron just made a good fold.
I agree. He will not feel that way when he sees the ace 10, the nines that Jeff just showed him.
Yeah, he just showed him, just right under his nose.
Not to say that it makes it an awful fold or anything, but when you have a 50-50 coin flip and you are getting 1.5 to 1,
Yeah.
you would like to make the call.
And I wonder what Paul Volpe's thinking there. Just after he folds and then he sees Aaron Mermelstein fold. I wonder if he has some buyer's remorse there.
I think he knows. He's aware that Mermelstein's going to be opening a decently wide range. I mean, he does have a lot of chips, so he can open wider than others at the table. But
You
just
think
decided that his hand didn't have enough equity against ISIS's shoving range there.
You also wonder if he's just staying out of high equity high variance spots. Given, I'm sure this is a tough table, but he still probably perceives himself to have a humongous edge on the table.
Mm-hmm. And you guys think if that's a different opener with a different stack size, that hand plays out completely differently. I think if a player, even maybe John Bornstein, who Paul Volpe has covered, I think he might play the hand very differently, as opposed to against Mermelstein, who is the only player who has him covered at this final table.
So we have a 13 big blind shove from Kenneth. This is pretty standard play. And closer and closer to getting through, and it does.
And it will get through.
Kenneth has kind of been laying low here, although, from the footage we've been watching or the stream we've been watching, he's talking a lot at the table. He's not, a quiet guy, but we haven't really spoken much about him. He's one of the other, I believe, is he a poker pro?
He is a poker pro. He lives in Costa Rica, plays online.
Okay.
And he won a 10K EPT high roller in, I believe, late 2015 for like $640,000.
Jeez, I need to pay more attention to this kind of stuff. That's horrendous.
Read your bio
that's
sheets.
super impressive.
Read your bio sheets. Yeah,
He apparently just got into a car accident today.
yeah. He actually was going
Oh, I did read that bio.
through the tunnel to get to Borgata, and his car kind of just spun out of control. He hit a wall.
Wow.
He was not harmed. Obviously, no one was harmed, thank God. And now he's here trying to pay for some car repairs.
Happy to see he's doing well.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Not hurt.
always, when players bag up chips or things like that, somebody might be running late for like a restart. You guys probably don't really notice it, but I just from a media standpoint always do when there's just like an empty bag there that hasn't been claimed yet. And you always just assume the worst at first.
Right.
And then you're like, oh, okay, no, it's this person. They're always like 10 minutes late or whatever it is.
Right. People like Kenneth and Jeff got to be pretty happy. Also, we didn't really talk about this.
The pay jump.
They've got the pay jump the first hand. I believe $12,000 pay jump.
Yeah, it's
So when you were guaranteed $18,000 to get a $12,000 pay jump is it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, they're up to 40,000 right now. So
It's a good amount of money.
yeah, that's a good amount of money for about 45 seconds
they're up
of
to
being
40?
at this table.
They're up to
28,
28,
615.
28,615 right now. Next
Reading
pay
is
jump
hard
is
for
to
some.
40.
Oh,
Not as hard
A
for
little
others.
special. So Kenneth gets another shove through that time with ace king.
Car accident, Ken. 2 in a row.
I could see on his face that he had that, man, I wish I hadn't shoved to the very last hand. I would like to, I think he knew that if he raised there, it would look a little suspicious, even though he's now playing 15.
I think he was just happy to have a nice hand to shove with.
Definitely happy to have a nice hand to shove
I
with.
don't know if he had those thoughts enter his mind.
Took him a long time. I don't know. A lot longer than the first shove. Maybe I'm just looking too deep into his soul. You know?
Got a dealer change in here.
No, she's been there.
Oh, she has?
Yeah.
I haven't been paying attention then.
Clearly.
Obviously.
Well, all right.
3 in a row. Let's do it, Ken.
Oh,
Go tank fold.
Isis pondering. I'm saying Isis. How do I pronounce his last name? I don't
Isis.
think it,
That's not how
Isis.
you pronounce his last name.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
so
is
not
actually
ISIS?
not a international terrorist group.
Okay.
He is a father, a business owner from Pennsylvania.
His bio says he's sort of married. Sort of.
I don't know
Kind
what-
of married, it says.
Kind of married.
Kind of married.
Interesting. Like I would have just assumed that most married people would either consider themselves married or not married.
Maybe he's hashtag polylife.
Wow. Jeff Isis would be one of the older polylife supporters that I've ever run into.
Well, they're out
That's
there.
true.
They exist.
Yeah, they're usually these young Burning Man hipster types, but
I have so many great stories to tell the viewers about Bornstein, and I am absolutely not allowed to tell any of them. It sucks.
same.
It really sucks. But he's a great guy. Pretty good friend of mine in the poker scene.
He told me recently in Florida that when he bought the hat that he's currently wearing, that he was thinking of me.
Well,
And I said, that is an Alex Rocha approved hat.
I said this.
sure.
I said that yesterday. I said, "Oh, you're just trying to be Rocha," and he kind of laughed. And then I realized that the look on his face, he's like, "Oh my god, that's exactly what I was going for. Thank you."
So Gags checked back the flop in a spot
Flattered,
that-
John.
That makes
Good luck today.
sense for him to check, and he turns a flush draw, so he's going to be pretty happy. I think he'll start betting, hoping to build / protect his hand, and that will be the end of the hand.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah,
I think it's
and,
fine checking back.
For sure.
We were talking about Ken Shamron, who lives in Costa Rica, plays online a lot, and John Bornstein.
Gags
he's
making a flush on the river here. He's doing quite well with the queen jack of spades. today.
Yeah, that's like Gags' hand today.
Yes.
Good for Gags.
One straight flush and one second nut flush.
He will make 0 chips from this, but obviously that is largely out of his
Yeah.
control.
But anyway, back to Bornstein.
Yes,
He
continue.
final tabled the opening $2 million event in January with you, Asher. You were at that final table also. He then, with a few other New Jersey online players, moved to Costa Rica to play on the worldwide sites. And now he came home for Passover. He is Jonathan Bornstein is Jewish, spoiler alert. And he came home for
shock.
Passover, and now he's playing in the. He's making his return live appearance to the Borgata, and it's turned out pretty okay.
He had a couple runs in Florida, too.
He
He's
chopped
got a nice little heater.
He chopped somewhere between a $300 and a $500 buy-in tournament in Florida for $80,000. So I'd say he went on.
He had a run in.
Yeah.
What,
Good for
didn't
him.
he have a run in the 10K?
Yeah,
the
he
3500?
made I think the second to last day of the 10K, the penultimate day,
Yeah,
as they say.
penultimate, yes.
All right, guys.
I got
So
some swap dollars. Out
we
of
got some
Subtle.
hotel packages for you. We're gonna push some Borgata product. We are heading towards the end of April, but that doesn't mean that you can't still get your. Actually, this is the last night. I just checked my watch for the date. Last night, $209, Sunday through Thursday, overnight stay in a classic room, 2 comedy club tickets, $100 dining credit, $25 slot bonus. You can hang out, enjoy the Borgata experience, and while this offer is set to end in April, I imagine there's going to be a lot more offers throughout the rest of the summer.
Yeah, come through, people.
So we just took
Are we back?
we just took like a 3-minute break for some reason.
Is that Kelly, the floor person? Oddly enough, I had a dream last night.
Wow, where is this going to go? Okay, go on.
No, it's a PG dream.
Okay.
I had a dream last night.
As opposed to
that-
your non-PG dreams.
There are many of those.
Uh-huh.
I had a dream last night that you guys did the stream without me, and Kelly, the floor person, took my spot.
Really?
Yes. And
Don't worry, that's our dream as well. It's a dream we all share.
I don't know about that.
Kelly's awesome.
She's a great woman.
Yes.
Great floor lady.
Well, who would run the tournament if Kelly was back here? Did you run the tournament?
No, I just I was running late, I suppose, and she took my spot, and
Then they just locked you out.
Well,
just
they
just
locked
froze
me
you
out, and they said, Kelly was like, "No, Alex, I got it from here." It's like, wow.
Wow.
All right, well.
Picking the action back up. Paul opens Queen 8 of Hearts, which is definitely well within his wheelhouse, and Aaron defends the big blind with King 10 off. And that's a good flop for Queen 8.
I agree.
I would imagine this hand will play out relatively quickly. Aaron is, he's inventive. He's inventive. He likes to find interesting ways to win hands.
I love that word, inventive.
He's super inventive. He does a lot of, there's a lot of spots like this that, you don't even put, as a commentator, as a player, as anything, 2 seconds of thought into, Just like, oh, he's going to check fold. And he really makes you question all of those thoughts and potential outcomes of the hand.
And do you think he's obviously that's because he has some equity in the hand, but do you think he's also doing that just to see if his opponent can shut down and then he can, barrel river or
Sure.
Go from there? It's inventive. I love that word. That's
This 5 is a card that he might make a move on here, and he does. It does favor his range, flatting out of the big blind. Unfortunately for Aaron, it's going to be met with some resistance and not work, as Paul has the
two
toppest of 2 pairs.
Yeah, if Paul is on a draw of his own, if Paul, just has top pair, that bet could work. And Ace of Diamonds, interesting card on the river as it completes a flush. And as you can see, the action from previous streets listed on the left-hand side of your screen.
Oh, that's a cool graphic.
Yeah, so we actually don't have to do anything today.
See you guys later. I'm out of here.
Peace.
This is interesting. I think
I don't know if Aaron will decide to bluff this card, but I can say pretty positively that Paul will be putting in a call on the river.
Yes. I think if Aaron bets, it will be large.
There's just under 750 in the pot.
We got 560 or 460.
460,000 is a bet, and
Paul
as
will be
Alex said,
matching.
Paul is going to call very quickly.
I'm sure Aaron's going to want that hand back. It's not really a person we want to give more chips to.
For sure.
That being said, I admire his heart and his effort.
Spunk.
It's unfortunate that
his
Paul didn't
resolve.
have 2 pair. Yeah.
But that's that just the style that you talked about, Ash, where he sees these lines that you might just on first thought and even second, third, whatever thought, you just don't see it yourself. And I think that's what makes him so difficult to play against. And against some other players at this final table, that play might have even worked with a player holding 2 pair. It's just against Paul Volpe, that's not the person you want to be doing that against.
Yeah, I think it was also a tough sell for him to have much that beat Paul besides 7-9
And a flush by the river.
I think it was a really hard sell for him just to say he had a flush there when he's leading the turn and then leading the river. Sean Wallace, I believe, in the Twitch chat has asked, in honor of the NFL draft tonight, who would Asher's #1 pick be in poker? But I think that that question should go for all of us.
Wow, so you're like
Number one
you're like in the
pick.
GPL, you have the first pick basically.
No, but like the world, not just the GPL.
Okay, yeah,
the whole,
yo, the world of poker. Okay, who are we going?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want to.
First off, what are we picking for? Are we picking for
just like,
tournaments
like
or
we're playing
just,
for our life, so to speak.
Okay.
Like who's playing to save the world? Who do you want playing to save the world? I don't
Mad
know.
Ash Thunder Road?
That's a tough one.
Well, you already know someone at this table who's on my top 3.
That's true. But Alex can't give his answer to this question because then 2/3 of his top 3 would be revealed.
Yeah.
I would go with Paul, therefore. That way I
Okay.
don't have to.
So you don't have to
reveal
divulge
any
any more
info about
information.
Top 3. Paul would be my choice, and it would be an excellent choice.
God, who would I pick? That's a good question.
I don't know. I feel like you have to kind of just go Ivy. It's like no.
5 years ago, for sure. I mean, I don't even know like what he's doing anymore. Like, I have no.
I mean, still,
there are guys who are playing every day and then in their basements on their computers running through every strategy ever, and are just playing perfectly. I don't know. It's a good question. There are definitely some guys who are up there with the best. One player who I played with recently, who I was wildly impressed by, is Jonathan Jaffe. And I don't think he is the best player in the world by any means.
The little Jaffe, not Big Tuna Jaffe.
Oh, definitely. Certainly not Jared in this discussion. No way. I'd send him as like an emissary for like the coolest.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'd send him like if he needed to save the world by someone just like talking to them. Yeah. Jared all day. And I'm not necessarily saying John Jaffe is the best player in the world or who I'd send, but I played with him twice recently, and I was just
had you never
impressed.
played with him previously?
I never played with him. I'd obviously heard of him and whatnot.
Yeah.
He's just really good and has every gear. Paul opens with fake aces. Jack has real aces.
Yeah. Speaking of really good, Jack Dwan is going to look down at ace.
Pretty raw hand,
It's my favorite hand.
And he is going to 3-bet. I'm going to get back to that comment that Alex made in a second, just because I have a funny tidbit about that. It's going to fold back to Paul Volpe.
I would lean towards him folding. I would not be shocked if he 4-bet, given the ICM situation here. Like if Jack,
is 3-betting light.
doesn't have aces or kings or queens, it just puts him in a really tough spot. And Paul has an ace blocker, and I don't know. In some spots like this, you're going to be opening this hand. Sometimes want to do fun stuff.
You don't ever
totally see him fold.
You don't ever see Paul just flat calling here.
I don't expect that outcome. It's not a very good hand. I mean, look at the two numbers next to their names.
Mm-hmm.
Tells you all you really need to know.
Yeah,
and obviously against this exact hand,
6.7.
Yeah.
You really don't want to be putting more money into the pot.
Bartley has some pretty badass tattoos. That's a fact.
He used to be a security guard. He looks like he could be a pretty good security guard.
Yeah, I feel like he would pick
Like
me
no
up
one
by the
would,
scruff of
no
my
one would
neck,
mess with you. Yeah.
Like he would, yeah. And it's funny because like at least in my experience with him, like he's an absolute sweetheart. I mean, he's just like the nicest guy from what I have seen of him.
Yeah, no, he's a class act.
Yeah,
Definitely one of those
really
guys
good
who just comes off brasher than he actually is. Just in terms of you look at him and you're like, oh my god, this guy could probably
end me.
End me, and he could, but
Paul tanks and folds. Jack's gonna wish he hadn't folded. Jack picks up another pot and is building so far. Very interesting. I recently played the Tournament of Champions in Florida, and the one reason I bring it up is there was a shot clock in the tournament. So I was wondering kind of what your guys' thoughts was on shot clocks in poker.
I don't know, and this was at the WPT World Championship. Sick brag that you got to play that one, Asher. I think
Classic Ash.
Yeah, Classic Ash is making it all about him.
Oh,
I think shot clocks are okay in poker. Now, I'll use the example. I've been doing some commentary for Poker Night in America, their final tables, and they have a 60-second shot clock on every action at the final table. And at first, I just kind of assumed, this is really going to come into play. And these are not these type of caliber fields. They're very at the three final tables that we've done so far over the last month. They've been relatively amateur-filled final tables, and I thought 60 seconds was really going to come into play a lot. Surprisingly, it hasn't. I don't know if that's because they just haven't felt the pressure of it, or if they perceive it and they hear about it and they go, okay, they think I have to act quicker.
Right.
But I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, most decisions in poker are pretty arbitrary. Like you're either gonna fold very quickly or call very quickly or whatever.
Right.
I think there are some decisions, and the only problem that I really have with shot clocks is that everyone processes information differently, and everyone has like their own decision process. So while some people might say, "Oh, like every decision should be made this quickly," like some people just think differently. You know what I mean? And that's not to say that they're smart or not. Now, I will ask: in Florida, was the shot clock? When did that shot clock start? Like, when did it start ticking?
Second it got to you on any decision on any street, the 30-second clock started.
Okay, and now the other question is the. So okay, you open, I 3-bet, you ask for a count. As the dealer is counting, is your 30 seconds running?
Yes.
No, if you immediately ask for a count, then no, they'll hold the clock.
Okay,
but in any other scenario, yes. Deeper in the tournament, they were holding the clock until people could get counts on the bets.
Okay, and that's I think because when you bring in just the human element and I don't want to say this deal or error. There are going to be certain situations where dealers are going to miscount stacks. Dealers are going to take a little bit longer than the other dealer or the previous dealer to count a stack. So I think I've seen that happen where a dealer has taken 45 seconds to count out a stack, and then it's like, oh, you have 15 seconds, by the way. And like they just received that information. Yeah. So it's one of those situations where I think as long as all the information is there, then yes, 60 seconds, 30 seconds, you're fine. Go from there. What was your experience with it? Did you feel it affected your play at all?
Absolutely loved it.
You loved it, okay.
Absolutely loved it. It got rid of all of the like pointless tanking that happens in poker, and also the worst part about poker. Well, one of them is like the guys who like the action gets to them. They put their sunglasses on. They look at one card. They take a deep breath. They look at their second card. Take another deep breath. Take their sunglasses off. And then they fold. And it just got rid of that. Because, like, if you want to think about anything, you can't do that. You're using all your time, just BSing around, just doing nothing. And so real quickly, Bartley opened here, got 2 calls, and they made a nice little C-bet on the flop and got a fold from 2 better hands. So
nice hand.
A nice little win for him. He didn't have too many chips, so it's a good pickup. I just thought the
shot clock would get the time
the
tokens?
only difference I would make. So you had 4 time banks.
Okay.
They were 30 seconds each, and you could use them. You had 4 for each day. I would have included a longer river time bank, maybe 1 or 2 of them that were 60 seconds long.
Yeah, I like that.
Because sometimes on the river, you have to call or fold to an all-in, and like now we're talking about
your tournament.
It's a $15,000 buy-in technically.
Yeah.
Most people paid the $15K, so you're always 5 to 6 figures of equity on the line in all-ins in it. So there should really be some time for people to make tough decisions. But it really kept the game going. Played way more hands, made it way more fun. It was streamlined. It was simple.
Yeah,
it was really just great.
Could you use, and we'll get to this all-in right here, as kind of Schmaron moves all-in for just over 15 big blinds. And this is that deal or error we were talking about.
Exactly.
We're just going to crumble the stack. And Gagliano asking for a count in the small blind with King Jack off.
I do expect him to fold.
Yes.
But, it's nice to know what our opponent has.
Absolutely.
It's nice to know how many chips he has.
Also, sometimes they'll do the, he'll ask for a count knowing he's folding for the people behind him or for the guy behind him. And it's a little different, I guess, because it's Paul, but let everyone know, it's only 625.
That's that live pro.
Live pro, for sure. Yeah.
That Gags has.
Gags is the boss.
He treads that line. Okay, so I was going to ask, could you use multiple time bank things in the same hand?
Of course. I saw someone use 4 on one street of one hand. They used all 4 of them on one hand.
Was it on the river? Or?
Yes, it was on the river, and he ended up folding. It was Jonathan Waugh, or Roy, or however you say. He's Canadian, so I'm not sure how you go with that one.
Oh, okay.
I saw some funny stuff like John Hennigan was there, Johnny World, like classic old school pro. I
Yeah,
saw him throwing a
classic.
time bank with 25 seconds left on his clock. Like it had just started. He instantly time banked and folded 5 seconds later with 50 seconds left on the clock.
I heard a great story about Matt Salzberg down there on day one where
Yes.
he had rivered a flush. I don't know if it was the nut flush or second nut flush, but it was a strong flush. And his opponent actually had top set. And his opponent bet the river. And it was on Matt Salzberg. And Salzberg was contemplating how much to raise this
Right.
flush for value. And while contemplating how much to raise, he ran out of time and they
Yes.
mucked his hand.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't
and
hear that
so to
happened.
be
Yeah.
clear, the dealers were being really, 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 really good about pointing out when I think Gags will again be folding here, but I think it's very close. The dealers were really, really, really good about pointing out when you had 10 seconds left on your clock. Like every time
Okay.
they would do it. The two problems were one, the clock
Car
didn't
crash
have.
Ken takes another one.
Yeah, he's been all in 5 times, not been called yet. When the clock would go to 10, it should like be yellow and bright, like it should
I
shine.
heard. I
And
think
some
it was
people
David
thought-
Paredes, Gaucho,
yeah.
said that there should be some
It
mechanism.
should go neon
Yeah.
or something. And a lot of people thought that when the time bank ended, if it struck 0 and you let it strike 0, you should just automatically extend 30 seconds and use the time bank. The people who are letting it go
Time out.
That
time
makes
out.
sense.
Yeah, so there's no mistakes, nothing. But otherwise, I mean, it was just so much fun. Like just you're playing a lot more hands of poker. Like that's what I'm there to do.
I played
you
one in
know?
Australia. I thought it was really good. It was a 6
Oh,
match
did
too.
you? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
sure.
and
How was the technology? Because the technology in Florida was flawless.
it was just
on an iPad.
just
right in
it was
front
just
of
a
the dealer.
timer. Yeah, it was just a
Oh, a
like a
timer.
digital
Oh.
timer.
Oh, like a
And
kitchen
the action
timer?
was on you. They hit
Oh,
the
wow.
button, and
Cool.
yeah.
Did you feel the dealers could multitask
Uh,
well enough?
One of the I unfortunately didn't last too long in the tournament. I had a few dealers.
Okay.
For the most
Classic
part,
Rocha.
they did well. There was one dealer that was struggling.
So we have the exact same situation as last time, except this time Aaron has ace queen instead of ace 10, and we will be seeing a call instead of a fold.
And we've seen Car Crash Ken and Jeff Isis all in a few times, but our other short stack, Michael
Yeah, there you go.
Michnick, he's been relatively quiet. So there's going to be a flip for Jeff Isis' tournament life. Pocket nines against Aaron Mermelstein's ace queen.
Who do you think's gonna win this one?
Mermelstein has the flush draws covered, so I'm going to go with Mermelstein. Also because I just want to
I'm gonna
send
take Jeff
send
because
like
I don't like to
opposite
agree with Will.
vibes.
And then we got our shoe shine today.
I mean, was there even a question as to who was actually
we got some
probably
spades.
gonna
Oh no, we don't have spades. Never mind.
Yeah, no spades, so it's going to be a 9 and a 9 only on the river.
2 pair. Just let's have a full house by the
Yeah,
end.
full house works.
And
Sure
that's
thing.
that's just the nature of the beast when it comes to tournament poker for Jeff Isis. Short stack flipping for his tournament life. He is going to make just over $28,000 for his 9th place finish. I know his kind of wife and his definitely son Devin are watching at home, so shout out to them. And
Yeah.
shout out to Jeff for an awesome run through
Yeah, great run, man. Good game.
this pretty stacked Spring Poker Open Championship.
He's a great guy. Deserves to make
good
these
character.
runs, and
Yeah.
for sure.
Really
People-
class act.
the happiest guy in the room's name? Do we know?
Jeff Isis, I think.
Nope.
Oh.
Try Michael
Michnick, because he is
12
making
big blinds, and he just made $12,000.
Yep, that's not bad for our short stack. And here we see an updated count of the leaderboard. And ladies and gentlemen, it is still the Aaron Mermelstein show. Mermel money.
Two interesting things. We have seen Jonathan Bornstein pretty much completely quiet this entire time, which is not bad at all. Obviously, they've made some pay jumps, and he's just had bad cards and just kind of been waiting it out. And he's a force. He's a good player, and he'll make his presence shown in time, I think.
I think,
Still in 4th. The top 4 still remain the same.
yeah, and I think John is in a difficult seat because he has Mermelstein to his left, and Mermelstein, while he's been getting some really good cards, he seems to want to ride the wave, if you will, a little bit, and Bornstein, I think, might just be trying to avoid that and just waiting it out as it stands for the early portions, especially with still 2 short stacks playing less than 20 big blinds.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and he also has some tough players to his right, which just means there'll usually be raises in front of him.
So we're going to see a flop 3 ways. It's king high. Everyone whiffs, and it's going to check to Paul Volpe, who opened from the cutoff.
It's going to have a nice little C-bet and take it down.
Yeah.
It's one of those spots where I think if you're either Jack or John, you're just kind of wondering what's going on. I mean, there's not much they can do, but it's king 3-3. It's just hard for
Yeah,
Paul
what
to
can I
have a
rep?
king. It's hard for Paul to have a king, even you have to get very inventive to win that hand if you're either of them.
Do you normally overuse words, or is that like a
Sometimes.
inventive? Is that going to be the go-to?
I like it. I was going to say, I
I'm
like
happy
it
you
too,
like
but you
it.
have to, if Aaron Mermelstein's inventive,
Yes.
he can be the only inventive player at the final table.
That seems ridiculous.
We just all inventive.
Hey man, if you're trying to win with 9-10 of spades on king 3-3, you better
be
something.
damn well
you better-
inventive.
you
I
better
agree,
Figure
I
something
agree.
out. When you're not the aggressor, you got to find interesting ways to win.
Yes.
And guys, just in the Twitch chat, we are on a 30-minute delay. Updates on the Spring Poker Open blog are live, so please keep the spoilers out of the chat. I personally don't want to be spoiled. I want to see it in real time. I want to see real pain. So keep the spoilers, the mentions of what's happening on the blog to a minimum, please.
Here we have Car Crash Ken with an open and early position with Queen 10. I actually had a couple of his friends contact me recently and say that his name is BCK. I'm not quite sure what it stands for.
BCK.
BCK, but apparently he's known by his friends and the ladies as BCK.
Oh, okay.
Take
the
from
ladies.
that what you will.
Speaking of the ladies, Jack Duong, wow. Just going to have to dap
That was
right
good.
there.
That was good.
John's looking like he wants to get a little
Frisky.
Inventive.
Thank you.
I
Thank you. Thank
was going with the
you.
new word. Sorry.
So Ken finally doesn't go all in
Does-
and decides to raise and instantly gets 3 bets. So he's sitting there like,
Yeah, he's like, this isn't
this
supposed
is
to
annoying.
happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Jack had aces when his opponent had ace 4, and now queens when his opponent has queen 10. It's pretty good at the pairs.
Mm-hmm. Those
With
are
opponents having-
2 of the 3 highest pocket
Yeah,
pairs.
it's good.
Mm-hmm.
I like what I see so far.
Okay, so anyway, speaking of high pocket pairs, you brought up, my favorite hand is pocket aces.
It is.
And my favorite, but the dumbest thing I've ever heard at a poker table is someone like, oh yeah, my favorite hand to play, I'll play it from any position is, king 8 or 10-8 of clubs. And it's like, no, like you take your 10-8 of clubs, I'll take my ace, and we're gonna run this
I'm
board.
one of those guys though. That's the
We're gonna
messed up
run this
part.
board until
10-8
one of us
clubs,
is
slide
broke, and it's
die.
not gonna be me.
10-8 of clubs, slide diamond.
Yeah,
Listen,
He's an inventive player.
but here's the
though,
thing.
so-
Here's the thing.
inventive.
Is if you get aces and I get 10-8 and we
former world
just
champ.
if you get aces and I get 10-8 of clubs and we run the board every time, you're gonna win so much. But if we have like tons of chips behind us, I'm gonna win more often than that because I'm gonna be like bet more, and then it's gonna be like 3, 4, 5, 6.
You don't know how I play. I get aces. I'm
You
never
suck.
folding.
That's
ever.
true. That's true. Actually, no, you're right. You'll always win that.
I always win.
I have to make the best hand. That's a good point.
I just shove all in. I go all in every hand.
You're a limit player.
I'm some kind of player. I don't know what.
Blogger player.
It is funny when I was covering
Hello.
a final table. Oh, what's up, guys?
Hey,
wow,
friend.
Lead
I just get that
commentator.
lead.
Wow.
That's what's up.
That's
Thank you.
that
Thank
is
you so much,
depressing.
Pauls.
Guest one.
That
Guest
is
1.
so
At least you're not.
depressing.
At least you're not guest 2.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
And I look like a disaster as well. I'm just like I need
they
to
already
get it
sent you up to
together.
your room to change. They
I need to
didn't
get together. This is a
take a
disaster.
nap while you're up there.
I had to sleep more. I think.
Yeah?
There's something to do. Yeah. I went to the gym today though.
Yeah, we
Shout outs
we,
to me
We were actually in
for
the
that.
gym. I think we were in there for about 40 minutes total. I think we walked around for 28 of those minutes.
Let's just point out that when you walked into the gym, I had already run a mile.
I was on the elliptical, son. You didn't see me.
No,
I was
so
creeping.
I had already run.
Oh, you already ran. You ran that mile.
I ran a little mile and a half today. No, it was no big deal. I don't want to make too much of a big thing about it. It happened though.
Okay, here's a question I have for you, Ass. What's the fastest you think right now you can run a mile? Like physically, the fastest you can run a mile?
I don't know. Pretty fast. I don't
You
know.
think you can gut it out? Like
Yeah.
Sub 8
1
minutes.
mile. Oh yeah, for sure. 1
Oh, okay.
mile.
I'm
Yeah.
just-
I
I'm
mean,
just asking.
at the end, I'm
You're gonna be just like keeled over.
we need the big jug of water for sure. Yeah, but I could get a mile done.
All right.
What do you think? I'm just like
I don't know. I'm just some people
I'm on
just
like my 600-pound life or something. Come on, Jesus. No, I've put on a little weight, but
I mean, you're out of shape, to be fair.
I'm getting in better shape these days. I'm
I
working
know,
on
yeah.
it. The storm's coming,
all right.
go.
as you know.
We just mentioned that John Bornstein has been relatively quiet at this final table, and he's going to perk up with Ace-Queen offsuit. He's going to open. The action from, looks like the hijack. And Michael Gagliano is going to look down at Ace-Jack in the big blind. He's going to defend.
The Twitch chat is roasting Alex Rocha for
That's gonna
being
be
Alex Rocha.
an 8-high rainbow flop.
Someone just asked, how long could you mentally run a mile? That's deep. That's deep stuff. So it looks like Gags checked. John bet here, pretty standard. And I would expect Gags to call, see another card. He has a very strong hand, considering he just called out of the big blind. And there we go. That's a good point. I mean, it's almost unfair that when Gags plays poker, you can't see his pants. Because he almost always is wearing some pretty awesome pants. Like,
Did anyone
some
peep the patches,
like
the
some
pants
peach
today?
joints or something, like something crazy.
He's in
I
my
don't
top
even know.
3 of pants wears in poker.
For sure. 100%.
How many top threes do you have, Alex?
All of them.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
There's a couple others too. There are a couple people who wear awesome pants. Tatiana from the WPT, she wears some of the most absurd pants. Shout outs to her. Like excellent pant selection. I think we
I've
may
seen
just
Tatiana
see 2 checks here.
in
Yeah, that makes
dresses
sense.
before.
Well,
I think she looks okay there. I don't know about pants though.
She is a woman. I'm sure she wears dresses as well.
I'm sure she wears
Yeah.
pants and dresses.
Pants and dresses. She's
Girls wear
probably got a
different
whole-
things, Will.
Probably has a whole wardrobe of
Yeah,
clothing.
imagine that.
You know, that she chooses from.
Imagine not living out of a suitcase in a hotel room or a Holiday Inn.
I think if you're Bornstein, you got to be really stoked to win that hand. After you bet the flop and get called, and then it checks twice, you kind of think you're going to lose to a small pair, something along the lines. So he's pretty happy with that result, for sure. And we move on. Jamie Kerstetter says Gag should wear his Borg patch on his pants, but then how would anyone see the Borgata patch?
Because we
when
just
he plays?
we need to install under table cam.
Wow, under table Gag's patch cam.
Gag's patch
Gag's pants
pack.
patch cam. I love it.
We are really changing the game of live streams here at Borgata. Just another innovation.
John, I said,
And
John,
another pocket
John's
pair.
waking up here. Here we go. He's got a
And
Aaron to deal with, but then after
looks
that,
interested with the ace-10. And Jack Duong just smiled. Oh my goodness. It's usually not the give it away type. He's super friendly off the table though.
yes, but he definitely keeps it business a lot.
It's gonna be a 3-bet from Aaron Mermelstein in the hijack. John Bornstein opened to $80,000. It's a $200,000 or chip, excuse me.
And we like this. Obviously, sucks from little that John has 10s against ace 10, but I think it's a good hand to be 3-betting here. And John will.
We know
not be
Bornstein
folded.
is relatively deep as well. Top 4 stack coming into the day. Top 4 stack still.
We'll be seeing 3s, they say.
And John will call, so we will see 3 cards on the flop.
This is one of those fun situations. I don't know this for sure, but I would imagine these guys have some sort of friendship relationship.
Yeah.
They're East Coast pros.
Both
you know,
Steens.
both Steens. So there's
Battle of
definitely
the
some
Steens.
level of familiarity, and these situations are just always interesting.
It's going to be a queen high flop, rainbow.
We've seen about 2.25 from Mr. Mermelstein.
Bornstein is going to check, and as you see on the right-hand side, the updated chip counts. As we mentioned, Aaron Mermelstein is the chip leader, only player over 100 big blinds. Paul Volpe just under that threshold. And as we look to the bottom, there is Michael
Great
Michnick working just 10 big blinds, so all eyes are going to be on him.
It's a very good bet by Aaron. In my experience with him, he likes to bet a little bigger. Well, I thought it would be more like 2.25, but that's a really, if Bornstein had, ace-jack suited, something along the lines, be a very tough spot for him. My turn is a relative
What
brick.
does his bracelet say? This is hard.
This final table has not been hard for Aaron Mermelstein so far, though. Scored 2 knockouts. Chip leader, looking for his 3rd Borgata Poker Open title.
This is third?
We're gonna. He won a open event in November of 14. We're then gonna count the WPT as both a Borgata win and a WPT win,
Certainly.
if you will allow that. So we
He
are
hasn't
going.
won one since. I feel like he won a little one, a relatively little one relative to WPT. No.
He's won a handful of I'll just say littler
Like the heads up or something.
tournaments. No, he finished. He not final table, but semi-finaled the heads up in January, I believe, or made the final day that was on the live stream.
Is there a record holder for most Borgata titles?
It is a tie at the top with Will the Thrill
right?
Fiella
Yeah, Will's in there.
How many
with
does he have?
7,
Jeez.
and Abraham Karotki with 7 as well.
Wow. One of my favorite people and one of my least favorite people. Very interesting.
And I don't want to bring this up, but I have to just because of my journalistic integrity. I believe if you combined wins and podium finishes, Alex Roca likely has them both doubled in terms of
Who's Alex Roca?
Rocha.
Yeah.
Alex Rocha.
I mean, what if we had a 10th through 12th count? Rocha is there.
Yeah,
He's
I
there
mean,
for
number
sure.
1. Yeah, if they awarded first place money. To
Oh, look at
11th
this.
place, well, this should be fun.
Wow, this is really going to be
You
interesting.
never see this, relatively. So, again, Aaron with the flat call with the Kings.
And he's just going to call again. He did that on the first hand of this final table, scored a huge knockout. And unfortunately, I don't think either of these players are going to be flopping top set this hand.
I think
Because all the kings are out already.
It would be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see Aaron play a hand that isn't a full house, actually.
yeah,
I'm
for
looking,
sure.
I'm looking forward to that.
And we knew there was a good chance of someone flopping a free roll, and Aaron is that guy.
And so it's going to be jack high, 2 diamonds.
This is always fun to watch. Just like how two guys play the
It's
same
a game of
hands.
chicken, really.
Yeah.
It's just who.
It's more interesting when it's like 7s versus 7s. Something where like
Yeah, they're both not nutted.
yeah, they're not locked on or they think they're locked on the hand or whatever. But yeah,
Notice that Aaron is free rolling him, though.
yes, 4.6.
Diamond.
Wow, and the ace of diamonds should really slow a lot of things down. Maybe not Aaron Mermelstein, but both players now, there is an overcard to their pocket pair.
Jack has that like shoot me in the head feeling right
Yeah.
now when he sees the ace of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, Jack's like, did he really just float me with ace queen? Oh my god, not again.
Expect we'll see a check here a fair amount of the time. Yeah,
That was not a check. That was like a slash.
he's
Really
been doing that a
suave.
lot
It's like a
recently.
suave.
He's into that. He's all about that. That's like his check these
Yeah?
days. Yeah, totally.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
His
I guess
check
that's
is
what
a
happens when you
dance move.
become.
I'm serious though.
His
He's
check
like,
is a dance move.
he likes
I
to
like
do all
that.
sorts of weird checking. He's into that kind of stuff. This will be interesting because I think Jack will check. I think Aaron might bet, and there's some non-zero chance that he just wins the hand.
I think either of them could comfortably bet for value.
Sure.
But again, this
reasonably
is
comfortably.
this is what we talked about. This is kind of the game of chicken when we obviously see the opponents have the same hand. It's be 160,000 bet, relatively small on the river. Adam Mermelstein doesn't look like he likes it, but
it's tough to see how you're winning here, but I mean, you know, it's going to be tough for him to fold given how he played the hand and the price he's getting. His hand is just. People like to use this. He's so under-repped, just in the sense that you know he's not supposed to have kings.
Yeah.
But it's hard for him to beat much. This is a crying call.
And I think that's what Mermelstein's saying right now, and
Everyone gets
he's
a
going to
shuffle.
call and.
Jack shows pocket kings. Aaron also has pocket kings. Maybe we'll shop this.
You know, Bornstein actually shaved 3 hours ago. I don't know if you're aware. Yeah.
Just clean shaven 3 hours ago.
I swear to God, 3 hours ago he was clean shaven.
Wow,
It's a true
okay.
story. Look at him. He's a wolf.
Grows quick.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and Borgata Poker every Sunday we got a $50K guaranteed tournament, $200 buy-in. It
Gets
really
like 10.
good.
Gets like 10K up top every
Good
weekend,
structure.
right?
More.
More?
Usually, yeah, 12, something like that. And there is a promotion for the summer kickoff series where if you win the 50K during the month of May, which is in
In 3 days.
3-4 days, yeah, you win a entry into the summer kickoff series. You just get it on top.
As you can
It's
see on
overlay.
the graphic,
There
the
you go.
summer kickoff series is going to run through Memorial Day weekend. $250,000 guaranteed prize pool.
Yeah, $300 buy-in, $250K. It's 5 starting flights, the 26th to the 30th at 11 a.m. every day.
So then you come down, you spend a few days, you spend 1 day in a starting flight here at Borgata, hang out on the beach for Memorial Day weekend, and then you come back Monday and you win the summer kickoff series.
Yeah, exactly. And to be clear, Thursday through Saturday, there's 1 flight at 11 a.m. And then on Sunday, there are 2 at 10 and 6 p.m. And that's that weekend of May 26th to the 30th. And you can just get your buy-in for free by winning the 50K.
Awesome.
And that is on top of the 50K prize pool. It is just thrown in by Borgata, which is awesome.
Yeah, Borgata, I think, is BorgataPoker.com, I should say, is doing a really, really good job of trying to grow not only the online segment of their business, but also bring online players to the live scene. You know, we've seen
Yeah.
so many players over the last few Borgata Poker Open series, satellite in, things like that. And I think it's really good for both brands. And
Yeah.
you know, the only thing I don't like is how on the website they just like have, you know, you can satellite in for $5. You can be like Asher Kniff.
Yeah.
They
yeah,
just
I saw that.
and
I saw that ad.
They know that you're no longer the reigning WPT world champ, right? Like
No,
it's
I
over.
actually am. But
Oh, forever,
wanna talk about that.
forever and ever.
I'm not trying to talk about it.
Well, technically
It's
speaking,
nothing, it's whatever.
he
It's not
is.
even a big deal.
Not even a big deal.
But, you're the one making me unbearable by bringing it up. You know, it's not me. I'm not unbearable. It's you. So this is interesting. We got a raise by Aaron and a call by Paul. Very standard. Looks like Bartley's going to 3-bet here, and it's really interesting to see what Aaron and Paul are going to do with their hands. As I think they don't even expect Bartley to have a hand this bad. And obviously, his 10 suited is a good hand, but the bottom of his range
Yeah.
in their minds is
The man is an equity favorite.
oh, sure.
So they say.
Very even, though. Very close.
And Aaron just looking for a count
And
on.
also a very small 3-bet. Looks very nutted, as they say. Looks like he has a very good hand. Aaron's going to find a fold.
Aaron folds.
I believe Paul will, as they say, C3. It's always be a fun time to peel a 7 and knock your opponent out if you think he has a very
Well,
big
what
hand.
was the effective stack here? How many chips did he start with?
By the look of it,
He
it
has
looks
about
like
a
he has
million.
about $1 million behind.
Started with
So
1.3.
starting the hand with
Yeah.
close to 30 big blinds, if you will, give or take.
He's just given Paul a pretty damn good price. That's all.
And guys, we are not live. Some players asking in the Twitch chat. We're on a 30-minute delay. We're just a few feet from the final table. Commenting the action, and
Fine fold by Paul.
Paul
for
Volpe
sure.
is going to lay it down, and
Well, and Bart
as players do a lot, they're going to show that one ace that they had.
We're getting some Bartley, some people are comparing Bartley to a little bit older Brock Lesnar,
Yeah,
which I
like-
think is
Wow.
pretty good.
Yeah, that's
I
really
like
good.
it.
That's
actually.
pretty solid
I can work with that.
for sure. I would not want to mess with Brock Lesnar either.
Or older Brock Lesnar.
No.
someone in the crowd.
Or toddler Brock Lesnar.
What?
toddler Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to like even
4-year-old Brock Lesnar. I'm pretty
even
sure.
12-year-old Brock
Yeah.
Lesnar could probably beat me up.
Yeah.
I think great point by Jamie Kerstetter, which like these may just be Aaron Mermelstein's like pajamas. You know, like this may just be what he wears to bed. Like this may just be the beginning of his wardrobe.
Yeah, like he comes back from the next
Pretty
break and
bossy.
tucks.
Exactly.
Hey, the kid. We were talking about this at lunch. The kid dresses well. He dresses the part, and
Total boss.
there's a lot of players in poker who just feel more comfortable in kind of street clothes, kicking around clothes. There's a lot of players who feel comfortable dressed really nicely. You were in the booth with Tony Dunst last week. He's a suit guy, you know,
He's
and
such a boss.
you just got to
Like a
respect it.
wardrobe-
Oh yeah,
Such a wardrobe boss.
yeah.
Also very, very cool dude.
He is actually the person who, like, the first time I saw him on TV, I thought poker was really cool. Like, just
No, I hear you for
just
sure.
he just oozed coolness.
Who is this?
Tony Dunst.
Tony Dunst. Very nice guy. Very chill. Had a nice little bunch of us, including him, went to Dave and Buster's, Florida last week.
Okay.
He's very good. Just had a good time. He's a very, very cool guy. Looks like John is going to 3-bet here with pocket fours. Understandably, I would imagine he's going to make a big one. And Jack is not folding. I mean, he just raised the button. This is about as good as his hand gets,
Yeah.
you know, so to speak. Ace Jack is a very good hand.
So this is gonna be a 3-bet from John Bornstein.
Moves to 270
From
maybe
the small blind.
295, 290. He goes big. This will be interesting.
And as Jack Duong.
Jack Dong just has the right amount of chips where it's kind of awkward for him.
And I think Bornstein knows that.
For sure. I just think an all-in is a little much. Not that he can't do it. It's be a very large all-in. And flat calling here is very dangerous when you have ace-jack offsuit. Mr.
Dangerous?
Ocean. Well, it's just very tough to proceed on certain runouts. And
We're in position with a nice hand.
sure. John giving him the semi-stare down. Looks like he's looking other places as well.
How many
Got the
chips did
shades
Jack
rocking.
start the hand with?
Not exactly sure. It looks like 5, 6, 7, 8, 1.4, 1.3 million, something like that.
And he's gonna call.
Taking it to the streets.
So we are gonna see 3 cards here. We are gonna see a flop. John Bornstein out of position, gonna 3-bet and get called. And
Good flop for fours.
become king high with 2 spades. John Bornstein looks like he's asking for a count of Jack DeLong's remaining stack. Looks like he has close to around 1.1, 1.2 million left behind. And as Alex said, this is a relatively safe flop for pocket fours. And Alex, is that because the majority of the time Jack has a hand like Ace King, he's 4-betting, and he's likely not calling with ragged King Queen, something along those lines?
He'd be calling with King Queen for sure. But I mean, there's one overcard.
How often do you get one overcard with
One
pocket
overcard with
fours?
pocket
It's
fours
just
is always
difficult.
nice.
Yeah. For sure.
And
And also just a lot of his high card, his 2 high card hands.
We also have backdoor straight draws and a backdoor flush draw.
Yes. Unless he has King X, all of his Ace X hands and other hands have nothing now.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have exactly pocket fours, it's great. Like, this is a great spot to bet the flop and win. Like, you feel great if you're John. It's not like you want to continue in this hand just because there's only one overcard.
this is what they call in the business a down bet from John Bornstein. It's gonna be 185,000.
Might
And
have-
as you can see, the updated chip stacks. So Jack Duong just under the 30 big blind mark.
Might order some food into the booth, might not.
Wow, might
So-
not.
He probably will.
And Jack Duong is going to fold. John Bornstein is going to take in that pot.
Jack is not. Yeah, if you're a Jack, you aren't particularly happy I don't. When you look down on the button at ace jack off,
You're
not
ecstatic.
expecting to get 3-bet and then have to fold the flop. It just kind of sucks. But I think he his line is totally fine. So Paul in his customary halfway standing stance at the table. He does that a lot. Paul has a lot of funny mannerisms and stuff at the table. You know, he always wears his book bag while he's playing.
He always
he'll
sits
come
up
to
in his chair.
Yeah, he sits up in his chair with his book bag on and plays. Everyone else in the world puts their book bag under them or behind their chair or whatever. Not Paul.
Paul G's, young Tesla.
Young Tesla. He's got his buds Tapar and Mark Herm sweating them.
Galactar, Chirp.
As soon as Tapar gets done with the massage he's getting, apparently. Living the life, chilling.
It's going to be Jack DeWong opening. Again, this time with Jack 8 of hearts. It's going to be an all-in from our short stack, Michael Michnick.
Is that how you say his name?
Michnick.
I thought it was. I guess I don't read. I always thought it was Mitchkin. I'm serious.
And this is actually a just over 9 big blind shove. Jack DeWong started the hand with just under 30 big blinds, so it's about a third of his stack to call.
I'm sure he's regretting opening this pot currently.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I mean, obviously we know Mike has 2-8s, but if you're Jack, you kind of, not knowing what he has, obviously you kind of have to call here, getting 2-1. You don't have to, but you make it a little over 2 big blinds. The guy shows 9. It's hard to fold mathematically.
It's a bit easier when we have a jack and an 8. But
And when he has an 8 and an 8. But I guess what I'm saying, if Michael has ace queen here,
a third of his
we
stack,
are getting
right?
a
I mean-
great price to call.
good luck.
And Jack is going to call with Jack 8 of hearts against Michael Michnick's pocket 8s. So just 3 immediate outs.
He was actually very close to the right price to call against pocket 8s, which I didn't even quite realize at first.
And it is going to be a
How about a
good
Jack
flop.
wants any card
Ni-
above a
ni-
9.
nine of hearts?
Yes. That's a
10 of clubs works
Hey,
just
yeah,
fine.
yeah.
There are some counterfeit outs now.
It's a
And
dirty way to
Michnick
go.
is now going to have to
10 on
hold
the
through the
river.
river.
would be Dirty.
don't do it.
That'd be dirty. Let him breathe.
Ooh. Jack wants to see one more card. He has
Yeah.
straight draw, his overs. And Mike holds.
And it's never easy, but he is going to get a small double. That's going to get him back to a 20, close to a 20 big blind stack.
Forgot to mention, Mike knocked me out of this tournament, that punk. Nah, I like Mike a lot. He's a good guy. But he did knock me out of this tournament.
Did you?
I got it in with
and
0 outs.
Honestly,
against
this
him.
isn't even. This is not a needle. Did you? Did you like get close to the money or like wait day 2?
No, mid day 2.
Okay.
Not close enough to the money that it was,
That it was, yeah.
consequential, but it was definitely. I would guess.
I like to call those Borenstein bubbles, and like Borenstein final tables are when he goes out 15th and he's like, oh, on Twitter, bubbled the FT.
Right.
Yeah,
No. I
He
didn't,
said that
I didn't
once.
Bornstein bubble.
He said that once about a Borgata. I was like, oh, I didn't know Borgata started doing 14-hand final tables.
How do you think you played, Ash?
Who's that?
You.
I didn't play.
I
in the
played great
tournament, so
until
that's probably
3
fine.
hours before I busted. I then proceeded to play horrendous poker for 3 hours. And I got in with 0 outs.
What do you think you could attribute that to? Your poor play.
Many things. Among them, not enough sleep. I think the music I was listening to was a little too aggressive.
Oh, I hate that.
I started listening to good music, and then it went to aggressive, and it got a little much.
What'd you start listening to?
I can't even give away all the secrets.
Yeah, I hear you.
Because the people who are messing up and listening to this music, they got to continue, and the people.
Yeah. No,
uh,
I agree completely with that.
but definitely rap music.
I just have to interject here. This has to be a typo on the Borgata room service menu. Planters mixed nuts, $18. Is this a lifetime supply of Planters mixed nuts?
It's a healthy mix, is what it is.
And it's actually $18.
Yeah, so I think there might be some Brazil nuts in there.
You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and say that's a little overpriced. I'm gonna just throw that out there.
And we are gonna get back to the poker here, away from the in-room dining menu.
If there weren't 3 clubs on this, you could expect absolute fireworks. We still are going to see
Some
a fair
chips
amount of
getting,
action.
yeah.
Yeah, but this would be pretty epic if we had 2 clubs or a rainbow flop.
And this is Bart Daly flopping middle set.
Oh.
This is
Pretty
those
understandable
fireworks.
all in.
This might be the end.
Did Bornstein what did Bornstein do?
And John Bornstein folds. He shows though, and unfortunately,
Good job.
Ken Schmaron is drawing
Slim.
pretty thin.
He would like to see the Queen of Clubs. Oh, well, hey.
Queen of Diamonds doesn't hurt. I don't know, it's an up and down straight draw. And deuce on the river.
Wow.
2 of spades is going to eliminate
Car Crash Ken,
Car Crash Ken
otherwise known as BCK amongst his friends and the ladies.
and the
CCK.
females.
Car crash good.
He is going to be eliminated in 8th place. Kenneth Schmaron, good for $40,000. Again, this is a online player, lives primarily in Costa Rica. Just won a 10K EPT high roller at the end of 2015, so he's not going to be able to match that score today, but again, a decent $40,000 finish. And we are now down to our final 7. And Bart Daly, after being relatively quiet throughout the first, hour and a half.
I'm a fan.
So the fans want to know,
The fans.
Will, how serious is your Bumble game these days? Are you crushing Bumble?
Honest to God, I don't really ever do any of that stuff.
Well, the reason I asked, so Chart Perm wants
Do you
to
not
know,
like women, or is it like a?
wanted
No,
to know who is crushing Bumble.
I love
have
women.
never used Bumble, and Rocha is not an active participant in the dating
Nor
game.
should he be.
Yes, as he is very happy with his girlfriend.
current
so
situation.
It left me
I
to
do-
ask you.
I do have a girlfriend.
Sorry, ladies.
I have heard great things about Bumble. However, I'm not a participant.
Yeah.
But if I was,
Well, it provides, from
You'd
what
bum-
I
You'd
understand,
bumble your face off.
only girls can message guys.
Yeah.
So for them, that's probably awesome.
Well, I was explaining this actually to Mark Herm yesterday, and
He's who asked the
the
question.
majority of people, the majority of places that I bumble are either here when I'm at Borgata,
Right.
or even when I work other places. I work by myself, so I don't really have a lot of time to put to use my Bumble efforts. So when I'm here in AC, all I get is like 18, 19-year-old girls from Stockton, which is like a college down the road.
Let's
And I'm
go.
kind of just oi that.
What?
you're over college.
I'm over you being over that. Number.
That.
I don't really
I
do
thought
any of
thought
that.
you meant like any of the new age stuff. Like at this point, Tinder is
Blog
that's
is
like
life.
playing Tetris.
Is it
Blog is life.
possible
It's
that you're
old.
saving yourself for a certain female poker player?
That's not true. Jesus, this is terrible. I'm leaving.
LFG. Yeah, some of these guys in the Twitch chat don't seem to know about Bumble. Get on it.
Dude, Bumble
Makes
is
girls very
is
comfortable.
Tinder, but the girls have to contact you first
And
after matching.
Jamie Kerstetter actually writes, I'm sitting with Rocha's girl right now, and we're Tindering.
That's awesome. That is awesome. I am rooting for both of you.
Yeah, Jamie, I know your boyfriend. I was with the two of you the other day, so
Yeah, and
Don't even lie.
Turbolicious. They have to be hipster chicks. No non-hipster chicks. Girls in college are like fake hipster chicks.
Also, shout outs to Norm Michalik, who got a match on Bumble once, apparently.
Wow.
He's sick.
I'd be interested to know what he
one
did
match,
with that match.
one time,
He lit it on fire.
I'm pretty sure they're still dating, if I had to guess.
happily ever after. Man, I'm
Norm,
just gonna
possibly one of the best looking guys in poker who doesn't know it. Like, it's pretty sick.
Agree.
Sick head of hair. I mean,
Great head of hair.
Chat is a special place in every forum.
Yeah, Twitch chat is popping right now. YouTube chatters need to.
Shout outs to
Kick it up a
Kelly
notch.
DeCellis. I believe that's how you say her name.
Yes,
Our
DeCellis.
wonderful floor woman, or one of
She is
the
really,
wonderful floor
she
women
does a
here at
really
Borgata.
really good job.
The voice of an angel. Mm-hmm. She will rip your head off if she needs to, though. The perfect mix. She's excellent.
Cameo appearance in my dream.
Ah, yes.
Last night.
Not the only poker player.
It looks like we are going to be getting
Little break in.
our first 15-minute break, first break of the day. And guys, don't go anywhere because the amazing production team that we have working for us, the Express HD team, we don't go to break when we're with them.
Let's
we go
go.
straight into highlights. So after we see this hand between Michael Gagliano and Paul Volpe, we're going to show you all the highlights from our first segment of play. And guys, there was a lot of it. The first hand off the deck, we saw a massive elimination scored by Aaron Mermelstein. So stay here, but let's see where this hand leads with Michael Gagliano and Paul Volpe.
It will lead us to a flop, yeah, for sure. Paul is going to just apply this pressure in all situations.
And this looks like a blind versus blind encounter. It's going to come king high,
Good luck, Paul.
2 hearts.
Good luck.
This is
an above
a
average
very good
flop.
flop for Michael Gagliano.
We've seen Gags play very few hands, and the hands he has played, he has flopped absolute gold every time. I mean, he's a great player. I'm not obviously taking nothing away from him, but he has been.
Sounded like you tried to take something away from him.
It's just amazing. I mean, he's had
really did sound like
he's had a
that.
straight flush, a queen high flush, and he's flopped top pair and a flush draw. I can't even think of any other hands.
When was the last time you flopped a
Yeah,
straight, or
you're-
you turned a full, like
It's
you
coming
had
off
a
a little
straight
bitter.
flush?
It's coming
Like,
off
can
a
you
little
remember?
bitter.
When was the last time I
had
had
a straight flush?
flush? That's a good question. I can't remember offhand, but let's just be clear. I run pretty good. I am not at all. Yeah, I run great in life. I'm more just saying that he too is currently running
Yeah.
very well.
Yeah.
That's all.
Would have loved to see a black 4 on the turn.
Black 4 is probably what Paul is expecting as well. Aaron with the commanding lead here. I believe it will stay that way, as I highly doubt Paul will find a way to win this hand. No matter how inventive he gets. So it's going to be interesting. We got 2 pretty defined short stacks who will be even shorter when we get back. I believe they'll have 14 and 15 big blinds. It's a very interesting lead on Gag's part. So that's the bet out here.
And is there such thing as a defensive blocker bet on turns as opposed to just rivers where we're trying to get to showdown, where Volpe?
I'm actually very interested in what Alex thinks about this.
What happened here, pre? He limp
So,
called pre?
yeah, he limp
Yeah.
called pre, and then he check called the flop, and now he led the turn.
Yeah, I mean, Gags is going to have more 9s in his range in this spot. I don't know. How much is in the flop? How much is in the
He
pot?
bet about
there?
45% pot, something like that. I think he's just taking an interesting line, trying to, like, he's supposed to be polarized there. He's supposed to have a 9 or relative air. He has equity. Like, even if he gets raised, he can get called.
All right, guys. So here is our updated leaderboard. Aaron Mermelstein still top of the charts. Paul Volpe still second. Gags third. Bornstein fourth. That's the way we started the day.
Yep.
And as we mentioned, we are going to be coming back with a pretty big disparity between the haves and the have-nots at this Spring Poker Open Championship final table. Jack Dwan and Michael Michnick are going to return below 20 big blinds. And guys, don't go anywhere. We are going on a 15-minute break, but during the break, highlights from the first session of play. We'll be back soon.
Going.
Yeah, but we need to.
It's going to be hard for
check
Aaron to
this
win
deck.
this one.
I mean, you can play full days.
Or made the final day that was on the live stream.
Is there a record holder for most Borgata titles?
It is a tie at the top with.
Among them, Not Enough Sleep. I think the music I was listening to was a little too aggressive.
Oh, I hate that.
I started listening to good music, and then it went to aggressive, and it got a little much.
What'd you start listening to?
I can't even give away all the secrets.
Yeah, I hear you.
Because the people who are messing up and listening to this music, they got to continue. And the people...
Yeah. No, I agree completely with that.
But definitely rap music.
I just have to interject here. This has to be a typo on the Borgata room service menu. Planters mixed nuts, $18. Is this a lifetime supply of Planters mixed nuts?
It's a healthy mix, is what it is.
And it's actually $18.
Yeah. So I think there might be some Brazil nuts in there.
You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and say that's a little overpriced. I'm going to just throw that out there.
And we are going to get back to the poker here, away from the in-room dining menu.
If there weren't 3 clubs on this, you could expect absolute fireworks. We still are going to see
some
a fair
chips
amount of
getting,
action. Yeah, but this would be pretty epic if we had 2 clubs or a rainbow flop.
And this is Bart Daly flopping middle set.
Oh.
And this is
Pretty
those
understandable
fireworks.
all in.
This might be the end.
Did Bornstein what did Bornstein do?
And John Bornstein folds. He shows, though. And unfortunately,
Good job.
Ken Schmaron is drawing
Slim.
pretty thin.
He would like to see the Queen of Clubs. Oh, well, hey.
Queen of Diamonds doesn't hurt. I don't know, it's an up and down straight draw. And deuce on the river.
Wow.
2 of spades is going to eliminate
Car Crash Ken,
Car Crash Ken
otherwise known as BCK amongst his friends and the ladies.
and the
CCK.
females.
Car crash good.
He is going to be eliminated in 8th place. Kenneth Schmaron, good for $40,000. Again, this is a online player, lives primarily in Costa Rica. Just won a 10K EPT high roller at the end of 2015. So he's not going to be able to match that score today, but again, a decent $40,000 finish. And we are now down to our final 7. You know what that music means, guys.
We're back.
That means we are back for more final table action, and as the blinds and antes go up, the stacks all become relatively shorter. Aaron Mermelstein now, oh my God, what a tough spot for Aaron Mermelstein, under 100 big blinds.
Wow.
That's gonna be a new stack size that he needs to work with, but we are saying that sarcastically. Obviously, the final 2 players, they are both playing 15 big blinds. That's Jack Duong and Michael Michnick. All eyes will be on them as there is a wide disparity on the leaderboard. Alex,
Yes.
give us some hot takes, some quick thoughts on the first 2 levels of play.
I enjoyed watching it.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, I'm big into enjoying things, so I was happy to enjoy that.
Okay, so from your perspective, who
The
has
hot takes.
shown the best so far? And like results, non-results oriented. Who do you think has navigated this field, the best through the first 2 hours of play?
Well, it was a small sample of hands, so it's hard to judge one way or the other. I do think Paul's playing great. He hasn't had too many tough spots. He's been winning some pots, some easy pots. Hasn't really had a tough go about. Aaron's been in there mixing it up. Been liking what I'm seeing from him, and I expect to see more of the same. The top 3 right now are about where I'd imagine the top 3 to be, and I'd like to see how it all comes together. We've seen. I think Bornstein's playing great. Hasn't had too much to work with, but what he's had, he's done well, and I expect to see more of the same. We got these 2 short stacks. It'll be interesting to see what happens with them. And
I'd have to agree, and I think we have to just give a shout out to short stacks and short stacks everywhere.
On Dowling, I was impressed with Dowling big time. I'm a fan.
Big Bart fan.
Bart
Dowling.
Bart Dowling, yeah, I'm a fan.
That was interesting. Aaron just opened, and Michael folded ace-9 suited. He had about 14 or 15 big blinds, and I think if he was quite fully aware of how wide Aaron's ranges are, how many hands Aaron is playing, he may regret that decision.
All right, guys, and again, my name is Will O'Connor. Unfortunately, Alex Rocha has been dropped to guest commentator
Number 3.
Number 2, it looks like.
Oh, number 2, yeah.
And I'm here again with
That's
BorgataPoker.com Ambassador Pro. What do we call you? I've been wondering this for like a year and a half
It's actually
now.
Ambassador-Pro.
Actually?
WPT winner.
No, I believe it's just Pro, Poker
Okay.
Pro.
But you are a great ambassador, and that is Asher Kniff.
Thank you.
And we're happy to have all you guys following along. We are now 7-handed at this Spring Poker Open Championship final table. The better part of $1 million, 1.5 million almost prize pool still up for grabs. Saw the payouts listed earlier. And in terms of stacked final tables, it doesn't get much better than this. A lot of past success, some WPT winners, some WSOP bracelet winners, some of the more respected online guys in New Jersey as well. So,
And Alex Rocha, top 3.
an Alex Rocha, top 3 member.
So we have 2 bracelet winners, yes?
Yes.
2 bracelet winners, Volpe,
Paul and
Duong.
Raw Duong.
Raw Duong.
Rod Wong. Oh, Raw Jack. And then we have Bart. Shout-outs to Bart. Gag's always very calculated. Yeah, moves a little slow at the table.
He's old. We have to give him that.
Yeah, he's married with a child. The weight of the world is on his shoulders.
Yeah. He is playing to try to put food on the table. I play for rent.
Yes.
I play for alimony. My kids eat.
Jack will make the call.
How old is Gags? 30-ish?
Well, his name is Gag. His online name is Gags30.
Gags 30.
I don't know his name.
He saw into the future for this final table to
yes.
have it be Gags 30.
I'm gonna
when
guess
he's 30.
32.
Out of respect, I don't want to guess.
I'm
not
gonna guess
sure.
32. How about that?
All right. I would have
Because
to
it came
be
out, we got
in that
online
ballpark.
poker 2 years ago, and he went Gags 30. So that's my wild guess.
7 of diamonds.
And the board's going to run out 4 to a flush. Neither player holds a diamond or one of those blue cards, as you see on our multicolored graphic deck.
It's going to be a tough spot for Jack if Mike bets here.
And the turn went check, check.
Yes.
Jack did check, call, flop, but the board has gotten worse and worse for his hand ever since. And regardless, or if Gagliano does bet this, Jack Duong is going to be left with just around 11 big blinds if he does fold. This is going to be an interesting spot for Gagliano.
Oh.
He's going to elect to not barrel,
Well, let's see him. Jack shows
and pair jacks is going to be good.
Jack of hearts, 4 of hearts for a pair of jacks. Will take the pot.
Do you think it's because Jack is so short that Gagliano should be barreling that river more
Gags
often than not?
is 31. Sorry.
All right, thank you.
I do think he should be barreling that river.
Yeah, you should bet the river. I mean, we have ace. We're not going to win at showdown.
Never.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be tough.
Obviously, every time Jack is sitting there with any diamond, or most diamonds, we're going to get called. So
Yeah.
it's tough. I think, Gags thought it pretty well through and thought his range included too many flushes and gave it a check.
You can't lose what you don't put in the middle. And Michael Gagliano, since the two-table redraw, has done nothing, seemingly nothing, but trend his way up the leaderboard. And unfortunately for Michael Michnick, the opposite has been the case today, as he came in as one of the short stacks and is now playing close to 15 big blinds. He's going to open off that short stack with ace-10.
Bart, never been much for folding the King Jack of Diamonds.
Hardly calls. Jack folds from the small blind.
And he will call. Is that from the button or the small blind, Ash?
He called from the button.
The button, okay.
Yeah, Jack folded the small blind, and I'm guessing John will call the big blind.
I like royal flush draws personally. I don't fold them often.
Uh-huh.
Sure.
We will see a flop three-way
They make good hands.
Yeah.
Mike opening on such a short stack would be a slight pause for alarm.
Did
but
he start the hand with 15 big blinds?
Yes.
14, yeah.
14?
Yeah, looks like. Pretty sure.
And it's going to be a jack high flop rainbow. Bart Dowley as flop top pair. John Borenstein whiffs, as does pre-flop raiser Michael Michnick. And
He
he's going
shuts
to check
down.
to
Yeah.
Dally, and this is likely going to be bet fold fold.
Pretty surprising check by Michael here. Although obviously we know that it would have been futile for him to bet. Just on such a dry board.
It is a dry texture.
Well, very dry board. It would be nice to try to win some chips when you're that short.
Mike is out as well, and Bart will win the hand. Bart says king of diamonds.
And Bart's going to win another pot. He has been doing pretty much nothing but winning pots when he plays them. They've just informed Willow C that there's no Scampi and he's going nuts.
This is unbearable.
It's unbearable. He can't.
I've not seen a grown man
he's
act like
beside
this
himself.
in a long time.
Absolutely beside himself. I mean, it's unbelievable. He just had a hissy fit. So
I'm at it. You know what? I'm out of here. I'm over it.
Bart has pretty clearly put himself, as I believe, like up in the upper echelon with those other four guys we were just referring to. He has 50 or so big blinds, and there's 2 short stacks, and then 5 other guys, and he's up there with the big boys.
And
That'd
just
be a good feeling.
Giant genius, to answer your question in the Twitch chat, I would have loved to see a shove with the ace-10 there pre.
Yes.
That would have been my personal go-to.
because then you just avoid that spot
We
altogether.
don't. Yeah, we don't get to. We just
Me and Alex talk a fair amount of cards, I'd say, and this is one of the spots where we don't always see eye to eye, but I think
Good luck.
And
as we see Aaron with
Aaron
a funky
Mermelstein.
little check.
Jazz hands check.
Yeah, definite jazz hands check.
and we know he's going nowhere on this flop with bottom 2 pair. Unfortunately for Aaron Mermelstein, Paul Volpe just has king high. He's going to c-bet anyway for 125,000. I know, Ash, you said that you and Alex talk a lot of poker. Do you guys see eye to eye on a lot of poker stuff, or
Sure.
yeah?
Well, first of all, real quick, Aaron is furious to see that turn card. Really unhappy for, obviously, card for him. He loses to a lot of hands he didn't lose to before. And it gives Paul 14% when he should never have it. No, me and Alex agree on most things, for sure. I think there are just some things that aren't, in poker, there isn't always one right answer. Now, there are answers that are more right or wrong than other answers. Some things that are more profitable, etc. But, it's not like, say, a math problem where everything has one, definite answer at the end. So, I think it's natural for 2 people with 2 different styles.
Except for maybe that spot, which is more math-oriented and may be so.
Let's see. Here you go.
Stack Bundles in the
Difference of
chat. What's up?
philosophy. Stack Bundles is dead.
Ari, what's up? All the fans are out today.
This is a pretty sick bet by Paul. He's going big. He's going about 600 or 700 if he bets. It looks like. He just grabbed a whole bunch of yellow. Yeah. I think he has identified Aaron's hand as being roughly what it is. Obviously, I don't think he has 8-9, but a pair of 9s, something along those lines.
Weak
And
one pair.
He is attacking that. That's going to be interesting to see what Aaron does here. And Paul is definitely, Paul is good enough to have a somewhat varied assortment of hands here. He is not, only going to have like full houses and nothing when he bets this big. Certainly good enough to have all sorts of funny stuff. And it works. Boom, boom. Paul's going to feel pretty good about that.
How big was the
one.
pot on the river when he bet
He
600?
bet 630 into about 550 or 525.
Ooh,
And that is going to work.
I like it. It's hot.
Paul is the type. Paul could even have worse than just 3 aces there.
Yeah,
I
pocket
wonder if he has-
tens. Can he?
I was wondering. I'm not sure
Probably
exactly
not with that
how far
sizing.
he goes. I just wonder if against Aaron, especially, he tries to get him to level himself into calling with a pair of 9s or a pair of 8s. Who knows? Against most players, you would never think that, but Specifically, Paul could have 2 kings there, 2 queens. It's pretty sick. A great bet by Paul, and it works.
I'm not sure Paul would bet 2 kings with that size.
I don't necessarily think many would, if anyone could be capable of doing it for value. It might be him. Also, Paul can have all sorts of hands. Like, Paul can have 10-jack. He can have 7-7. He has certain hands that got
Those
there
are
on
the
river.
hands that bet size is more representing.
Sure.
It helps to have a jack in his hand,
Yes.
to use that jack blocker to represent a straight.
I do not know if I will be at Parks, answering a question in the Twitch chat. I'm not sure exactly what I'm doing after this. Kind of playing it by ear. Just, who knows? You know, sometimes you got to go through life with no plans and just kind of figure it out.
Me
So
and you
that's
do
where
see eye to eye on that.
Yes, that's where I'm at now.
Yes.
You're just a kind of, yeah, that's true. You've actually been trying to plan some stuff with me, and I've been slacking, but you're kind of a poor planner sometimes. But, yeah, it happens to the best of
Poker
us.
players, and just in general, I think are poor planners.
Well, Alex will constantly be like, "I'm going somewhere," and then
then
he'll
just
talk,
not.
but then I'll like hit him up 4 days before and be like, "Where are you staying?" He's like, "Probably gonna get an Airbnb," you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
It depends whether or not
super
my
neurotic
girlfriend
about that kind of
is
stuff.
involved. If my girlfriend is involved, things are planned.
yeah. I mean,
She's not involved,
If he's with
I'm
her, he
kinda-
hasn't booked something since like
Months in
they
advance.
started. Yeah.
Oh, really?
She's great with that kind of stuff. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Women in general are good for that sort of thing. In my experience, they keep me in line.
Yeah.
My
keep you
girlfriend
alive.
makes me more responsible, and
You need to be kept in line too. It's
I
good.
do. Yeah, for sure.
You have a good woman. She's an excellent person. Hello,
She's
Megan.
a fine lady.
Yes.
Has she been playing a lot of poker, or not really?
She's been doing some other things, but she has been playing poker as well. She prefers playing online to live.
Okay.
I apologize for coughing into the mic. Little brain fart there. And that's what happens when you do that. And we got the chat immediately telling us that they think that Alex's girlfriend, Megan, is a better player than Alex is.
Yeah,
I would have
sure.
to agree.
yeah.
I mean,
probably accurate.
I don't necessarily even know how good she is as much as how bad you are.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, if you were looking to crossbook, I would happily take my action versus Megan's or my action versus yours.
Now, you and Megan, now we have a conversation.
Mm.
Barley
Could be fun.
getting in there.
No one has to get hurt.
Please don't let anyone get hurt. It's the last thing we want.
I think it Twitch chat commenting that Aaron should have raised the river there, which would be pretty insane with the 8-9. I guess I see where they're coming from, but quite interesting. Paul plays it slow here. Barley opens under the gun, and Paul just calls the big blind with pocket jacks. I think after we immediately go check, he's feeling pretty good on this turn card.
Barley's does not want to give this one up.
No,
I like it.
Yeah, he's just keeping Paul in line. He
He
has
is
an
Spartacus.
overcard. He's not just going to let Paul run over him, so to speak.
I am Spartacus.
I think
That's what his
Paul
shirt says.
I just realized that. I should really be paying a lot
Paul
more
pretty
attention.
comfortably value bet here. I think he's feeling pretty good about his hand. Openly admitting his love for golf. Paul, who apparently, from what I understand, has been really all about it recently.
I heard he's actually not that good at golf, but that's a lot of people who
Well,
like golf because it is.
He might be like a
really-
Charles Barkley, Like Charles Barkley loves golf. He plays golf all the time. Has
Yeah.
the ugliest golf swing in
Yeah,
the
it's
world.
terrible.
But I don't know. Another pot for Paul. When he plays him, he wins them. Why not?
Yeah. And the sick thing about that number that you see on the screen, the 4.2 million, I think there's countless more dollars
Of course.
from the virtual felt that Paul Volpe has accumulated throughout his career. We mentioned earlier, WSOP bracelet winner. Made 4 final tables at the World Series this past year.
Just to put it, he also, let's just say he's not losing money playing live cash games.
Yeah, that's a safe way to play.
He's a great player. He just, he's really solid. So. Johnny John.
Alex talked about earlier. He plays a lot of different variants of poker.
Yes.
He's really, really good at a lot of different disciplines, and in today's day and age, that's tough to come by. There's a lot of guys who are, strictly no limit specialists. They really don't play anything other than no limit. So
I mean, I would guess he plays 10 games more than he plays no limit hold'em these days. Like,
and
there's probably a ton of games.
I think he
he's
plays
playing
them
more
better
than
than no limit hold'em, maybe.
I'm sure. Yeah, sure.
Which is the scary part.
He likes being better than his opponents in the games he plays, and he's very good at that.
Interesting strategy, Cotton.
Yes.
Did you play any other games, Alex?
I
you
attempt
dabble.
to play some.
Yeah.
I attempt to play some. Sometimes it works out, and sometimes not so much.
Okay. And what about you, Asher?
Asher's a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
Well, what
that's
do you
right.
mean when you say, do I play other games?
Like,
well,
do you know how to play?
No.
Would you ever play stud for money? Would you?
well,
Ever play?
yeah, I mean, I'd play them. I suck at them. but
Okay.
I'd play them.
Would you ever buy into like the 1500 horse at the series?
No, but I would buy into certain 1500 random events. Raz, I would love to play. Omaha, yeah, I like Omaha, and I like
Okay.
Hold'em.
Okay.
I have a.
He likes Hold'em.
I
He
have
likes
a.
Hold'em seems to like him.
Post WSOP this year, after it's over, I plan on, if I play a lot of cards, playing more non-Hold'em games with my time.
The community looks forward to this.
I'm sure. I mean, people like Ite, Esther Taylor Brady, are probably just did a double take. But
She's
for me, I
salivating.
think the games, there's
She's
value in
open.
them and different things, but also, while Hold'em is kind of like an almost infinite outcome game, you can really. Sometimes you see something you've never seen before. It does at times get not a little crusty, but just like, you want to switch it up. And I think I could use some excitement and some new games to do that. And this will be interesting if this checks all the way through. John will say a prayer that he just won this pot with pocket threes.
I think it's going to check through unless.
Aaron can
Rumelstein looks
really
interested.
feasibly bet here and get 2 folds, obviously, against these hands. Aaron will just hate to lose to, say, obviously John's hand here, but even, something as strong as pocket threes pocket threes, pocket sevens, a little bit stronger than threes or ace 8 or something like that. Aaron doesn't want to lose to those hands, so he might flick out a bet, and I'm wrong again.
I would like to see a bet from Bartley with this combo.
Schmorenstein with the win with the under pair.
Wow, what a beast.
Wow,
Look
that's
at that
a
hat.
really good hand from John
Look at those
Borgata.
glasses.
That's how you want to play pocket threes in a multi-way pot.
He literally shaved on break. He was clean shaven. I swear. I'm not making that up. He's sick with the shades as well, for sure.
Well, I saw someone in the chat said that those were bought in Florida. Each were bought at the
gift shop.
The gift shop.
Right across from Kuro. The
And he looks truly awful.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
let him
looks
breathe.
Very,
I think he looks great.
Very withered.
I love Mr. Schmorenstein. It's my duty to, slowly destroy him over the course of this final table
That's fair.
commentary. But it's out of love, If I didn't like him, I wouldn't really say anything. Another shout out to Aaron for how he's dressed. I mean, let's
Look
go.
at him.
Like, are you
yes.
kidding me?
Look at that shirt.
Oh,
If he wins, you can't say, he doesn't deserve it based off of this combination.
Well,
right
and
here.
as you can see in
That
his
shirt ravages.
in
Yeah,
his
the shirt.
little graphic picture there, Aaron had these sick glasses. I think they
He
were
was crushing the glasses yesterday.
I think they were fake rims, or just fake lenses. I don't think they were actually prescription. I could be wrong there.
I
So
feel like I need a pair of fake
Yeah?
glasses. I think I look smarter with glasses, man.
You,
I think Aaron
you
knows
used
it.
to wear my glasses, my fake.
Well, that was a little.
prescription
Those,
glasses.
were those prescription?
They were fake prescription.
Oh yeah, right. I think I made a final table with those
You
on.
did.
I lost a friendship at that final table because of those glasses. Actually, it just drove him over the top. I'm serious too.
Aaron outflops his opponent.
And I believe that the chat is currently
being modded.
and being mobbed by people asking me to come join their mix game. I'm pretty sure.
Really?
Yeah. Giant
Yeah.
Genius.
Slurp.
Go make somebody else's money. Get out of here. Yes, please keep the Twitch chat clean, please.
Keep it kosher, guys.
Nobody needs to get banned. Nobody needs to anything. Let's just be nice humans.
Family-friendly environment. And we are peak viewers right now. So, guys, thank you for tuning in. Still 7-handed at the $1 million guaranteed Spring Poker Open Championship final table. That well-dressed man, not that man. That well-dressed man is our final table chip leader, two-time WPT winner, Aaron Mermelstein, Philadelphia native.
Bartley stabs the river there and
For
gets-
two big blinds. Yeah,
gets
it's
called rather quickly by Aaron's ace and pair of 4.
And two interesting things. One, Gags' nickname in high school was Shabbat.
Shabbat?
Shabot. S-H-A-B-O-T. Shabbat. Shabot.
S-H-O-B-O-T.
That's how you say Shabbat, you know.
Like Shabbat Shalom?
Well, but it's S-H-A-B-O-T. I believe that's S-H-A-B-A-T.
Shabbat.
Shalom.
Shabbat.
Not sure. Another interesting thing, on break, I went over there just for a split second, kind of looked at the table, and I saw Aaron Mermelstein's family, his wonderful sister and his parents, and said hello. And I said, you know, to Anita, his sister, I accept any stories or anecdotes about Aaron, anything embarrassing or funny.
Big fan.
And both him and both her and his mother responded very quickly by saying, his entire life is embarrassing.
That is the perfect answer.
Very interesting response from the parents and sister of a two-time WPT champion who, you know, looks better and has more money than everyone.
Fun tidbit.
Interesting.
I ran into Aaron Mermelstein in Thailand a couple months ago.
Wow.
Oh,
on a
yeah,
beach
you
in
guys were
Thailand.
Same time.
And yeah, we ran into each other there.
Was he wearing
we
the
hung out
suit?
a bit. No, we were both in
Wait, completely
proper Asian
completely
Thailand attire.
undiscussed. You ran into each other on a beach. Like, no, you didn't know each other were there or anything?
Okay, no, that makes for a better story, but no. Hold
that
on, we
would've
do
been
have an
awesome.
all-in here.
Yeah, real quick. Here we
It's an
go.
all-in and a call.
An ace-9 versus
Ace of clubs, Jack of spades. Our flop is
Ace-9 versus Ace-Jack. Mike.
7, 8, 6.
ooh, and that's a
Look at
really
that.
good flop for Michael Michnick.
The river of
Wow, that's a
Ooh.
5 on the
Finds
river.
the
there.
river, and that is tough. Jack only had about 15 or 20 big blinds. He is now our severe short stack.
That was a really quick turn in river. We didn't even get a chance
Yeah,
to oogle at the
yeah.
flop.
Genevieve is flying those cards out of the deck for sure. That was an impressively fast run out. Almost.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that Ash as a player? Do you like the fast run out? How do you feel about Genevieve's dealing skills?
No, I think that was a little too fast. You know, especially
Too fast?
for us streamers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like her to slow it down on the next one, or
I
I
would
she can slow
prefer
it down a little,
slow.
but you know what? At least she's doing her job well. You know, she showed up to play.
that's fair?
I prefer slow.
I like it fast. Personally, let's get it over with. I don't want, I don't want.
Yeah, I mean, we got things to go. We got people
yeah.
to see,
So
places
he's
to go.
been telling his girlfriend for years, pretty much.
Yeah.
And that is pretty amazing for Mr. Mitchnick. It is Mitchnick. You told me Mitchkin.
No, you said Mitchkin earlier.
You said Mitchkin.
And I
I'm
corrected
pretty sure
you.
it's Mitchnick.
This
and
is
you
classic
said
Ash.
Mitchkin.
You said Mitchkin.
I feel like that isn't classic Ash. Classic Ash, there's like a lot of classic Ash. but
Classic
that's not one
Ash
of them.
is just missing every
Classic
flight
Ash
you
is
ever have
missing
to
a
take
flight.
anywhere.
It's leaving
I think I've
money
missed
on the hood
one.
of your car and then
I've missed
driving
one.
away.
Oh, so yesterday,
Getting
2
robbed
days ago,
by housekeeping while you're
I
in the room.
showed up to day 2. This is a great story. So I show up to day 2, and right before I showed up to day 2 here, I changed rooms because I had a friend who wanted to stay with me. So I moved from a 1-bed to a 2-bed. Show up for day 2, not in great shape, physically, mentally. I was a
just
little
not
hurt
there.
up. Yeah, I'd maybe had a few too sodas the night before, a few too many sodas.
You're big on
and,
soda.
I like soda, and I play 4 hands, and by play I mean I'm dealt 4 hands, and suddenly I realized there's $3,000 in the safe of
The other room.
my first room.
God, you're the worst.
And I purposely
This
always
is classic Ash.
Yeah.
this is quite classic Ash for sure. So I proceed to 1,000-meter dash across the Borgata back to my room. There is housekeeping in my room, cleaning my room, and guess what? My money's still there.
Wow.
There are some decent humans in the
Winner.
world, you know.
Winner, winner.
Not only that, my safe was open. She had the safe I had checked
Really?
out. I had checked out, so the safe was open. There was the combo was done.
Wow.
Because they have to reset it, or not open. It was reset. Like my password didn't work anymore, and I opened it, and the money was still there.
Did you give her a tip?
I certainly did.
How much?
You know.
Oh, classic Ash.
No, I don't want. I feel like this is classic Rocha, but you know, I don't want to talk about it.
That is more Rocha than Ash.
We don't brag. But I made sure that she knew that I was happy with how she conducted herself.
And speaking of non-brag, we've kind of just been.
We have a limp alert really quickly. I'm sorry. First limp
All right.
of the final table, and then we get an all-in.
Shove
by
alert.
Jack. Yes.
Limp alert, all-in alert.
Ra Duong moves all in for
And
his tournament life.
we will
with
be
the king
seeing
and
a
Call
call
alert.
from Mr. Barnstein. Mr. Barnstein. I would actually imagine we will see
Will
a
Brosey.
I was just saying, we were talking about, not bragging and being relatively humble about things. And, while Paul Volpe is one of the more experienced players you're going to see at any table. I think also and this is just my perception.
Oh, wow.
Oh, gee.
I'm
going
sorry, I
to
don't mean to
stop
cut
talking.
you off.
Uh-oh.
John
Poker
Flat
is
called,
happening.
and here we go. I wonder what Mike's count is. He's all in for 1.1, and John is going to be pissed.
Well, I like how Bart's in the tank right now.
I mean, he's got to sell it at this point.
Yeah, just thinking this one through.
As long as he quickly finds the muck here, there we go. It's all good. And first of all, Jack's going to be thrilled. Whether he sees one or two of these hands, to find out that he's racing against them, he's sitting there thinking he's absolutely dead right now. He's going to be absolutely thrilled to see these
How
two
many?
hands.
Okay, so
Jack.
Michael starts with 20 bigs.
Yeah, and Jack had about 7.5 bigs. And John
So
has
John's
called
gonna end up
7.5.
calling here, I believe.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think.
John.
I mean, yeah, he's got to call. Yeah, this is going to be a really tough spot for him to find a fold. There's just enough ace king and ace queen out there. Let's
And
see this.
as you mentioned, Ash, Jack sees that he's flipping for a triple
He hasn't
against
seen
these
it
two
yet.
players. Well, when he does, it's he's definitely going to feel really good about it. He's going to like his spot.
Yeah,
Let's
and
see if
even
John
if John,
Bornstein-
even if John calls, the relative, the equity he still has, even when John calls, is awesome because there's so much money in there now. Once John puts it in, it's not like if John calls, he's suddenly 15% to win the hand. He's 36 right now, and he'll be 50 if John folds.
And while John Bornstein tries to get a read off Michael Michnick,
And we get a call. Here we go.
he doesn't get anything, but he is going
I'd
to
like
see
to
that.
Let's have the camera on Ra Duong real quick. I wanted to see him smile, but I guess
Yeah.
I guess he already did.
Oh,
There
look
it
at
is.
him. There
Yeah,
you go.
he's
he's
bit.
like, oh, let's go.
Showing
I got
some
this.
teeth with the
he knows.
speech.
He
Yeah,
feels it.
he's-
He's like, this is an easy one.
Talking
Wow.
with his teeth.
Can you just see the
He's like,
excitement on Michael's face?
Let's go 8-10 Jack.
Wow.
I'm just going to call it. Let's just go for
Jeez.
all of it.
Oh,
The
yeah,
whole,
let's
the
throw
whole
the
thing.
Jack 10-8 out there. Jesus. Okay.
Well, it's a little bit early. I mean, I know you're 99.1, but let's
This
chill
has been
out,
some
buddy.
orbit for Mr. Michael Mitchell.
Yeah, jeez. How about this?
And that's a full house. And the
All
four
right.
of diamonds is going to confirm Jack Duong's elimination in 7th place. It's also going to confirm the more than double up for Michael.
River
wow.
8.
Wow, Bornstein River to full house too. Boat over boat. What can you do?
Just unlucky.
Another funny
And-
spot. If Mike never wakes up, Jack is crying about how he got the Jack 10-10 flop with King Queen against eights and couldn't get there
And couldn't get there.
instead of being drawing dead.
But unfortunately, he was drawing dead, and Jack Duong will make $52,000 for his 7th place finish. Another deep run for the 2015 WSOP bracelet winner.
Good game, buddy.
And
Good luck
John
this summer.
Bornstein now going to turn to his rail. And he is down over $1 million on that hand. He doesn't like it, but he's still going to be well stacked. Still has 30 big blinds, and that's the beauty of
How
this
can you tell he
tournament
doesn't
where
like it?
Just that.
That is the punum.
I think that's
Is
yeah,
that Punham?
Yeah, that's just his face. I
That's the
think.
punum of someone that does not like it.
So as we were saying, that's the beauty of this tournament. You can lose that kind of hand and still have 30 big blinds in your arsenal. And again, guys, thank you for.
Guy types. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Oh my goodness.
I can't help it. Guy typed, nice seeing a scarfless table, though, which is just a great thing to say when Alex Rocha is in the booth. the master of the scarf
And
himself.
he's sans scarf today. Just he doesn't,
Yeah,
he
no
doesn't
scarf
have
for
it.
me today. You know, Gags wears scarves from here and there. It takes a comfortable man to wear a scarf.
You need to be. You definitely need to be confident in yourself.
Yes, thank you.
Or you just have to, like, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. It's just in my nature to give Alex no credit. I can't help myself.
I don't
So
know.
we got a bunch of class hands here. A bunch of top-notch hands. See this flop.
And
Nine deuce
Michael
quickly in the
Gagliano
lead.
gonna jump out on top of this one with bottom pair. And again, we are six-handed after losing Jack Duong, and it looks like Michael Michnik's patience has paid off.
He has a lot now, huh?
He has a lot more than he's ever had over the last few levels, even dating back to yesterday's playdown day. He was relatively short-stacked for the majority of it.
It's nice to see the guy who knocked you out build it up, you know? At least it didn't go to nothing.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
The 3 of clubs is going to change.
I feel like Aaron in these spots gets stunned when he turns nothing. You know? He's so blessed that how did he not turn equity?
Michael thinking about possibly leading this card.
We just had that dance move check from Aaron Mermelstein.
And we will not be seeing a check from Aaron here. I don't
And yeah,
think.
guys, confirmed that sound is actually on a loop. I just press a button back here and
Unfortunately, we don't have a mute button for his.
So you didn't press the button that time. You tried to do it with your own mouth.
Yeah, sorry.
Nice hand, Gags. I like
Yeah.
the way you played that one.
Good hand.
And Aaron led that hand off by limping the button, so you see him switching it up.
That's what was the word we were using earlier?
Inventive.
Inventive.
I don't know.
Very
I wouldn't go so
inventive.
far as inventive, but it's different, interesting. You know, he likes to switch it up.
Oh, Gags, you got somewhere to go? Just checking your watch to see what time it is? You busy tonight? He's like, man, I have to get back to BorgataPoker.com.
Yeah, we got the 10K
There's a
starting
10K soon.
There's the 10K starting. And it did start, actually, if you guys want to play on Borgata Poker Online.
Confirmed started.
Yes.
All right, cool.
The 10K
Gags
is
usually
up and running. There's
Gags
also
usually
5K.
likes to stream it.
Speaking of up and running,
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, wow,
Ace.
Uh-oh.
Michael Gagliano. We haven't gotten his cards
Oh,
yet.
man.
Oh, just Ace 10. Okay.
He's going to 3-bet here, for
Yeah,
sure.
this is button versus small blind.
He's going to lose some chips. 100%.
And we talked earlier about Jack Duong when he was still with us, opening the button with Ace Jack, and Ash, you described that's kind of the best.
Ooh, wow.
Man, it's so fun when
my
we get to see the
God.
cards, isn't it?
Paul, I mean, I don't even exactly know where this ends, but it's not good for anyone
Yeah.
who's not named Michael Michnik and whatever.
This is some orbit.
Yeah, jeez. I mean,
Well,
we're
it's
just going to
some
Michigan.
return from break. I mean,
Yes.
he came back with 15 big blinds, and
Do you think maybe someone had a talking with him and was like, hey, listen,
you should
gotta
probably
get
get some
in there.
cards.
Yeah,
You should
you
We're
probably
gotta
get
talking
some
about
there
the
and
cards.
do
poker
it.
gods.
It's
Did they
saying-
come down and touch him?
Hey,
Possible.
yeah, all you have to do is wait for the deck. That's my thought process in poker. It usually comes around to you, and it has come around to Michael Michnik and Paul
That's
Volpe
why,
here after a 3-bet from Michael Gagliano to 330,000 is plotting.
Very, very blogger way of looking at things, yeah.
I don't know what I'm even watching half the time.
Why
Why are those cards
You're
blue?
the goat. Yeah, blue cards just throw me off. I mean, what are they doing?
Well, and you see the
are you
on
a
the-
four
you see on
color
the
deck fan?
No,
Ash? I'm
but-
not either.
I thought
I'm
you
not-
used to be.
No, never.
Really?
No?
Wow.
No, not a fan.
and
Wow, Paul with
that's
the
a
flat call
really
is very interesting.
cagey call from the big blind from Paul Volpe, and now is
Now the table is slowly leaning the other way, away from Michael, because he is excited.
keep it together, guys.
1 million.
He is playing about, it looks like, started the hand with 2.7 million or so. So, Alex, if you are Michael, what are you doing?
I'm going to put in another bet.
And how much is your bet going to be?
Well, we're on the button. That's nice.
Well, you know, Johnny, we're on the button. Very nice.
Welcome to Borgata Poker Live. I'm Alex Rocha. I am on the button with 2 aces. Now what?
I think Mike needs
900,000.
he needs to be wary of trying to oversell this, rechecking his cards and all that kind of stuff. You got it. These guys are perceptive, man. They've been around the block, both of them. You can't Hollywood them. See, all
Should
of
have
this.
just went for it. Right
all
there
of
is when you
this-
should have went for it.
All this is just too much.
And sometimes this is, I'll say good Hollywood or bad Hollywood. I think this is bad Hollywood. You're trying to make it look like you have this really tough decision, and he's gonna 4-bet shove all in. And I don't think Paul Volpe's ever calling here. This is. I think that's just a credit to Michael Michnik's lack of experience. He just wants to. He opens aces. He gets 3-bet. He gets flat called. I think he just wants the hand over and done with, and he also might not have felt confident. He might have been thinking actually that might not have actually been a Hollywood. That might have been, oh my God, what am I supposed to size this
Oh,
to?
sure. Well, for me, it's like kind of weird. As I kind of said this before, like talk about him being experienced because I've played with him so much. Like 10 plus. Seems like 10 plus times I've played with him. But I know what you're saying. Certainly, you're certainly not wrong here at all. I think he just froze up a little. I mean, also he pulled 700K in, so it's not like a disaster. It's a very
Wow, look, just immediately ace king.
wow.
He's sick.
Heater.
This is sick.
I would imagine Paul is.
Oi.
Well, Paul's just probably ready to be like,
Paul's ready to take the table.
Let me
back.
see something. Yeah. Like show me you really got the juice here, kid. Can't just start running my table over.
And it is Paul Volpe's table. Let's not.
Most tables are Paul Volpe's table. He's disciplined, finds the fold.
Yeah, very disciplined fold with the ace-5, the 8-5 offsuit by Paul Volpe.
Paul is out of Fs. He has none. He will open anything from any position and 3-bet almost anything from any position. I legitimately know of like Paul Volpe hands that begin with him like opening King 5 offsuit under the gun 1.
Yeah?
Yeah. He completely. There's no fear in his heart at all.
Well, I also think he just knows, like, he's just more gangster than everyone, and he can beat you from, any position, any hand. It's just.
I feel like someone
the
needs to like
edge.
tweet in some like bad stuff about him to us. Like we need to balance all the praise we're giving him. Like I don't know. Does he like not? I don't know.
Does he not shower?
Yeah,
He may not shower.
Tell me he's an a-hole. Like something. Give me something to work
An
against.
a-hole?
Hey man, listen. I had to keep it PC.
Asher, kind of always keeping it PC. We thank him for that.
Paul, don't be an a-hole.
And John Bornstein is going to call out of the big blind. Bart Dow is
Yeah.
going to come along from the small blind.
So like I thought, Dan Buskin has added, just kind of along the lines of what I thought, given how much I played with him, that Michael Michnik has been playing since 2005 online as a high stakes regular. So certainly not suffering from a lack of experience. Although it's entirely misleading for him to call himself a restaurant owner on his bio. Is that what happened?
Well, I mean, you can be a restaurant owner that plays poker.
Oh, for sure. But I just mean for us, for you.
Yeah.
It's it's easy for you. You saw it on his bio, it says restaurant owner, so you think he owns a
and
restaurant
the
and
other
plays
thing
here
is,
and there.
I think players of Michael Michnik's ilk, and I say this without a negative connotation to it, want the rest of tournament fields and tournament players to feel that they are the restaurant owner. They don't want them to know that I play a lot online. I log more hours than I do playing online than I do at my restaurant. So that restaurant owner is just a way to very easily
Good discipline fold.
keep
John
up
Bornstein.
yeah, that was good from John. Keep up like a facade that I'm actually not that experienced. I'm the fish at the table.
Right. He's just he's solid, man. He's not making big mistakes. You know.
And he's picked up some cards here. And we get a updated
one
look
way.
on the leaderboard, the scoreboard, as we'll call it. And while we came back from break with 2 players near 15 big blinds, the leaderboard has gotten a little bit closer over the last few hands. We are now with 30 big blinds, the shortest stack, and that is not short by any means. Bet of 325,000.
Wow,
And
snap call.
Bart's
Yeah,
not going
I mean,
anywhere. He's
Bart-
around 1 million left. Has about 20 big blinds behind.
Oh,
And
And whatever
be
plan
tough for
Gags has to get
Gags.
him to fold one pair just backfired hard.
Wow, and Bart just instantly just like sits back in his chair like, yeah, I got this.
I mean, Gags is absolutely able and willing, obviously, to turn his hand into a bluff here.
well, that is what he was doing. and
Yes,
I
for
believe
sure.
it was with the intention of shoving this river. Yep, and oh wow,
This is one of those where for your tournament life, yeah, I don't actually want to ever run into Bart Dowling when he's in a bad mood.
wow,
Yeah,
he
for
is Spartacus.
Yeah, he is the definition of Spartacus. Let's listen and see if we
Is
can
that
hear Dowley.
is that just a like Spartacus kind of logo on his shirt, or is that the Michigan State logo? I can't tell.
I don't know.
Like I have no idea what that. Actually, I don't think so. If you look at what's on the sleeves,
Yeah, I think that's a.
and red isn't their color as well.
Isn't there?
Red is
There's a
definitely
thing
not
called
their
a
color.
Spartan race.
Yes. Bart looks like he could do many things in life. Not sure if he's doing the Spartacus.
Yeah, I
race.
don't
that
think
thing
he,
is
I don't think he's racing much.
Unreal.
He can probably lift a lot of heavy things. And he's trying to.
I really would have thought he would have called by now, to be honest.
Well, that's
he
what I- that's
really
what I was
quickly
saying,
called
where
the turn, and then his hand improved.
I would place a wager that he calls, if anyone would like to.
But this is the situation where it's for your tournament life. Yes, you've rivered 2 pair, but and like, as you said, Alex, after you snap call the turn, you no hesitation call the turn, and your hand improves. If you're now having thoughts of, oh my God, did my opponent have, Ace Jack, Ace King?
Sure.
Now it's just you're kind of live proing yourself. We talked about this at lunch with a certain individual.
Against Bartley's range, this is a great play, number
Yeah.
one. And number two, Bartley will fold this hand sometimes. Like, it's not like this will never work. But he snap call, like you said, he snap calls the turn, he gets this river. I think that he eventually found the call. Yeah. He slams it down. Wow.
Get a little frustrating to see for Gags. I'm sure he's like very, very confident that if the 8 does not fall in the river, there are many other cards where he would have gotten Bartley to fold his hand.
Yeah.
So a little unlucky for Gags there.
Bart
Showing great
is-
heart and a good
Yeah.
bluff and a good hand to bluff that board with.
And
For
when,
sure. Great,
when your opponent
great
goes
hand to
when your
bluff
opponent
with.
goes into the tank like that, you have to have this quick thought of like, oh my God, this might actually work. This might actually make him fold a hand that's better. And just unfortunately,
Yeah, if he's tanking that long with that hand, I think it's safe to say he's folding all other 1-pair ace hands.
and that's a big double up, a full double for
For
Bart
Spartacus.
Dowley, for Spartacus, for Sparta.
Very quick interjection here. Big shout out to Mr. Chance Corneth.
Yeah,
who
what do
just
we?
won the
I
10K
just
high
heard that he
roller
won the 10K.
in
That's
Monte
sick.
Carlo. One
Again,
of
another one.
yes,
Another one.
His
Another-
heater
and
this
another one.
past however many months has been insane. Genuinely one of the nicest humans I've ever met. His wife is an amazing human as well. Very very happy for the guy. He deserves all the success.
Wow, good for Chance Corneth. And Chance is
Absolutely.
relatively young, right?
He relatively. I mean, I don't know.
I'm not
I have
sure
no
on his
idea
age.
to tell you the
He's
truth,
recently
yeah.
married.
Yes,
You know that.
to
He got
yes,
married to,
Emily Ty Corneth, who is an absolute sweetheart.
Sriracha, something along those
Sriracha,
on,
indeed, yeah.
She's a dealer down in Florida. She I earned many chips from her these past 3 weeks, and then proceeded to hand. Like, it would be great. She'd get in the box. We'd be like talking. I'd be like winning. It'd be great. The next dealer comes. I'd just give them all
It's
away.
away, yeah.
She walks by when she gets out of her next, like gets tapped out again. She's like, "You're an idiot. I just dealt you, a triple up, and it's gone."
Mm-hmm.
Very, very happy for the guy. He deserves all the success. Wow.
Wow, good for Chance Corneth. And Chance is relatively young, right?
Absolutely. Another spot. Aaron does not just snap hit the fold button here. It's not his style.
He has some back doors.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
also.
I mean, it's an interesting,
He's an innovative player.
We have yeah, he's inventive even.
Yeah, I mean, get it right.
Get your jargon right. Get your stream jargon right.
This is an interesting spot for Paul because, like, he already knows that Aaron will just call with anything on the flop. Like, it's not like, his range isn't so cut and dry. I wonder if we see a value bet, which would be pretty sick.
It's a little thin.
So, I mean, yeah, for sure. I'm just wondering.
If he bets, I think you'd be betting to get other ace highs to fold.
I was thinking that as well. Yes, very good point.
And that would be.
Now,
But Paul just takes the showdown and prints money.
I've never been able to value bet ace high, but I imagine that it is one of, like, when you get value bet ace high and you get called, I'm sure that's one of, like, the more, like,
It's a rewarding feeling.
yeah, it probably sounds, like I said, I've never done that. I don't even think that's in my repertoire.
A couple people commenting on Bartley's fanny pack.
It's GOAT.
Feel
Is it
free to
goat?
feel free to come down here and comment to him in person if you'd like. See how that goes.
And as you see, guys, with that hand, it might not have been a big one, but Paul Volpe is now atop the final table leaderboard. Aaron Mermelstein still up there with 82 big blinds to Volpe's 85, but there has been a changing of the guard at the Spring Poker Open Championship final table. We are six-handed. Everyone at this table is guaranteed $65,000, but the remaining six players are all going to be working their way towards the first place prize of $356,000.
I legitimately just pressed one button on a laptop in front of me and broke it. Like, I can't impress that.
Classic.
So here we go, by the way. Paul opens from the hijack with king deuce off. No fear. Gets through. Onto another hand. I mean, he's just absolutely fearless.
I know. Okay, so
The hijack, but it's also under the gun one.
Yeah.
He was the second person out.
I was just going to say that while you are in late position at a shorthanded table in the hijack, you are also the first player or the second player to act. So
Yeah.
you're going to be in position more often, I think, on flops and turns and whatnot. But you're also opening yourself up to. Well, at least we know we have one follower. The guy who jumps back here to try to fix the computer after Ash breaks it.
I mean, it literally just broke on its own. But that is classic Ash, touching a computer and it breaking.
Very
for
classic
sure.
Ash.
I've been through about 50 cell phones in my life.
Well, this time last year, you didn't even have a working cell phone. You were the most popular person in poker, and you didn't have a cell phone.
I need to go back to that. I think I need to throw my cell phone out.
Asher, so hot right now. Asher.
Just been handed my cell phone in related news. I mean, this is interesting. John opens up to 8-6. Nothing wrong with this, just as the shorter stack. I wondered if maybe he'd be a little on the tighter side here. Certainly very good hand. Post-flop relatively, Flop's a lot of fun. Equity and stuff.
And we haven't seen Michael's stack just yet, his chips, just his cards. Wow, I should probably think before I talk.
So he 3-bet off of a very short stack there. 325. Ace-jack off.
And it's going
Thoughts,
to
Alex?
snap fold.
How much did he have? I didn't see.
I believe he was playing about 1 point. God, if he can move his hand. I want to say 1.2 million. He started the hand with $1 million. 1.4.
20,
in that
24 bigs?
20 to 25 bigs range, let's say.
Do you not like that 3-bet?
I think there's more than one positive outcome there. I think calling there is totally fine. And honestly, I think if he had in between 20 and 25 bigs, he could shove there, and that would be fine. But the 3-bet is, it's good. A lot of it depends on what you think about your opponent and how wide they are going to 4-bet all in and how good you can get your money in.
Ooh, that was a little...
He's all about the sideways bet.
Yeah, I kind of liking the sideways.
Big sideways
thing.
better. You might see Rocha in a
like to
town
see
near
more
you
people
doing that.
sideways betting.
Rocha might pick that one off.
I would bet against it.
And this is going to be another
It's a little too fancy for me.
battle of
And
the
distinct.
big stacks. Aaron Mermelstein raising from the cutoff. Paul Volpe looks interested in the big blind.
If you were in the Twitch chat in the past few minutes, we may have missed anything you wrote, but we are back up.
Volpe has defended. It's a paired board, king high, 2 jacks. And it might be Mermelstein's turn to value bet ace high. He elects not to. It's a check through to the flop.
That would be a check through to the turn, but who's really actually
Check
counting?
through the
He's
flop.
a blogger, Asher. Cut him some slack.
I still don't know what I'm watching.
Yeah. There's probably a convention you can blog in here or something.
The mayor convention.
There's a convention of mayors in the Borgata. It's true. It's quite interesting. And we're going to see probably some more checks. Certainly possible for Aaron to bet. I think it would be a bit thin. Aaron, he looks like he may own the restaurant you're at, but he also could be like greeting you at the
Matter Day.
restaurant you're
Yeah,
at.
it could be the Matter Day.
The Matter Day.
Yeah,
What's the matter day?
The Matter Day.
I believe, and I don't want this to come off as me being bougie, but I believe the Matter Day is the person who, brings you to your table.
I
This is
believe
go-
the word you're looking for is
You're
maitre
pronouncing
d'.
it.
Oh
Yes.
wow, really?
Matter day.
I mean, I read it. I've never said it
sounds
before.
like
I
an
also don't.
endangered
It's
species.
like the Church of Matter Day Saints,
Yes.
you know?
the matter
The
day.
maitre-
That was a good
What
one.
is it?
Yes.
The maitre d'?
Maitre d'.
One of
Oh,
my
yes.
close friends.
You referenced yourself being bougie as you were completely butchering a word.
No, I said I'm not bougie, so I don't know if that's
Ah.
even a word.
that was pretty good. I like that.
And yeah, one of my closest friends and older roommates is a maitre d' and has been for many years at one of the very high-end restaurant in New York. So it's just I've heard that word.
What restaurant is that?
Balthazar, it's called. It's a high-end French restaurant in Soho, and it's up there with the best restaurants in the city. So I've heard that word specifically so many times in my life. So
Okay.
it's pretty funny to hear you destroy it.
Will currently on Google confirming the pronunciation of this word. Still thought it was matter day.
Let's say what up to Joey the Mush in the Twitch chat. Haven't seen you in a little bit. Hope all is well. Great guy.
And
Borgata regular.
Jamie Cursor says that was my favorite moment ever. I'm sure I'm never going to
Which
hear the end
moment
of
are
that.
we referring to? Oh,
When I
Matter Day. Let's go.
Didn't say that.
Hashtag matter day.
Yeah, they really like you in the Twitch chat right now for
Yeah,
that one. That was good. Sounds like a dragon in
Ryan
Game of
Feldman,
Thrones.
Matter Day is a high school in California. A lot of big name football
Oh yeah,
players come
yeah.
from
That's
there.
a big sports.
That's where I
school.
thought it
yeah,
was.
sure.
Story checks out.
Keep telling that story, man. This is interesting. We got a little hand between Paul and Bartley.
Yeah, both players flop top pair.
I feel like Bartley's a last name. You know, like I don't know who it is. I feel like there's a famous sports player
Bartley.
with the last name I don't know. I've never seen Bartley as a first.
I
name.
just instantly think of Charles Barkley.
So it looks like it was check to Paul on the flop. He bet out and Bart called. He then bet the turn and Bart called. I'm wondering if here, yeah. Paul's going to be very happy he wasn't facing a bet there, as I would imagine he had very little plans of folding his hand.
Paul's elite. Paul can find a fold there.
He certainly could. I just imagine he was checking to hope that he bet his missed flush draws and hands of the sort. Certainly, if anyone is going to make great folds, you are looking at the guy, Mr. Paul Volpe.
All right, guys, and just a reminder on the top graphic on your screen,
Oh, yeah.
while the Spring Poker Open is heading towards an end, there's a lot of big prize pools, big guarantees up for grabs next month in May, and the headlining event of that month is the Summer Kickoff Series. It's going to be a $250,000 guaranteed multi-flight event running through Memorial Day weekend. And while that prize pool is likely not going to be as big as this Spring Poker Open Championship, the majority of guarantees at Borgata, they don't just get beat, they get crushed. There's been a handful of 100K events. The opening $1 million event was well beaten. This event's guarantee was well beaten, so
They had a 50K guarantee yesterday.
got double. Yeah, so it's poker is alive and well here at the Borgata, and I imagine that summer kickoff series is going to boast a sizable prize pool, as we say in blog speak.
Also important to remember that if you win the BorgataPoker.com 50K Sunday
Yeah.
tournament during the month of
Yeah, this is
May,
cool.
you will get a free seat into that summer kickoff.
Yeah,
So that's great.
So,
So
the,
get
the
out
person,
there and win.
The person who wins like 12K on a Saturday, they're just going to free roll. So you're just added value.
And first
The rich
place in
get
that'll
richer.
be, you
The
know,
rich get richer, exactly.
40, 50, $60,000 could be
Yeah.
a huge parlay. So
And if you guys have
Get
any
on there.
questions for the commentators, myself, Will, or Ash, or anything about the play, tweet
Send
us
'em in.
at Borgata Poker using the hashtag Borgata Poker Live.
Yep, there it is.
yeah, Rainbow Acer 68. The buy-in was $2,700 for this tournament. It's a pretty penny. Ain't
Yeah,
cheap.
that's
Unlimited rebuys.
And we do indeed call Paul Young Tesla because he is the owner of a Tesla.
yes.
Is that why? I was wondering why they called him
story
that.
checks out.
The story checks out. He owns a Tesla. And also, I mean, it's also just kind of like a fitting nickname for him. But yeah, he has
I mean,
a
if he
Tesla, I
didn't
believe.
own a Tesla, I don't think it would be a fitting nickname. It's fitting because
Well,
he
he's,
owns
but
a
he's just
Tesla.
kind of like, I don't know. It's a name that kind of works for him, even not owning a Tesla.
Like as like an icon.
Yeah, like he was
Okay.
kind of bossy, like Young Tesla, whatever, you know?
All right, so we're gonna see Aaron Rumelstein flop bottom pair with a flush draw. Little flash dance bet there.
Love it.
And as you mentioned, Aaron's family's on the rail, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. They were here 2 Januaries ago when Aaron
Oh, yeah. When he
won the WPT Winter Poker Open Championship. And I remember they were kind of beside themselves then. And unfortunately, I imagine it's kind of become a normal occurrence for the Murmelsteins to be at big final tables. But that's not a bad problem to have.
I'm sure they hope that's the case.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing to get used to. Like big final tables to be at. That's
His sister has described him to me as a, and I quote, klutz genius.
interesting. Those are polar opposite terms. But I can kind of see what she means, just knowing.
She
knowing
said
Aaron.
he essentially gets by on the seat of his pants. I could go on and on.
Please do.
You know, such stories as him being in Thailand.
Yeah, I was just gonna share. I was just gonna share one actually.
She thinks he's in jail because they call her or something along those lines. Come to find out, they just found his passport.
Yes.
It was in such bad shape that they couldn't identify it or use it, and it was that mangled. And he was just walking around Thailand with no ID.
Yeah,
Yes.
just no care
They
in the
somehow
world.
got in
He-
touch with him.
He showed up in Thailand, and we ended up being on the same island at one point, and we met up, and we have. The second time we try to tell the story, someone goes all in.
It's all right.
We have Bornstein going all in.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
he
he's
wins.
gonna fold.
Yeah,
Continue.
not much to,
And
nothing to see here.
nope. And it tells me he lost his passport in Bangkok. Came to Thailand with no plans, no hotel reservations, no nothing. Third world
Perfect.
country, mind you.
Yeah.
LFG.
And is just traveling around, goes to Bangkok, loses his passport in Bangkok, and just wandering around the beaches on islands in Thailand.
It's pretty
And-
boss.
Yeah.
How
it
did he
was-
get back to America? Do we know that?
His buddy apparently was someone that worked in an embassy
Okay.
that he was traveling
I
with.
think he sold
and I think
himself
they helped
for airline tickets.
expedite the process a bit.
Okay.
Um,
Well, yeah, because and I don't want this to sound off-putting. My question is: there even internet in Bangkok? Like
there
in
is
Thailand?
there is internet. There is, however, no pornography. I think they call it no pornography on the internet.
Yeah, they call
In
it porn.
Thailand.
Yeah,
Yes.
pornography.
Well, I
I
wasn't
mean,
sure
that
if I
is
was allowed to say that
absolute
word.
garbage, if you ask me. But whatever.
I mean, also completely unrelated to the story or question I asked, but
Yes.
good to know.
I think that's super relevant.
Yeah.
The people just
relevant
should
to
know
the
that.
internet.
Yeah.
As far as the
life.
internet's concerned.
That's the only. Yeah,
seems very
Alex
relevant.
Rocha uses the internet for 3 things, and he just mentioned one of them. I don't know what the other 2
online
are.
poker.
Like online poker and like
and I think
booking flights.
booking flights or
Okay.
like Netflix probably.
Netflix. Okay.
Yes.
The other thing rhymes with Borgata, I believe. But I don't know what it is.
And while we've gone on some tangents, we've seen some slow tactical play. There's going to be a continuation bet from Aaron Mermelstein that works. Take down that pot.
Pretty somewhat relevant. We got the NFL draft tonight. We got the Eagles who have traded up to the number 2
pick, right? Yeah.
Number 2.
All the delusional Eagle fans get to think
And
they
there
just
are a
found their next
lot of
quarterback.
them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I come from New York. I'm New York born and bred. We can be semi-delusional ourselves. We're not so much trying to throw rocks out here as just being honest. You know, most sports fans are pretty delusional, and Eagles fans are included in that. So they're probably pretty excited, get their quarterback of the future, and yeah, I think the NFL draft's always awesome. You know, it's a cool little thing.
Yeah, and Alex, are you a big sports fan?
I'm a fan of sports. I like sports.
Thanks to
That sounds like the answer of somebody who doesn't.
No,
like
no,
sports.
I like
He's a
sports
sports
a lot. I'm definitely a sports fan. I used to follow much closer, much more closely. Much more close?
much more close.
Matter Day?
Matter Day.
I used to follow Matter Day prior to being involved in poker. I actually, but yeah, I'm a Jets fan.
Okay.
Let's go.
God bless.
Don't follow.
Let's go.
Don't follow football as close as I do others.
This is our year.
Baseball and basketball.
Yeah, you seem like I've seen you tweet about basketball stuff and a handful of times. And
DFS.
I was gonna say
has
he's a DFS
reignited my sport passion. Although I don't really participate anymore, but
DFS. You know, the most unprofitable thing in the world to do.
for some.
For
others.
certainly there's some making money. Yeah. If you're not sure which group you fall into, you probably already know the answer.
Yeah.
If you have to ask.
Joe McKeon is threatening my health for dissing the Eagles.
That's nice.
That's
Go back
really
to your
classic Joe.
Go back to your Subway sandwich, Joe. It's all good.
Excuse me,
Don't even
sir.
sweat
That's
it.
a Wawa sandwich.
Yeah, my bad. But yeah, anyway,
This is an interesting spot as Aaron Mermelstein is going to open the hijack, King 9 of clubs, and Michael Minchnick is just going to call with ace of
we've had a little lull in
spades,
the
10 of
action.
spades.
This is the first kind of.
And a very good flop for Aaron Mermelstein as he's going to flop, as Alex Rocha said earlier, the toppest two.
Wow.
Oh. Spartacus.
I've
And
seen
Spartacus
Taking a stab.
is going to lead out here.
Big
Looks like
stab.
150,000.
Was that like a play on Spartacus, or were you just saying that?
You know,
What did you say?
I'll leave
Spartacus taking a stab, you know, Spartacus
Oh, I
battle,
get it.
whatever. Aaron with the quick call, it looks like, I believe. Yeah, quick
Flash
call.
dance.
Michael thinking about all the spades and the jack of spades and the queen of spades and how cool they
Jack
would
of
look.
spades would be a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he's thinking. Man, there are like all these other spades in the deck.
Yeah, there's like
I've had a good order.
there's like 10 more spades that I can hit.
Do we want Bartley to just jack in his eye? That's the question.
Jack of hearts to leave him.
was that
in
a
tough
was that a
spot.
double?
Oh,
jack in
man.
his eye?
Oh boy.
And there's one of those spades.
Please,
that-
Alex, I want to keep my job. I beg you. Yeah, and Mike's sitting there thinking like that was that spade I was talking about in my head. And if you're Aaron, I mean, you're just ecstatic. You think Bartley has, you know, the king queens of the world, you know, so to speak, good hands, and you have him dominated. So Aaron's pretty happy here for sure. I would not even be stunned if he raised thinking he was against a pretty strong range, and his hand looked pretty stupid.
It looks like that's happening.
This looks like raising chips.
800,000.
More. It looked almost like $1 million or 900K. Shout outs to our graphics guys getting these bet sizings out pretty fast. As soon as the dealer has it counted up. Look,
Yeah, they
right
do a
on
great
the-
job.
Counted up, we had it right on the screen.
Great
900K.
graphics.
This is the
Oh wow.
Oh, okay. Thought he was
raised to
leaning forward.
900. And just touching back on those graphics, this is the Express HD team. All the
They ravage.
WSOP live final table live streams that you're going to see this summer They put those together. They've done those for the last few years. They do all the WPT broadcasts as well. So, shout out to those guys for doing a spectacular job.
I'm pretty sure Bart is making a case for the 30-second shot clock before he folds.
Yeah, this is
the kind of stuff I'm talking about, where
I mean, some of this is okay. I don't think he did it too long.
you just don't see it. It just doesn't happen. Because once people get in tune with the shot clock, they just stop tanking.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like a benefit of the shot clock if it grows, if it expands, is that players are just going to be conditioned
Yes.
to not tank anymore.
There were some people, on day 2 I played with Yevgeny Timoshenko.
He's a tanker.
He loves to tank. He's actually gotten a lot better with it than
Timmy
he used
Tank.
to be, apparently. Yeah, but he was legitimately using 28 seconds.
Really?
He was,
Like every time.
But, he's playing this game. Look, there's a lot of money on the line, a lot of equity on the line. I hear him. But, he was certainly pushing the boundaries of...
Did you play with Mr. Jordan Christos in that
I did
tournament?
not play with Jordan Christos. I had
He's a tanker also.
a very close friend of ours played a bunch with him and said that he was relatively docile with the tanking and wasn't really out of line.
Well, I mean,
mean,
you can't tank in that
well,
tournament.
but he had said that he was
limit
gonna,
to your tanking.
He had said he was going to take 30 seconds a decision every hand, every street, no matter what, just out of protest. So all things considered, he was quite docile. But
That's where Jordan Christos is putting his foot down.
I think that the other
is
sick
enough.
part, the other sick part is that it really does affect some people greatly. He was playing some hands where it just seemed fairly certain that he didn't have optimal time to think himself through.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Mr. John.
The weapons.
Yeah, WMDs. Well, Vance.
Oh, wow.
Whoa,
We overcalling?
Oh.
Wow, John Borenstein getting cagey.
Yeah,
In the big
this is
blind.
Hood Rich right here.
Wow.
If he gets out flopped, okay. If he had gotten out flopped, he would go to his next tournament stop feeling
Wow.
pretty upset.
And he's going
with
to check
himself.
again. Paul Volpe is going to c-bet. Imagine Bart Dowley is going to get out of the way, and now John Borenstein.
This is very interesting.
Bart Dowley's eventually going to get out of the way.
Very interesting thinking about the line Bornstein will take from here.
So I was getting to after Bart Dowling gets out of the way.
Against Paul specifically.
Bartley knows. He knows Paul is 9-7, but he can't do anything about it, so he folds.
The saga continues.
And Ash, as you kind of said, this is a really intriguing spot for Borenstein, as his hand is, as you say,
I think we
completely
just have to
under
call.
wraps.
Yeah, I think we have to
sure.
call again.
Raising here just doesn't accomplish much. Now you can allow, I think, Paul to barrel again.
No, absolutely. And look, I'm not. I totally agree. I would certainly be calling here. To be honest, I don't know how often I would end up here as played.
Yeah.
But I would certainly be calling there. But it's just the idea of the Jack of Hearts as your turn card.
Yeah.
Just
What is that?
what's that?
What about the Jack of Hearts?
Well, it just
It's just a
makes
really bad
things
card.
It's not necessarily a really bad card, but it makes things a lot less cut and dry. Whereas the 6 of spades on the turn, we're pretty stoked. If we know the 6 of spades is coming on the turn, regardless of if we know what his hand is, we're happy. But we end up in some sicky turn and river spots on a lot of boards. That's all.
And
I would certainly
Our
check
opponent
call
still
the
has
flop.
to bet them for what
Yes,
it's worth. I mean,
certainly.
Paul's great, but he's not a robot.
For sure. I think it's just a question of when you're in these spots and there's so much money on the line. Every so often, it's interesting to consider just cutting down on your variance, I suppose, because it's not like he'll be in this spot 100 times
Ash,
because you play so
would
few
you
live.
call Borenstein overcalling with aces in the big blind inventive?
Certainly. I would. He's on the low end. That's like inventive is the low end of what he did.
And it's gonna be a check
Johnny
shove.
Schmoney.
How much did he have total?
He had
1.1,
so-
yeah, I'm okay with that.
Not that I'm not okay with it. Obviously, it's
Wait,
unfair as we can see
we
his
could-
hand.
Yes, I mean.
We just give Paul no chance to bluff the river.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a pretty safe board for aces, but
Yeah, I would.
in game, it's hard to just check call once more and then
When he
and-
bets a third time, you're like, oh.
But then even
no.
as
you have
Asher
to
was,
flick it in.
Of course,
as Ash
we're
was
flicking
saying-
it in, but it's like, oh man, like he's just bet this board 3 times, but we're never.
Yes,
you just
but
can't hit the fold
we
button.
have an ace and an ace.
Yes, we hit.
we have
the call
aces
button.
and sixes with a queen kicker.
He's a smart dude. This guy.
That is the hand that you go to showdown with. That the dealer announces.
And Gags is all of a sudden, I mean, he's chilling, don't get me wrong, but he is our short stack. He has 25 big blinds.
It's comfort zone for
that
Mr.
is
Gagliano.
Right in the wheelhouse.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And Gags is going to open the 4x4.
Wow, that's a good one.
That is a good
The
one.
4x4.
I'm really creative.
Yeah. Inventive, even.
Some would say.
I mean, you guys need to stop using my stuff like this. It's ridiculous.
I believe we're mocking you, but in a friendly way.
No, but it's going to copyright infringement at this point. We're slowly getting over the line.
You know what? When are we going to get Scott Blumstein in a commentary booth? Because he just seems to always have just the immediate
Quips.
cut and dry answer
some
to
good
every
quips.
hand, and Scott just says shove seems lost. Yeah.
Me and Scott love to talk poker with each other. We argue about it nonstop. I would rather, listen to like 3 sets of nails running across a chalkboard. No, I'm just joking, Scotty.
Tell us how you really feel.
Well, we just argue a lot, but in friendly good. And I always
Yeah.
kind of make fun of him about it, like, oh, I hate talking to you. In reality, I talk to him all the time. He knows it's all in good fun, but it's.
And
It'd be
before
quite
this,
interesting to have in here. He's highly opinionated. He likes to throw it out there.
before the Twitch chat just crashed again, we had to
It's
reload.
crashed about 30
I
times.
saw the reader in there. So Nancy Martin, what's
Nancy
up?
Martin.
Wow.
Big shouts.
Mama Martin.
She was really looking forward to this trifecta in the booth. I'll
Ooh.
just call it.
Yeah.
So
Just a few bros hanging out, broing
We're
around.
pretty-
just broing.
We're pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
Asher
maybe it's just me.
Broniff.
Asher Broniff, Will
Asher
Brosi,
Will Brosi.
Wilbur
and Alex
C.
Brocha.
Alex Brocha.
There we go.
All right, guys.
Gags.
And we are just getting word that. Let's see if that was the last hand or this is. And that was the last hand. So we are going to head on another break. And while there has been some movement on the Spring Poker Open Championship leaderboard, the top stack has remained the same. Aaron Mermelstein is going to come back with just under $5 million. And guys, while we are going to go on a break, don't go anywhere because we have highlights from the last session of play. Saw Jack DeWong hit the rail in 7th place, and some big hands play out, some big double ups. So, keep it here. And myself, Alex, and Asher will be back shortly. Thanks, guys.
Sir.
You're
Figure himself out here as he's flopped top set, but Mark Steinberg has flopped Broadway.
Mark got real tricky. He raised pre-flop, and now he just
Wow.
checked the flop 4 ways and then called the bet. This is a brick right here. Let's see.
wow.
Hashtag not a
I was
brick.
gonna say, I mean, pretty much. I thought about it. No matter what card it is, we're gonna keep seeing fireworks. But especially if it was a brick, it would have been pretty crazy. But I would imagine Mark is in possibly trouble for his entire stack right here, if not most of it. It looks like Mark is checked again.
Even after the board pairs, I mean, he's played the hand so cautiously as is, and now after the one card that falls or one of
Wow.
the few cards that falls.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I saw Mark verbalize an all in, but I guess not.
I don't think he was playing his hand cautiously as much as he was setting the trap.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
so to
for
speak.
sure. And I think he still is in his
Yes.
mind, especially when you think that Aaron just called
Yes.
his raise pre-flop. He probably doesn't think he has kings or kings or queens, and yeah, I would imagine he's still setting the trap in his mind. Oh, and here we go.
Yeah, he's actually just verbalized raise, so
I've been told this is something he likes to do. He verbalizes raise and then he puts out the call.
yeah.
Then
And then
we
he
get the
kind of
tank.
waits and
Yeah, so you're just sitting in Aaron's shoes with the nut boat, getting check raised on the turn with recently polished shoes and a great suit.
I
What's
mean,
going
this
through
is
your- what's
just
going through your head here.
this is just amazing if you're Aaron.
this is the life.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is like where you wake up and you're like, I made it.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah.
And this isn't a short stack either. Mark Steinberg came back with just over $2 million, and right now it appears that he's willing to get that $2 million in on the turn here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think if Aaron saw his exact hand, he would consider just going all in right now with fear of a card, an ace, a queen, a 10, something, just anything that could scare this guy. Because this guy, Mark, is not going to fold right here.
Yeah.
With this exact hand. Aaron calls, which makes a lot of sense. He has the absolute nuts. Unless Mark is
quite a good
checking.
hand. They both have very good hands.
Most
here.
certainly.
It's very unfortunate for Mark.
And Mark goes all in. Aaron calls, and
wow. Yeah.
Wow.
Mark is going from 2 million to out in 10th place at our final table. He'll be the first man eliminated on the first hand.
Did John Bornstein just scream later?
Yeah, and John Bornstein just straight telling Mark Steinberg to
later.
later.
Wow.
I suppose there's some history there. I'm guessing that's what I'm there to do.
I played one in Australia. I thought it was really good. It was a 6-match too.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
sure.
And
how was the technology? Because the technology in Florida was flawless.
it was just
on an iPad.
it was just a timer. Yeah, it was just like a digital timer.
Oh, like a kitchen
and the action
timer?
was on you. They hit the button,
wow.
and
Cool.
Yeah.
Did you feel the dealers could multitask well enough?
I unfortunately didn't last too long in the tournament. I had a few dealers.
Okay.
For the most
Classic
part,
Rocha.
for the most part, they did well. There was one dealer that was struggling.
So we have the exact same situation as last time, except this time Aaron has ace-queen instead of ace-10, and we will be seeing a call instead of a fold.
And we've seen Car Crash Ken and Jeff Isis all in a few times, but our other short stack, Michael Michnick, he's been relatively quiet. So there's going to be a flip for Jeff Isis' tournament life. Pocket nines against Aaron Mermelstein's ace-queen.
Who do you think's going to win this one?
Mermelstein has the flush draws covered, so I'm going to go with Mermelstein. Also because I just want to
take Jeff
send
because
like
I don't like to
opposite
agree with Will.
vibes.
And we got our shoe shine today.
I mean, was there even a question as to who was actually
we got some spades.
going
Oh, no, we don't have spades. Never mind.
Yeah, no spades, so it's going to be a 9 and a 9 only on the river.
2 pair. Let's have a full house by the end.
Full house works.
And
Sure
that's
thing.
that's just the nature of the beast when it comes to tournament poker for Jeff Isis. Short stack flipping for his tournament life. He is going to make just over $28,000.
Only rap music.
I just have to interject here. This has to be a typo on the Borgata room service menu. Planters mixed nuts, $18. Is this a lifetime supply of Planters mixed nuts?
It's a healthy mix, is what it is.
And it's actually $18.
Yeah, so I think there might be some Brazil nuts in there.
You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and say that's a little overpriced. I'm going to just throw that out there.
And we are going to get back to the poker here, away from the in-room dining menu.
If there weren't 3 clubs on this, you could expect absolute fireworks. We still are going to see
Some
a fair
chips
amount of
get in.
action. Yeah, but this would be pretty epic if we had 2 clubs or a rainbow flop.
And this is Bart Daly flopping middle set. And this is those fireworks.
All in.
This might be the end.
Did Bornstein what did Bornstein do?
And John Bornstein folds. He shows, though. And unfortunately,
Good job.
Ken Schmaron is drawing
Slim.
pretty thin.
He would like to see the queen of clubs. Oh, well, hey.
Queen of diamonds doesn't hurt. I don't know, it's an up and down straight draw. And deuce on the river.
Wow.
2 of spades is going to eliminate
Car Crash Ken,
Car Crash Ken
otherwise known as BCK amongst his friends and the ladies.
and the
CCK.
females.
Car crash good.
He is going to be eliminated in 8th place. Kenneth Schmaron, good for $40,000. Again, this is a online player, lives primarily in Costa Rica. Just won a 10K EPT high roller at the end of 2015, so he's not going to be able to match that score today, but again, a decent $40,000 finish. And we are now down to our final 7. And Bart Dowley, after being relatively quiet throughout the first, hour and a half.
I'm a fan.
And speaking of non-brag, we've kind of just been
We have a limp alert really quickly. I'm sorry. First limp
right.
of the final table, and then we get an all-in.
Shove
by
alert.
Jack. Yes.
Limp alert, all-in alert.
Ra Duong moves all in for
And
his tournament life.
we will
with
be
the king
seeing
and
a
a
call
alert.
from Mr. Barnstein. Mr. Barnstein. I would actually imagine we will see
Will
a
Rossi.
I was just saying, we were talking about, not bragging and being relatively humble about things. And, while Paul Volpe is one of the more experienced players you're going to see at any table. I think also and this is just my perception.
Oh, wow.
Oh, gee.
I don't mean to cut
talking.
you off.
Uh-oh.
John
Poker
flat
is
called,
happening.
and here we go. I wonder what Mike's count is. He's all in for 1.1, and John is going to be pissed.
Well, I like how Bart's in the tank right now.
I mean, he's got to sell it at this point.
Yeah, just thinking this one through.
As long as he quickly finds the muck here, there we go. It's all good. And first of all, Jack's going to be thrilled. Whether he sees one or two of these hands, to find out that he's racing against them, he's sitting there thinking he's absolutely dead right now. He's going to be absolutely thrilled to see these.
How
two
many?
hands.
Okay, so
Jack.
Michael starts with 20 bigs.
Yeah, and Jack had about 7.5 bigs, and John
So
has
John's
called
gonna end up
7.5
calling here, I believe.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think.
John.
I mean, he's got to call. Yeah, this is going to be a really tough spot for him to find a fold. There's just enough ace king and ace queen out there.
And as you mentioned, Ash, Jack sees that he's flipping for a triple
He hasn't
against
seen
these
it
two
yet.
players. Well, when he does, it's he's definitely going to feel really good about it. He's going to like his spot.
Yeah,
Let's
and
see if
even
John
if John,
Bornstein-
even if John calls, the relative, the equity he still has, even when John calls, is awesome because there's so much money in there now. Once John puts it in, it's not like if John calls, he's suddenly 15% to win the hand. He's 36 right now, and he'll be 50 if John folds.
And while John Bornstein tries to get a read off Michael Michnik,
And we get a call. Here we go.
he doesn't get anything, but he is going to
I'd
see
like
that.
Let's have the camera on Ra Duong real quick. I wanted to see him smile, but I guess I guess he already did.
Oh, look
it
at
is.
him. There you
Yeah,
go.
he's
bit.
like, oh, let's go.
Showing
I got
some
this.
teeth with the
he knows.
speech.
He
Yeah,
feels it.
he's-
He's like, this is an easy one.
Talking
Wow.
with his teeth.
Can you just see the excitement on Michael's face?
Let's go 8-10 Jack.
Wow.
I'm just going to call it. Let's just go for all of it.
Oh, yeah.
The whole
Throw the
thing.
Jack 10-8 out there. Jesus. Okay.
Well, it's a little bit early. I mean, I know you're 99.1, but let's
This
chill
has been
out,
some
buddy.
orbit for Mr. Michael Mitchell.
Yeah, jeez. How about this?
And that's a full house. And the
All
four
right.
of diamonds is going to confirm Jack Duong's elimination in 7th place. It's also going to confirm the more than double up for Michael.
River 8.
Wow, Bornstein River to full house, too. Boat over boat. What can you do?
Just unlucky. All right, guys, we are back from break, still six-handed. The Spring Poker Open Championship. Again, I'm Will O'Connor, and we're doing a little swap in the booth here. We have Mark, Dipthrong Herm, and Taylor Galactar Parr in the booth. These guys are really, really good friends with Paul Volpe, some of the best players on the tournament circuit right now, and happy to have them in the booth. Guys, how you doing today?
Great. We're rooting on young Tesla vehemently. This means so much.
Yeah,
Also rooting on Gags. Gags a friend of ours.
But this is going to be
This is a biased
we are going to
broadcast
be
now.
very biased.
Yeah, super biased. Everyone sucks but Paul.
So you guys have had a front row seat for the first, we'll say, close to 4 hours of this
Yeah.
Spring Poker Open Championship final table. Hot takes, thoughts. Let's hear them. Taylor, you're first.
First. Lots of pressure. Well, so far it seems like no one's really getting out of line too much. I would expect the guys with stacks Mermelstein in particular to be playing really loose, but he hasn't been getting out of line at all. And Michael, what's his last name?
Michnick.
Michnick, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he'll get too out of line. Both of them got a lot of chips, so they could be real active, but they also have the two best players probably at the table on their left. So
Yeah, and Michnick
not
was
too great for
was the worst to first through the. Oh, how's it going, guys? Getting some pictures, putting some names to some faces here. Got Mark Herm over here, Taylor Parr over here. Happy to have them in the booth. And as we were saying, Michnick was like worst to first over the last. Coming back from break, was working 15 big blinds. Now he's coming into this new level with one of the top stacks, and that's how tournament poker works.
I predict Michnick to get third for sure. He's not going to punt. He's very tight.
Okay.
He's not going to spew, but he's probably not going to win, though. I don't think the way he plays pretty tight. So look for that. Gags is really, really good. I've played with Gags actually, and this Michnick actually busted me from this.
Okay.
Gags was playing really well when I was playing with him, and we've been watching the whole stream. It seems like he's been playing well.
Okay.
do we have some updated chip counts?
They are going to come up on the graphics soon. Those get passed along from our bloggers, reporters, however you want to spin it, to the live updates team or the production team. They then get thrown up there. We know that Aaron Mermelstein went into break just under 5 million as the chip leader, and I believe Paul was third in chips when we left.
And then Michnick second?
Michnick second, and then Bart, who's had a bit of a come up as well.
Yeah.
Rounds out the top four, but Gags and Borenstein, two of the online players, majorly play in New Jersey. Or
For those out there that know Brian Lemke, Bart looks like he could be Lemke's dad. You know Lemke? It looks like it's insane. It's insane. And this guy always, Uncle Perk. It's Uncle Perk's.
It's Uncle Perk's dad.
Yeah, so great Uncle Perk. But he seems like he always gets deep in these. This guy.
Yeah, I mean, and he's along with Michnick is really the only non-pro remaining at this table.
I think he's got some game though. I think he's got some moves and tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to have any spoilers for the
No spoilers.
Yeah,
viewers. I
we've seen a
forgot
few
I
of these
just saw a
hands. We've
hand.
seen a few of these hands.
Oh, okay. So you guys are going back in time here.
Yeah.
Again, we were on a 30-minute delay, just across the room, and John Borenstein. Do you guys see the hand with Borenstein when he flatted aces in the big blind
Yeah,
against
yeah.
Paul?
Yeah, I
I like
actually
his
thought that
flat.
was really good.
Yeah.
The
I
turn
like his
check
flat.
raise is the turn check all in's questionable, just
We-
because
we-
he's never getting called by worse, really.
Yeah, we were saying that, just Paul's really the only player, I think, in that spot at this table that has, just a triple barrel in his arsenal
Yeah,
on that
agreed.
run out. So Borenstein takes away that ability there. But
Yep.
then again, we were also saying that you don't want to be facing three bets on that board. It's just, you have aces, you're going to call, but you might not like it more than just putting the onus on your opponent. So here we see these guys battling again. John Borenstein is going to turn a pair of queens, but he's still behind. And
It's a really interesting river spot for Paul because, when Bornstein calls here, he probably has queen or a jack, check calling turn, or he nutted hands too. I guess king 10. So once the jack comes on the river, Paul here, it's kind of a tough spot for Paul because a queen isn't 100% of the time calling you. Like Bornstein's not always calling, and if he has a jack, obviously you're losing. So this is a really spot where I don't think that I would bet honestly, and I value bet pretty thin. What do you think, Taylor?
I mean, yeah, we discussed this hand, and I think checking back the flop,
Is
Paul's
good,
probably
for sure.
got to bet the river.
Why though?
I don't think Bornstein has many bluffs in him either, so on this run out, he can't really rep a boat, so I think he's unlikely to check shove. And
I agree with that.
he does have a couple combinations of jacks, obviously Jack 10, King Jack.
But you think it's at least close this bet? On
Yes,
the river, right?
I definitely think it's
All right.
close.
are you guys saying from a Borenstein call standpoint or from a Volpe
Bet. Paul
Bet
betting.
standpoint, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, from a Volpe bet.
Okay.
It seems like a fold for Jonathan we'll see if he makes it. Doesn't look like he's going to.
No, and Bornstein is going to commit the chips and see Paul Volpe turn over ace-9 of hearts. That's good for top pair, and he's going to, two-pair, excuse me, take it down. And again, guys, we have some new blood in the commentary booth. Big fans of that guy that just took down the pot, Mark Herm and Taylor Parr. If you have any questions, hit us up on Twitter, @Borgata Poker, or use the hashtag Borgata Poker Live for all your Spring Poker Open Championship live stream questions, comments, concerns. And now, Taylor, you are not a reigning Borgata champion, but Mark, big win
Oh yeah.
to end the
Yeah.
year
Oh yeah.
last year in the 100K Saturday
Taylor
series.
Taylor 10% of that. Taylor won.
Oh,
five,
wow.
Five
So
racks.
I kind of am a winner.
So
Yeah.
you're like
Yeah.
a partial winner.
Yeah, I won that thing from California.
Okay. That's the best way to win when you're not even in the building or the
Exactly.
state. And, the point I was getting to, Paul has seemingly done everything in poker. And he's come pretty close over the last few, Borgata championships, those non-WPT events we were talking earlier. And I'm going to quickly get through this thought as we look down at two kings with John Bornstein. But does Paul, does he want to win this for?
No.
Yeah, like he doesn't care. Like we were talking
Nah,
earlier,
Paul doesn't
he just has he just doesn't have any Fs.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah, he doesn't have any Fs. He doesn't care about anything other than probably winning money. I think everyone likes to be known as a good player.
Yeah.
And Paul has that, and he likes to win in general. He's like Taylor. They're very competitive. These guys.
I mean, after the day ended yesterday, Paul went from finishing, making the final 10 of this tournament, to going and playing 500 or 600, 1200 mix in the cash.
He was
room,
playing on
so-
dinner break. He was playing on
Yeah.
dinner break of this when there was 15 people left or whatever he was playing.
That's gonna be a 3-bet shove from Bornstein's gonna take it down. So he just wants to make money. Young Tesla's
Yeah,
just
young
in,
Tesla.
just in the money
yeah,
game.
more Teslas.
Well, no, he likes the glory.
Well,
little
and
bit.
that's
I
the
need
thing.
glory.
I mean, and we were saying earlier, I don't think Paul is the kind of lights, camera, action kind of guy.
No.
He's not the guy that's
Very true.
gonna interview after events or whatever. But he is very, very humble. I think he understands his standing in poker, but I also think he understands that it's his peers that are saying that. He's not judged by. He's judged by the players around him, and I think any tournament you play in that has Paul in it, you can sit down everyone in that tournament and kind of say, who don't you want to be at a table with across from you? Who don't you want on your left? And Paul's at the top of that list.
Yep. Very true. Oh,
Wow.
wow.
It's Paul's turn to find two kings. He's going to be opening. Paul was very, very active yesterday as this field was playing short-handed down to the final table, and we are again six-handed. And Mermelstein finds something funny. If he elects to defend his small blind, he's likely not going to be laughing. As Paul Volpe has two kings, let's see what Mitchnick can find.
Looks like no action for Volpe.
Unlucky. So what's next for the two of you guys?
Nothing for me till the World Series.
Yeah. What about
Yeah.
you,
I'm the
Galactar?
same. It's going to be back to San Diego for a bit, and then
It's a lot of golf.
lots of golf, and then maybe go somewhere and play scoop.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of scoop. But this World Series means everything. We need it.
It means the world.
This is everything for you guys.
Yeah.
It means the world, yeah.
It's one or done. Like, it has to happen right now.
We
right?
need to win. We need to win this World Series for sure.
And when you say we, it's the collective
It's
we.
the team.
It's just the team.
Yeah, us three, and we have a couple other friends that we would say in the we.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really me, Chirp,
we're
and Paul G.
Yeah.
We need to.
And I was talking yesterday because you guys were on the rail as they played down to the final table. That think tank of poker must just be so full of ideas. But then the last time I was in the booth with you, like 2 weeks ago in Philly, you were like, we don't even really talk about poker.
Do we
that
talk? I
much."
mean, me and Taylor
talk
do.
a little
Me
bit.
and Taylor do for sure. Paul, no, not really.
Not at all.
Paul's,
We all play.
we all play differently for sure.
Me and Paul play.
You all ravage in your
Yeah.
respective ways, but
Well, I
it's
don't know.
Me and Taylor, me and you were similar in a lot of ways too. Post flop, I
Yeah.
think we're similar, kind of, not sizing wise, but
We're a bit different. I'm kind of in between you two. You two are like polar opposites.
yeah.
you and
Why
Paul.
though? What are our differences?
Paul, it's a good question. You like to
Don't
have
give
the
up too
initiative
much.
all the time. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't want to give away too many
I like to
secrets.
shoot up people.
pew pew
Paul,
pew.
Paul likes having good hands. Chirp's in there with complete dust.
Yeah, he doesn't need. He doesn't need it.
Yeah, I shoot with dust too much.
All right, and speaking of dust, we only get to see one of Michael Gagliano's
And that card's
cards,
not
but-
dust.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
card is the opposite of dust. He's gonna flop 3 of a kind. Queen of Hearts on the turn is an interesting card. We don't get to see Gagliano's second again. That's just a problem with the card reader. Sometimes it only catches one of the graphics.
This is just limp blind versus blind.
Yeah.
Yep.
So imagine that the rest of that board does not likely pair or hit, I should say, Michael Gagliano, or else we would have seen some pre-flop aggression. But Michael Michnik led. Flop, and Michael Gagliano's cagely just called.
Is Michnik a local player?
From New York, I believe. Apparently, while he wrote down on his information sheet that he is a restaurant owner, we do believe that that is fact. He also has played online, like big game cash. We've heard from
Okay.
a handful of players that have chimed in that we know that know Michnik's history, and he's had some moderate tournament success. But in terms of the pro label, I wouldn't give that to him just yet. As you guys can see on the
He's got
graphics
quite this
page.
sad little poker face. Got a nice little.
he's like not really enjoying himself. It looks like by the look of his infographic.
I mean,
right there.
he had to enjoy that little spin up earlier.
Yeah, I guess I caught him at a bad time yesterday where he was short stacked all day yesterday. I can legitimately say I don't think I saw him involved in a pot that meant anything.
Yeah, he's really tight.
It was really strange. Sometimes that just happens, and now he's just waited and waited and waited. He got down to 9 big blinds, and here we are.
Yeah, it can
Yeah.
happen, especially at the Borgata, because, like, to be honest, people play pretty.
The Borgata.
People are like, if you can play solid here, like, I almost wish I played like I played in like 2004, like where I was just like pretty tight, because like there's a lot of adults out there, and if you just play solid, you can just like make yourself through these fields, because you get paid when you have a hand usually.
You got to get dealt the hands. Though,
You got to get
Chirp.
dealt some hands for sure. But yeah, like if you play tight, you can make it through for sure. You see a lot of really tight players, making it to the final 2 tables at least.
I think just to your point, people are really anxious to just give it away in
For
big
sure.
equity spots. You're sitting, and we didn't really see it yesterday so much. There were some big hands that ran into each other, but the player that went out in 11th, actually on the final table bubble, Dan Conway, was like 4.5x in pre-flop, just and just playing really, really weird hands. He basically gave Gags his entire stack over the course of a level and a half. That's why Gags came in with a top
Yeah.
3 stack. But it's just in those situations, players are just way too anxious. They're way too eager to play pots to try to win the tournament right then and there. Like, you're not even at the final table yet.
Yeah.
Slow down.
Yeah, it's tough though for sure. Because like I definitely know making the adjustment from online or whatever to live. It's like these slow structured tournaments. Like you're going to swing up and down in chips. It's inevitable. Or you're
Yeah.
going to have a lot, and then you're going to dust off some and be a little bit steamy about it. But it's so much of it is just like maintaining some sort of mental solvency, and not just completely gift wrapping your stack to someone.
Yeah. This is another blind versus blind encounter.
You see a lot of this nowadays, limping from the small blind. That's the new trend. It's probably because I guess people defend so wide now, and people don't want to really bloat the pot out of
Yeah.
position, and you are getting such a good price from the small blind, obviously.
As stacks get more shallow, I think it will be not quite as like someone like Gags. I think deep stacked is probably limping like the entire range that he's going to play from the small blind against someone like Paul especially.
Yeah.
As they get a little bit more shallow, it's going to be a little bit different, but
More raising.
yeah. More raising, more folding. And eventually shoving.
Eventually.
Oh, there we got some chip stacks.
Yeah, there it is. And as you can see, it's been a more or less wire-to-wire finish, or not finished just yet, but chip lead for Aaron Mermelstein.
Wow, this is it's pretty even amongst those top four. I mean, Aaron's got the chip lead, but it's still it's
Within
not
touching distance.
He doesn't have run over the stack or run over the table type stack.
Yeah, and you know, we were saying we came back from the last break with 2 15 big blind stacks, and everyone else was kind of really clustered together. And now we really even see the same thing. And Gags is, you know, working 20 big blinds, and you know, as Mark said earlier, that's right in his wheelhouse. It's a pretty comfortable spot for you know, Mike, and you know, with these pay jumps, it pays to wait it out. If you say, you
For
know,
sure.
you're not going to go crazy. I don't think a player like Michael Gagliano is, and the next player out is going to take $65,000 home, but that is dwarfs in comparison to what's up top. That's $356,000.
It gets pretty steep up top.
Yes, it does. There's over 150K jump from second to first.
Yeah.
So that,
That'll be fun, too.
That alone is a big jump.
Yeah. Yeah, Gags is someone who he's such like a student of the game. I can only imagine he knows all like the push fold stuff. He's just going to make no mistakes with 18 big blinds.
And maybe you guys agree, maybe you guys don't. I think that's really the 20 big blind and below, like even 10 to 15 sometimes. That range of stacks is where poker is really won and lost. You see so many guys just make, you know, these bad calls or folds or shoves with, you know, 10 to 12 big blinds. A lot of people aren't comfortable playing that amount, and I think the players that are super comfortable, that can navigate those stacks, you know, you see guys go through days of a tournament, you know, just really short stacked, and I think that's where they pick up equity as opposed to players who aren't used to that. You know, anyone can play 50 big blinds because your stacks never really.
Well, I don't agree with that.
But
But
you can play 50 big blinds just like kind of however you want to play, because you're not going to run into hands or spots that are going to put you all in at risk, you know, on pre-flop or things like that. Those are pretty straightforward. But would you agree that 10 to 15 big blind poker is where a lot of people make a lot of different mistakes at different stages of tournaments?
yeah, maybe probably myself included. But I do think that like that is stuff that you can
Quickly teach.
learn that.
Yeah.
Like there's certain stuff in poker you just aren't going to learn. Like there's certain feel things about poker and whatever you want to call it that you can't teach, but you can learn some of this short stack stuff just by studying.
We'll just generalize it, the quote unquote math.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you will, yeah.
But yeah, definitely a lot of the more inexperienced players, the mistakes they're going to make short is just looking at other stacks, being like, oh, well, I only have 20 big blinds. But they're not thinking of it like I have 20 big blinds. They're like, I'm less than chips. That's what they're thinking.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, I think that's where you see a lot of mistakes.
There was an interesting hand earlier with Borenstein, where he flatted the eights versus a short stack, and then called against the
reshove.
Michnik's reshove, which was, I thought, a pretty interesting spot. And me and Mark,
We disagreed, kind of.
Yeah,
I
disagreed.
mean, I think I
A little bit.
I think I don't know what I would. I'm pretty sure I would have folded if I was Bornstein, but I think it's closer than what you think. You think it was definitely a fold.
yeah, I thought he torched it.
Yeah.
You think the call of the
second
shove,
call.
the second
Yeah.
call, yeah.
But, I mean, also, we're watching from the rail. We don't know the exact stack sizes. It just,
Yeah, we didn't know exacts for sure.
wow, Paul's really tanking here with the 7-3 out up.
Yeah.
And this is what I love about Paul, and I think there's a handful of players like Paul where every hand they look at, they think for at least a few moments, how am I going to win this hand?
Yeah.
And This is a spot where Paul can. I think he's genuinely thinking.
For sure.
Yeah,
Paul's not
definitely.
Hollywooding. There's no Hollywood in Paul Volpe's game at all.
Yeah, this is a spot where Paul's thinking Gags can be just trying to steal, but if Paul puts in a 3-bet to 285K, Gags is most likely folding or shoving.
Yeah. So 7-3 is
So
irrelevant.
it doesn't matter
So
really
his
what he has.
hand actually doesn't matter
Yeah.
in that situation.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And he was, he was right. Gags would have been folding probably.
Bushwood Country Club, is that an actual country club?
I think that's
or?
fake.
So Bushwood Country Club, have you seen the movie Caddyshack?
Okay, that's
Yes.
okay.
Me and Paul, when we were in Florida just, a week or two ago, we went out to this country club called Grand Oaks, which is where that movie was filmed. And then after the movie,
okay.
which supposedly they actually blew it up, like as they do in the movie. And then they remade it into a nice country club. So
Okay, cool.
we went out there and played, and Paul has some memorabilia.
Some merch.
Yeah,
some
some merchandise
merchandise?
to remember the experience.
Remember the great round he played, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, me and Paul both got torched by Savage and Tyler Patterson. So
Oh, okay. I don't know you and Paul's golf games, but I think I'm going to take Savage and Patterson more often than not in that matchup.
I mean,
They just seem like more golf goers, I guess you can say. I don't know.
watch yourself here. I'm giving them shots on the course. Well, Patterson's a really good player. So is Savage.
You're
Sav-
better. They're better than both of them, aren't you, or no?
Me and Patterson about the same.
Oh, okay.
Savage, he's good golfer, good golf better.
Okay. I think I understand what that means.
Wow. So
Blowing him up on the Borgata live stream.
Hashtag Borgata Poker Live at Savage Poker.
So we don't know what Bart's
we just get
cards
one card.
are, but Paul bet this, continued on this flop, and Bart min raised him. So this is an interesting spot for Paul.
It's a very small bet by Paul, and then
Small raise.
a very small raise.
And this was
The
pre-flop.
minimum.
Paul Volpe opening, Bart Dally just calling.
So, I mean, Bart's probably going to have 9-10 of clubs here, right? I would think. He flatted Paul pre?
Yeah.
So he's taking the lead with his draw or whatever.
It's going to be another
Small
relatively small bet.
Yeah, but it's still a tough spot for Paul because you're just drawing dead if this guy has it,
Mm-hmm.
and you're just calling, and then you don't know what he's going to do in the river, and if he does happen to have a draw, he can get there easily, yada yada. But this guy Bart, I have the sense that he overall plays pretty tight, but he's not one to be completely pushed around and like that's just out of his game. Like he's there to the win.
And it looks like Paul has called, and he's quickly checked the river. And again, we only see the 9 of clubs in Bart Dowley's
Yeah, he
hand.
could easily have King 9 of clubs. So, I mean, that would really make sense.
This is a huge swing pot either way.
Yeah.
Whatever happens,
Yeah.
obviously there's already almost 2 million in there.
And
But
now
if-
this looks like a pretty sizable bet.
I mean, it looks like if
So-
Paul calls and wins, he's going to be about chip leader, and if he calls and loses, he's going to be down with Gags and
Yeah, so that means everything.
Borenstein. So
I thought that was a million bet. It's only 600,000.
I feel like Bart can't breathe. I feel like he's nervous.
Yeah, I don't think Bart likes this spot. That looks like a kind of, oh my God, I have to bet
Yeah.
feel. Paul's trying to work his way through it, giving a quick inventory to his stack. And as Taylor said, this is a pretty pivotal hand, a pivotal pot, 6-handed.
we're just hoping that
That
gold
blank
card right there is is a 10 or a queen, or
Okay.
I guess it
Or
could
an
be the
ace.
ace of clubs as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think Paul's great at making hard decisions in poker. Wouldn't you agree, Tay?
Yeah, he's one of those people who I'm watching the hand. I have no idea what either one of them has, and I just feel like Paul's going to make the right decision, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And that's because we are hashtag Team G's, but also
Yes.
because we understand.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
What we're
a
dealing with
fan
here.
of Uncle Perk's dad here, though.
Yeah.
He's probably my second rooting interest.
Yeah. Okay. Got to keep it in the family.
I mean,
right?
you gotta like this guy.
Right, and
Paul's barely.
Yeah. So yeah, it just looks like there's nothing about his guy is relaxed. He just seems a bit tense in general.
And some players in the Twitch chat are asking, Will, who's that in the booth with you? Mark Dipthrong Herm, Taylor Parr. On account of hashtag Team G's,
Team Tesla.
Team Tesla. Is Paul the only person on the team that owns a Tesla?
Yes. Next on the list to get a Tesla is definitely not me. It's definitely Taylor. I can't shell out $100,000 for a car. It's not in my.
You
Out of my
just
blood.
got the new pen, the new house. It's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming along.
Yeah, I'm not going to be making any big purchases for a long time.
Yeah.
Mark's much smarter with his money than me and Paul.
And Paul does
And-
call, but
Bart
looks
does
of
not
it,
like
What
it.
does he have?
910, I think.
Is it 910?
Sit down, Aaron.
Yeah, it is 910.
Yeah, it's.
Oh,
8-9.
8-9 of
Oh, yeah.
clubs, relatively the same
Quite
hand.
similar. Yeah.
That's a
spot.
really, really big call and a big win for Paul Volpe, as you can see. And Taylor was right. That is a pivotal swing pot. And
Not Spartacus right now.
not feeling it right now as he's moved down near the bottom of the leaderboard. But Paul Volpe has taken back the chip lead at this Spring Poker Open Championship final table.
It'll be interesting to see how Bart reacts. One of the probably more amateur players here. They tend to tilt after big spots like that, and
I feel like this guy won't though for some reason.
yeah, I think he'll keep it together, but
Yeah.
you
Yeah, you
never
don't know.
really know what. Some people tilt by tightening up even more, and some people tilt by giving away their chips.
Yeah,
So
I give him
we'll
credit
see.
for at least taking an aggro line with the sand. I like that. I mean, I don't think I would have played it, that way, but I think it's fine. Just raising the flop, it's good. Betting the turn, definitely you don't want to check. It's good. Betting river, I think it's fine spot to bluff. He's not someone that has like a terrible image or anything. Like Paul's got to be like, God, this guy's betting river against me. Definitely didn't like it.
He seemed to have like a feel that Paul wasn't too strong, and he was right about that.
What did you guys think about Bart's sizing on the river? It was about 1/3 pot. It was 600K into 1.8.
I mean, I think
it's
the
fine.
way Bart played it, like it
it
seems
just
fine.
oozed value.
I mean,
yeah.
Bart could have decided to start bombing away on the turn when he whiffs,
Yeah.
and then put Paul to the real test on the river. But who knows if that would have worked?
All right, this
Oh,
looks
here we
like
go.
a decision for
This is
Michael
interesting.
Micknick
Yeah. We haven't seen this guy with like
with chips.
What?
with chips and like this hand I mean, so to be honest, to play this hand, he should definitely just get it in. I think against
It's probably a
Bornstein, right?
shove with these are the two short stacks.
Oh,
the
yeah,
one that
yeah,
raised is short and Gags is short.
Nine
Jonathan has
five?
about 20 bigs.
Close to it, I believe.
Yeah.
I
No,
think,
more, I
or
think.
close to 30.
30,
actually.
yeah, 30.
If our last
He's
counts
probably
were
gonna
correct.
Call. Oh no, he raised.
No, he called.
Yeah, just a call.
Oh, he
looks
did
like
just
from
call.
the small blind, and
Yeah. I mean, that's okay, definitely.
Yeah, it's not terrible. Especially with like him being a type player, like
Wow, Gags is gonna C3 here.
Eggs. Okay.
He's got DD. I
yeah,
like
he's
it.
got 7-2 DD.
I'm interested to see who wins this pod.
Mike is not going to fold the flop, I don't think. Michnik is not going to fold the flop if Bornstein c-bets. But I'm not convinced Bornstein is going to
I mean,
c-bet.
Bornstein is going to need to bet twice to win this.
Yeah, 50-50 on whether Bornstein puts a bet in here
And
or
I
not.
I think Bornstein might do it.
Checks back.
He's playing pretty damn reserved. Bornstein.
That could be a bad card for Michael
Smigs,
Gagliano.
I mean, I think if I think if Mitchnick bets here, I think Gags will fold, but he definitely may check.
I think Gags has to bet here.
I think
though.
Gags will probably bet.
Check his hand.
Still 7-2 DD.
So the one person who's not going to win this hand is Borenstein, it appears.
Yeah, unless he gets
I don't-
really creative really fast.
I don't see this hand going any other way other than Bornstein folding, Mitchnick calling, and then check on the river.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, we don't know what the river is yet, Chuck.
yeah, but I don't think it matters.
You don't think a 7 or a 2 on the river makes a difference?
I
The
just
river-
realized that.
The river always matters.
Yeah, I guess, but it's not. There's no like. There's not going to be a bluff by Gags. I don't think.
Yeah. He's not going to bet a 7 for thin value. When
Right
he gets
now,
check 2 on
yeah.
river. He's just going to go to showdown.
He's probably going to figure that this guy has like pocket eights, and I lose.
I mean, maybe Gags will
Next level.
decide to turn it into a bluff.
That would ons.
It's about a 215,000. And it looks like
There's only... I just can't imagine anything but check calling for... What? See, Chirp, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know.
the look on Markram's face right
Yeah.
now. That's a good one.
I hope there's not, like, video on us because my reaction there.
There is. We're just not ever live.
Gags definitely didn't
That's
think he just bluffed that one.
Well, I think that might have to go back to these two played together yesterday, and they were both relatively short. And then Gags finally found some chips, and he started actually playing a more open game. And most of the time when he went to showdown, when he would stab at pots, he had it or the better part of it. So I think Mitchnick might just want to. I mean, that's a really.
I mean, Mitchnick has pocket nines. I just can't.
Yeah, but we are
I
deep in a tournament here, and like the jumps mean a lot, and
Then he
you
gets
know.
rewarded with kings on the button.
Yeah, interesting. And like when you're
Oh,
Paul here,
Paul's
it's
gonna
like,
call here.
but he's opened a few hands too. Like this guy, like he's not just playing completely absurdly tight.
Yeah.
He's opened 2 other hands, recently. So it's like
Paul Volpe is going to defend his big blind. And it's a paired board 7 high.
Paul has backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight
Maybe.
draw.
Oh, check.
Interesting. 10 of clubs changes nothing from Paul Volpe's perspective. He's going to check again. Is there a thought process or a reason that Paul sits in his chair? Is that just how he's
I'm not sure.
comfortable?
No,
I-
definitely no thought process.
Paul's always all over the place.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he's sitting in his chair like that. He's standing up, walking around.
He's Snapchatting. He hasn't Snapchatted today, but yesterday was epic.
Yes.
It was epic Snapchat level.
If you follow Paul on Snapchat, not when he's at the poker table, it's nonstop Snapchatting. When he's on the golf course, he's in your face. Like he's Snapchatting all these shots. Like it's out of control.
Well, and that's what I saw.
And it's always
yesterday.
me just shanking balls,
It's
getting pissed.
Most people, when they try to take a Snapchat of someone, they're kind of in their gut, like just peeping
Nice
right over the
ball.
table. Paul was just yesterday. Did you hit a straight? Did you
He's
just
in
knock
his
that guy
face,
out just
yeah.
right in the guy's face?
Yeah, Paul doesn't care.
And that's Tesla. That's
Paul's a very big personality. He's not
Yeah.
someone who's like shying
Sheepish.
away. He's
Yeah.
not worried about
Yeah.
not worried about
He
much.
doesn't care. He doesn't care what you think of him. That's
he's a good personality, or he's a big personality in a good way.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes,
there's
very
a
much
lot of
so.
people that have big personalities, and they have this ego, this aura about them, where they're not friendly. I even remember Paul actually final tabled this event 2 falls ago, and then like 3 months later, Paul's like playing cash. I'm here blogging some small tournament, and I'm just like walking by, and Paul like says hello to me and waves to me. I'm just like, why did Paul Volpe just say hi to me? Because like he's just a genuinely nice person, and
Yes.
he's just has like that good vibe to him. And he is, has that kind of
swag.
swagger to him, but it's a good swagger. It's
He's
not
gonna
big.
shoot Mermel's.
Yeah, for sure. This is a shoot.
Oh, he went just flat. He's gonna have an archer.
Wow.
Paul's a very he's not fake or anything. He's just real. Like if
What you see is what you get, and
Yeah.
and I think he's completely okay with that.
yeah.
This is an interesting flop for Volpe and Bartali again. You could see them square off as it's queen high, 2 hearts. Little flash dance check there from Aaron Merle.
Paul's going to lead. I think Bart, favorite for Bart here, I think, to win the hand. Because it's just going to be tough for Paul. Because this guy's not going to fold the turn, and then I don't know if Paul's
I
necessarily
think
gonna
he's just gonna call, correct?
This guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, but what's going to happen on the river?
I mean, we don't know that Paul's gonna give up.
I'm
Let's just hope
betting
it's not a king.
betting that he does.
It's gonna be
I'm betting that he does.
a
I
lead
mean,
and a call
but
from
Bart,
Dowie.
the good thing for Paul here is if it is a brick river, Bart may be scared to try to bluff him again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would
So
be amazing.
Paul may win this hand with king high.
I think Volpe's just giving Dowley stacking up and down. He has close to around $1 million left behind. And again, both players missed their draws on the turn and river, so Paul Volpe, his king high is best.
Wow.
And it is going to go check, check. And I think Taylor, you make a really good point where Bart, it's just what have you done for me lately? I don't think he wants to fire another bullet, another bluff after just getting picked off.
Yeah, I think
time.
he just didn't think it was gonna work, and he just waved away.
And I mean, it would have been kind of hard for him to rep a lot. So Paul could easily have been check calling with queen or a jack or something, maybe even like a hand like ace 10.
All right, guys, if Paul Volpe does win this Spring Poker Open Championship, he gets to take home that tiny glass Borgata trophy. Where do you think that goes?
My house, I need that.
Yeah, you need that?
Yeah.
Just right in your mantle.
Yeah, I'm just taking it. For sure. Like, I'm
You're
not gonna
taking
get
that,
it.
and you're. I'm just assuming there's a piece. There's a team piece.
Team piece. What do you mean?
You have a piece.
Oh yeah. We got a little
Obviously.
sweats. We got a little
Obviously.
sweats. Yeah, we need to be peacemen.
Paul likes his trophies though. I don't know if he's gonna let you have that one. And he loves
I'm taking
Borgata.
I'm taking this
I mean, he's king of Borgata.
He is. And that's what I was saying earlier. You know, I know that Paul Volpe, you know, he just plays for straight cash, homie. But there has to be something to be said about winning this event. It's like it's his home casino. He plays here all the time, and I would just be interested deep down. I don't think Paul Volpe would ever admit to actually wanting to win this for the quote unquote glory of it, but I don't know. I think off record
He does a bit, yeah.
he does a little bit.
Especially because he's like, he knows a lot of the cash game community, and they like sweat him sort of.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
and
like,
it's-
I gotta give a shout out to Fish, aka Fomley. You know the food runner
Yeah,
Fish.
yeah. Fomley for sure.
Fomley is the man. Shout out to Fomley. He was chanting Fomley and Hallelujah every time Paul won a pot. It was great.
Sipping on his Hennessy.
Yeah.
There is. I actually heard some rumors about Fish. They're closing like the food court downstairs
Yeah.
momentarily for a few months.
Gags.
Gags with the Kings, and I heard that Fish is actually going to be in the business for a few interns, a few food runner interns. I heard.
Wow.
Wow.
Alex Rocha just sends me the strangest, most confused look. I think that was
eating a sundae over there.
Yeah.
Is that a sundae? Wow, that looks amazing. I want
How fit are you?
to grab that out of your hand and mash it to my face.
So Michael Gagliano is just going to min raise.
Bornstein's probably going to fold. Bornstein has played really tight, and I think
He
played
might try to get away with the 3-bet
pretty
fold
well.
here, Chaz.
He hasn't done it once. I don't think he will.
It would be in his best interest not to.
Yeah.
We would advise that John Bornstein.
He's going for it.
Okay.
That's pretty unlucky by Bornstein because he hasn't done a thing in
Yeah.
terms of getting out of line.
Well,
and
I
then
mean-
Gags has been opening more than anyone at the table besides Paul.
I mean, you know why this is happening to him right now.
Why?
It's because these people love to 3-bet the small blind, Sheriff.
Yeah.
I've been telling you.
yeah, we did. But Taylor is so over people 3-betting the small
gotta
blind against
punish
him.
the
yeah,
small
he
blind 3-bet.
punishes.
Is that a trend you've seen?
Everyone
in-
3-bets.
Yeah, because
so
no one wants
much
to
of their
flat.
range
Yeah,
from
no one
the
wants to
small.
flat the small line because like you're putting in so much, and the big blind's going to come in. It's just a lot
Yeah.
better, in theory to through the small line. I mean, I agree. I do it.
And you're a big punisher.
No,
of
I
those
mean,
that
I-
get
I-
out of line.
Oh, it gets me in trouble because I'm always trying to punish them.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah, Taylor.
I don't like the disrespectful range of 3-bets from the small blind.
I wouldn't say that this is disrespect.
No,
from
no,
John
no.
Morrissey.
Of
Yeah,
course
yeah.
not.
We need to cover ourselves. on
Yeah.
that one.
Now let's. I mean, Gags may just call here.
He's all in.
I don't know how much.
I think
yeah,
these
he's
guys are.
probably
I think
all
these
in.
guys are pretty evenly stacked. Each probably started the hand with around
25 bigs.
maybe 1.5 million or so. That is going to be a 4-bet shove and a snap fold.
So the first time Bornstein tries to get away with something, he runs into it.
And
Gags,
that's
the
just
only time Gags at hand.
from a gameplay standpoint, it must just be pretty frustrating for Bornstein.
No, of course.
He's been pretty patient, pretty low key, and then finally, okay, I'm gonna make a little bit of a move here, and it just gets stuffed right under my nose. It
Yeah.
has to be a little bit demoralizing, but
I mean, he seems a bit frustrated, but he hasn't. Doesn't seem like it's affected his play. He hasn't
Yeah.
really shown it.
well, it
There's
was-
been
it
no,
was-
there's been no real spewing here at this final table. I mean, the first hand that we saw
I
was
keep-
outrageous, kind of. But other than that, we haven't seen much.
Yeah.
Anyone really torching in the chips.
I keep expecting Paul to try to do something about Mermelstein
Yeah, and he
opening
just
so
keeps
much,
not.
but
Paul's
he keeps
just-
on letting him breathe.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, Mermelstein hasn't been overly out of line.
Yeah, I know.
But he's been opening some pretty dusty hands.
Well, it
Yeah.
was funny yesterday when they played down to the final table. About 15 minutes later, they redrew, put him up on the blog, and I saw Mermelstein and Borenstein after those seating assignments went live, and both were just like, "Oh my God, yes, I'm not near Paul." Like, so it was. They both were so ecstatic
Yeah.
about it, and it just to your point you made earlier, Paul probably walked up to the table today and was like, "Oh, where am I sitting?
Yeah. Couldn't care
Where's
less.
my seat?" He could not care less, while everyone else is
Yeah.
like, "Oh my God, can I not? Please not be by Paul, please, please, please." And then they were both celebrating the fact that they were a few seats either way of him.
Yeah.
And we were saying earlier that we began with Aaron Mermelstein having the best seat. He had the three shortest stacks in quick succession to his left. But I said I'll take Paul Volpe's seat at any table, any day, just because he's Paul Volpe.
Yeah, of course. Paul actually does have a really good seat, though, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I would, just the way it's played out now, I think
Yeah.
the landscape has changed slightly. And this could be an interesting spot for Michael, as we were mentioning. Aaron's been opening a lot. He's been very aggressive pre-flop, and when you find two queens on the button and you've been aggressive,
I think he's probably gonna fold.
If I was Aaron, I'd probably fold
But I
to
would-
Michael's 3-bet, though.
I would be. I mean,
No, you
if I
wouldn't.
was Mitchnick, I'd be 3. Well, I guess I'm not expecting him to get a 4-bet fold, really. But
Yeah, he's definitely not. I don't think he has it in
I
his-
would be tempted to 3 to 5 there.
Gags?
Not that 3 to 5 is a big part of my game, but
you would, if you're Mitchnick, you would
yeah,
all
just
in
like
now?
having 3s in the small.
The 3 to 5 all in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Collector plays for the win. God damn it.
I mean, Aaron should be opening any 2 cards on this button.
But he has been limping a lot, so.
And Michael
Gags hit the
Gagliano
flop.
comes
Essentially-
along.
Essentially drawing dead.
What do you like here from Aaron? Taylor.
165.
A bet.
How good is
It,
Taylor Parr?
it looked like 175.
And Mitchnick, with a pair here again, you're not really giving Aaron Mermelstein any credit. on this board. He can be opening a very
He's gonna
wide
fold.
range.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's like
I mean, if
Yeah,
he's
he's-
folding
he's
the
really
nines
fit or
when
fold. He's
Gags,
playing
yeah.
Gags
No,
bets
I guess it's just, but it just seems
Gags has to fold
that
here,
he is definitely playing tight to the vest and potentially to a fault in some points. He makes the right fold here, obviously.
I mean, Gags might like check raise.
Yeah, he
there or
could definitely
something.
check raise to like 475 or something.
I mean, he could even call, and then you know,
Gags-
there's lots of good cards for his range that he could maybe win the pot on.
Gags
Like,
is
and he
not-
also isn't necessarily putting him on a queens, you know.
Yeah. Gags doesn't like to get run over or anything. He's a pretty aggro guy.
Well, it is kind of funny. You know, you look at the just demeanors of people at this table, and you know, Michael Gagliano is a relatively small statured guy, but he can, as we're seeing right here, play like the big stack bully. And you know, you look at a guy like Bardawi, you just assume he's just going to be this like aggro, tough, like I'm never folding ever, just body type. And this is a dream spot for.
Aaron's gonna call here.
Yeah, no other option really.
It's really not a dream spot. It's a dream spot with the cards that they have.
But just in the terms that
like right now, Aaron's probably not overly thrilled because he only beats bluffs.
yeah.
And now it is
Oh
a dream spot for
my
Gags.
God.
And it's so sick how we were talking about, Mitch Stick folding there. Gags was a 4%, 4% when that flop hit. With
He
three
was
players in.
he was drawing dead.
Drawing
basically.
more or less dead. But now with Mitch Stick out of the hand, one of 2 threes falls on the turn, and it's gonna be really interesting to see how Gags continues with this hand.
He may get the full double. Mermelstein may end up finding a fold, but
Don't think so.
a lot of people don't believe Gags. Gags is a pretty aggressive player.
I wouldn't
so.
be folding. I don't think. I mean, it's just too hard. Just tough.
When a lot of players might not believe Michael Gagliano here, and I don't think Aaron Mermelstein thinks that Michael Gagliano thinks that he has a hand as strong as 2 queens here. A little he thinks. This is what they call levels, I think.
Gags has what, like
Looks like Gags has 5.
3, 1.4.
1.4-ish.
He
What?
shoved.
Oh,
That's a pot-sized shove. A 1.2,
just-
excuse me.
yeah. I
Just
guess-
under a pot-sized shove.
I kind of expect to see a tank here, but maybe not. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised to see like a
barely.
3 or 4 minute tank.
River could be a 5. River could be a queen.
Could, yes. All right, so while Aaron Mermelstein was in the tank, we talked with Asher earlier. You played in the WPT World Championship, or
Yes.
excuse me, Tournament of Champions.
Yes. I
There
did.
was a shot clock in that tournament, 30 seconds
Yeah.
on every action. Just quickly, what were your thoughts on that? Have you played with a shot clock before? How did you think it affected yourself and the play just in general?
It definitely affected the play a lot. It was a quick shot. I played with shot clock before at Aria, where it was like you'd get 40 seconds tacked,
That's
but it was a
in
little bit
the-
more loose in the
in the 25Ks, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the 25K high rollers. But this one was quicker, and they would start it right away, and it surprisingly, it was tough. It was I didn't think I'd have any issue with the 30-second time, but I did. In some spots, you just make quicker decisions, and
Are you a relatively quick player regardless, like shot clock or no shot clock?
I think that
or-
I'm relatively quick. I'm not like someone who just turbo does everything,
Mhm.
but I don't usually take forever either.
Mhm.
So I don't think it affected me as much as some people, but it was interesting. I don't know. I'd be interested to see what they do with
If
it.
it grows, if it
Yeah.
continues. Did you, just very basic, yes or no, did you like it or not?
Yes, I
Okay.
liked it.
Ash relatively felt the same way. He was in support of it. And Aaron Mermelstein also played in that event, so he'd be using the majority of his time bank tokens here, I'd
His
imagine.
time bank tokens would be gone.
Would be gone right now.
Yes. I actually played with both of them in that tournament.
Okay. How did you do in that tournament?
I did not do well.
Okay.
I think
put.
I made day 2 and then I
Yeah.
busted. I was halfway through the field. Well, he really is in the tank here. It's just hard. Like combo flush draws as well. Like 6-7 of spades is there now. So he's just got to hope he has like 7-8 of spades or enough flush draw that's not ace-2 of spades.
And this again, just to run back the pre-flop and flop action, as you can see on the left-hand screen, Aaron Mermelstein, who's been very active, opened the button with 2 queens. Michael Mitchchick, who folded the flop, called in the small blind. Gagliano defended his big. Both players checked to Mermelstein, who bet 200,000. Mitchnick threw away 2 threes. He would have filled up on the turn. But Michael Gagliano got a little creative, check raising to 525, and Aaron Mermelstein called, and now it's been a open shove just under half pot, and this would be a really, really good fold for Aaron Mermelstein if he's able to make it.
I kind of suspect he's gonna make the fold.
When you see players go into this kind of tank, do you think it's, or maybe even yourself, are you more, when I'm tanking this long, I'm more induced to fold or call?
I really don't know with myself.
Mhm.
With a lot of people, I think they tend to find folds. I'm really not sure. With a lot of people, it probably just depends on their personality, whether they're the type that they just got to see it,
Yeah.
or
Is there ever a sense when you're like 4 minutes into the tank, does the puzzle come together and you're like, oh my God, this is it? And like, you're like, call. Or does that very rarely happen?
very rarely.
Yeah,
It'd
I
only
think
be
rarely.
if I have some kind of live tell on someone or they do something, and probably close to half the time I'm still off.
Yeah, and as we can see on the final table scoreboard on our right, this is about over a quarter of Aaron Mermelstein's remaining stack. So even if he is to call and not hit on the river, he's still going to be well stacked, likely around the 40 big blind mark, 45 bigs. And that obviously has to weigh into his decision. I think he's going to get a quick inventory of his own stack right now.
Looked like he was ready to put it in there.
What are you saying, Take?
I think he's gonna fold.
I think he's going to call.
I think we're going to think for 4 more minutes.
He appears to really want to see some kind of reaction when he grabs those chips. That's something a lot of people do. Maybe I need to implement that into my game.
I think that might work against a player like Michael Minchik, maybe against even Bart Dowley. I don't think Gags is going to be giving up any live tells, as they say.
Yeah, Gags looked pretty strong. The hand that he was bluffing all in against Bart.
Yeah, he looked pretty calm.
And regardless of what Aaron Mermelstein decides to do here, I don't think he's going to like either decision. And
Wow.
he is eventually going to find a fold. That is the correct fold. And he's going to shoot a glare to Gagliano. And all of a sudden, Michael Gagliano, who bottomed out there near 15 big blinds, is now right back in the thick of things.
I mean, gotta say, Mermelstein put a lot of chips in there with Gags almost dead, and then made the fold when he hit his 2 out.
Yeah, pretty absurd.
Yeah,
Gotta
pretty
give him credit.
well
that
played
was,
hand by him.
And I think, we talked about earlier where Bart bluffed the river against Paul. He was called, and we said, okay, how is Bart going to react? I think Aaron Mermelstein is level-headed enough where that's not going to cloud his judgment moving forward. I think he's a pretty level-headed guy, and obviously he's going to want to see that back. And I think, with a 30-minute delay, if somebody can feed him that information in 30 minutes, that he can. We were getting word from the outside that Aaron Mermelstein was not happy about that hand, because as we said, he put a lot of money in with Gags more or less drawing slim.
Oh, so now these players can hear what we say about them.
Ooh. Anything you want to take back? Anything you want to add?
I mean, I'm going to keep my mouth sealed.
Do you have any past history with any of these guys other than obviously young Tesla? Like played
Not
any
a lot.
deep in any tournaments?
I've
or?
played with Bornstein a little bit deep in some tournament at PCA 2 years ago. Who else is
I actually have a
there?
John Borthing story from that tournament. You guys were both deep in that, right?
I didn't cash, but I.
Oh, okay. I thought
Wow.
What was it, LAPT?
it was It was the LAPT main at PCA.
Yep.
And it actually, I think Mark gets involved in the story. I probably thought that Mark was the player in question, but as Bornstein tells it, he
Wow, Paul's shooting.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Paul is shooting with the 10-4 offsuit.
From the big blind?
I believe so. Yeah, it looks like an under the gun.
Yeah, Paul's in the big blind, and Bornstein opened under the gun 1, I believe.
Yeah.
And Paul shot him up.
The hijack, six-handed.
I do think it's going to work, but Bornstein maybe
Yeah, he
will
can't
have
break
had
kind of.
enough.
Nah, I can't imagine him shoving.
I
If he
think he's
does,
going
I
to
mean.
fold, though.
Okay, let's hear the story.
So here's the story, and you guys were both deep. I think you actually both FT'd that LAPT.
Did? Yeah, I think
Bornstein maybe got 10th. or
Yeah,
11th.
something like
I
that.
think it was
Taylor got 4th or something. What'd you get?
5th or 6th or something.
yeah, and Bornstein. I think as you guys were playing down to the FT or something, we were talking after that, and I remember that it was just a stacked field. And I was like, oh, how did you feel playing, against that kind of field? He was mainly just a East Coast grinder at that point. Prior to that, and I think relatively still is. And it was just really funny. He was like, "Yeah, me and Tapar were just battling, and then me and Herm started talking." And this is, I think, why I thought it was Herm. He's like, "Yeah, like me and Herm were just talking about the battles we were having," and it was just it's his perception of battle, and you're just like, "Yeah, I think he was in that tournament," but he just remembers that so well. It's just.
I played with
funny.
Bornstein in that too. Yeah, I remember.
But it
I'm
is funny
shoved
how
on him with 10 men
John, remembers the quote unquote battles, and Taylor's like, yeah, I think that was that idiot in that tournament. Yeah,
No.
I think that was him.
I do remember playing with him in that tournament, though.
Did he have his tourist hat and sunglasses that tournament or no?
Honestly, I remember playing with him and not knowing what really was going on because I didn't recognize him. He had some weird mannerisms, but he was also playing pretty aggressive, but he had kind of weird sizing. So I wasn't really sure what his deal was. And then, but Mark had met him or something, and so eventually I found out. But he even at the final. Now I do remember he was at the final table.
Okay, it's all
Now that
coming
you
back to
remind
Taylor.
me.
There's just so many final tables
Yeah.
for you, so
No.
they all blur together, I'm
But
sure.
yeah, Martin Finger was at the final table, and I remember being surprised that Bornstein was he 3-bet him with some not great hands when Finger had all the chips, and I was like, oh wow, he's not he's not playing scared.
Yeah.
Where someone who you haven't really seen that many of those things.
Yeah,
you
he's not
may
scared.
expect-
Bornstein's not scared of money. Bornstein has some
Yeah.
live game for sure. Bornstein, I think he feels pretty comfortable when he plays live, and I think that he's definitely capable of winning things.
No
No doubt.
I know John on a more personal level than I'll say anyone at this final table, and I think that John maybe not so humbly thinks that he's that one big score or big win away from ascending, we'll say.
From being Paul G.
No, not Paul G. I mean, we all have a very, very long way to be Paul G. But I think John genuinely believes that he belongs at this table. You know, this isn't a fluke for John Bornstein. And
It's
I
good to think like that for
and
sure.
it's one of those
I
things
think
where he
that
has
makes me want to.
confidence.
Yeah, that makes me want to bet on him more because it's so much of it is what do you think?
Yeah.
Like, you know, what do you think you? How do you think you're going to do in the tournament? I think that matters so much. I'm a huge like. Law of attraction type stuff. I believe in all that stuff a lot.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to see a flop with the aforementioned Bornstein, and it's going to give him a top pair of aces, rainbow board, Mormelstein with some...
This could be a good hand. Oh, come on, Aaron.
Mormelstein plays strange. I'm always thrown off by what he does.
Yeah, with the ace of diamonds on that board too. I think he's just got to. It's like a.
Let's just build, put in one bet at least.
I mean, more of like maybe mini bets.
I think it's a good check by Bornstein on the turn, though. Actually,
Eight of hearts.
So Bornstein's gonna bet here. No, he's not.
I think I'd just be all in if I was Mormelstein. I don't think I would. I think I would be betting big.
He's gonna check. Yeah.
Good checks by Mormelstein.
That was funny, Mark. That was
Oh,
funny.
he doesn't have many chips.
Yeah, like yeah, it would have been like 3x pot or something like that.
5,
Like what do you got?
6, 9.
I mean, it's insane that he had an ace.
If Mormelstein does go Mark Herm river over shove, can Bornstein ever call in that spot?
That would just be ridiculous.
It wouldn't be that ridiculous. I mean, there was how much was there in the pot?
What
there
was he gonna have?
There was 360 in the pot, and he had 900K back. I mean, it's like 2x pot, a little more than 2x pot.
He's just gonna rep stone sixes, river
Queen
river
10.
set. Queen 10 that he
slow played ace jack.
Queen 10 that's open ended on
Yeah,
the
but
floor.
I mean, that's why it's 2.5x pot.
It might have worked.
Levels.
Oof. 10-8 suited under. He's actually withered down a bit, huh?
Who?
What's he down to? About 2 million?
Michael has close to 2 million. Yeah, we're gonna ballpark it at 2 million. And we've been at 30-60 for a while now, so I'd imagine that we're trending towards the end of this period of play.
I'm super impressed with how Paul's played. I don't think I haven't seen a hand obviously I'm best friends with him, but I just haven't seen him do anything wrong, and almost everything has been perfect. Like he's played this perfectly. Don't you think so, Tay, or am I just like overstating something? I mean,
Yeah, I'm.
Like he got away with a 3-bet light. He hasn't really done much. He hasn't really had to. He's kept the he said he was telling us he's just playing super low variance, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's just hasn't taken high variance spots, and he's realized that he could do well with this low variance approach, and that 10-8 of spades just flopped flush with
just
open,
flopped it.
straight flush draw.
And we were talking earlier when Alex and Ash were in the booth. I think we were saying how Paul just doesn't have any Fs. He just doesn't care. So he was kind of the person we pegged early where, he's okay going out in a massive hand,
Dust storm.
5-handed, if you will, while a guy like Mike, a guy like Bart, even John Bornstein, I think a little bit they're going to be playing tight of the vest in those, spots where it checks you on the river and you can barrel mega barrel that river and maybe have it work, maybe have it not. I think Paul isn't scared to do that, but right now, as we were saying, why would he want to? This low variance, small ball-ish, really tactical line of play has worked for him so far. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it for now.
Yeah, I think Paul's just he's not, gonna try to whip it out and prove something by being too crazy. He's just gonna play.
Yeah.
If the spot comes up where he feels the need to go for it, he'll do it because he's not scared. But he's also not. He's just gonna play good, or to the best of his abilities. Whatever.
Yeah, and there's a difference between having no Fs and just literally dusting it, lighting it on fire, and then having no Fs and just using that as to your advantage throughout the hand. And I wonder who's like Paul stepping away to talk to with you guys in the booth. Is he just lost?
To
He's-
Sensei.
Who-
Sensei's on the rail now.
Yeah, his
who is-
girlfriend.
Who is Sensei?
His girlfriend Christina.
Oh, she's a waitress at Parks, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
We call her the sensei.
The Sensei. Does that have anything to do with her Asian descent? Or?
No, it's
that?
Asian sensation.
Yeah, but I think it also is the Asian descent too as well.
Yes, most senseis I would imagine are of the Orient.
Yes. And a lot of polls that opens have been getting through, which helps.
This one's not. I'm gonna say.
They're just they're
Well,
just
Bornstein
not going to
folds
want
Jack
to
10.
do much against Paul. He's flat in the small with Jack 10 off.
No, he doesn't have Jack 10.
Oh, that was someone else.
Yeah, that was.
Bornstein folded the button with Jack 10.
Oh,
So
okay.
Paul's probably opening extra wide here, I guess, because it is Aaron's small blind that he's necessarily scared of Aaron, but he has the one with chips, and it's more importantly it's Mike's big blind,
So
and he's
probably got
very
eights.
tight. Eights or ace eight of spades. I like the check
It's gonna go check
by
check.
Tesla. Yeah, Paul's probably just done with his hand.
And we didn't get to see that other hand, or that other card, I should say. And Aaron Mermelstein, who came into this final table with a decent chip lead. That first hand of the final table was absurd.
Wow.
Just
2 million.
just wow. And that was a really interestingly played hand, I thought, from both perspectives, where I felt the player, Mark Steinberg, was playing the hand relatively cautiously, and then just kind of
Yeah, then just
kind of exploded. Even you know he flops Broadway. He plays the hand very passively on the flop, and then one of the only cards that falls that turns his hand into dust, he just explodes on. And yeah, while Mermelstein's not supposed to have kings there, I think Aaron just played it really, really. He just put Steinberg in the cage and locked him up, threw away the key.
that he just torched it. That guy Steinberg. I mean, I feel bad for him kind of just because that he was dealt if you're not super experienced in poker and you're dealt you dealt
Bad.
Broadway.
Yeah.
It's just. But yeah, the check raise was not the optimal way to play it.
And just the whole dynamic of, you bag up chips, you're an above average stack, coming into a final table with some huge pay
First
jumps.
hand.
And you kind of just assume you come in, he came in 5 of 10. You kind of just assume with 3 guys, near 20 big blinds, you're like, okay, we'll get through the first elimination, we'll see where we are, we'll get through, the first, 2 eliminations, we'll get through at least like an orbit. And then all of a sudden you're walking out and you're just completely lost. And the look on his face when he stepped away from the table was just like, what the F just happened to me?
Yeah.
But that's poker, baby.
Gags chipping up nicely.
Yeah, he's about to win another pot, probably.
Yeah, Gags wins his hand about 92% of the time.
Mitch
As we
Nick.
see a-
Oh,
That's
gets it,
this is the 8%. We're in the 8% right now.
Not necessarily.
All right, guys, and this
This-
is going to be the last
This'll
hand
be a
before a
check
break. We
call
just
on
saw
the
the updated chip counts, and there's a battle of the Michaels, blind versus blind. And Michael Mitchjack, who is in the small blind, has just turned top pair. Michael Gagliano with a flopped flush draw. And Gagliano just called on the flop.
What would you do here if you're Gags today? Turn.
I'm not. I mean, he's gonna check a decent amount. I think he might check, but I don't know.
I think against
Like obviously, I see he
player-
has an ace. but-
against a player like Mitchnik, he's played so passively, and I don't think Mitchnik is ever check raising this board. So I think Gagliano can, just try to build the pot to try to hit his flush, and
There's a decent amount of cards that Gags can follow through on too. Unfortunately, one of them's like a 6, which isn't actually good for him.
It is good that Mitchnik checked this turn, though, for sure.
Maybe like a 9, he could maybe win on.
Just because he's done a lot of check folding.
exactly what we see. This is a check call from Michael Mitchnik.
And he can win it on that card.
Yeah, he
That's
gags
a-
wins it.
a
So we're in the
good-
92%.
A good card. Back to order is restored, as we say.
But this guy
and-
might fold, too. What's he beating at this point? 8-9, 9-10.
He might be
6-8.
sick of folding though.
He could be, Tay.
What's
might be
Gags
Oi.
gonna bet here?
He might be
850.
Oi.
Is Mitchnik Oi?
Feels like about
His
850.
picture looks like he's mega away. Sorry about that, Mike.
You think he's going to bet what?
850.
I'm saying 650.
I'm just gonna jump right in the middle, you guys.
750?
750.
Price is right.
I'll take the over on 750.
751? You know, Price is right when they do that? $1.
$2.
It might be more like the middle, but we'll have to see. I do not believe he will check. He does not have the nuts though.
Confirmed Michael Gagliano is not checking. Just to run this back, as you see on the left-hand side, the action throughout the hand. This is a blind versus blind encounter. It looks like Gags is now reaching for chips.
Oh, that's small bet.
Oh, 650.
Oh God. Trev, did you go over there and see it?
Can he run out of the booth real quick?
Chair
Oh,
perm in the
Jesus.
booth. Nothing's changed. How am I not at this final table?
How does that happen?
did you
How do
play-
I get
did you play
embarrassed
this,
like
Did you
that?
play this bird?
I did.
Yeah.
This Mitchnik busted me.
Oh,
I made a bad
he
shove
busted
against.
Asher too. What is this? Just like the pity party in here?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Mitch
I made a
Nick's-
bad shove against him.
Mitch Nick's gonna call here. What do you think, Marcus?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's
As we were
blind
saying-
versus blind. He might blind versus blind till call. It's blind versus blind.
As we were saying, this has been a spot where Mitch Nick's made a lot of,
He's
Tight
made way tighter
folds.
folds than this for sure. But
but he might just be over folding. You
Yeah.
know, and
He's just not gonna fold. He's gonna convince himself Gags is some kind of straight draw or something.
a recheck of the cards. They have not changed. And usually when Mitch Nick reaches for chips, they go into the pot.
Yeah.
Regardless of what he does, he's not going to like it. And as you guys heard, we are going to be taking a 10-minute break after this hand. And last time we came back from break, Michael Gagliano was near the bottom of the leaderboard. And while there weren't any eliminations during that level, Michael Gagliano has clawed his way back into contention, and now it's just a matter of fact if he's going to get 650,000 more from Michael Mitchnik.
Shout out to Darren Oilius watching from home.
Wow.
Darren's taking the time out of his day to watch
Yeah.
this.
I'd imagine Darren has a lot of better things to do, but we're happy to have him.
Darren's
That's
kind
the
of
only-
dust though.
That's
he has
the
a good imagination, Darren.
He's not the dry imagination though.
Darren Elias was actually the first WPT winner that I ever covered, and like you always remember your first. So like Darren just has a really soft
Spot in your heart.
my heart. Yeah.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. I actually saw a picture of Darren on Twitter the other day of him from God knows when.
Oh,
With, like,
the
long hair,
Yeah,
the
it's great.
puka shell necklace, the little
It's folding. Wow.
the little. No, he's not. Not yet. At least
You
we
think
need
he's folding,
3 more
Mark?
minutes.
Kind of. Yeah.
But the best part about the picture.
You want to
was
bet? Side bet, Tay?
I think he's
20 bucks?
I mean, you're so spot on, but yeah, I'll take that bet.
All right. Printing. We're printing
All right,
over
it's
here.
booked, guys. Herm, what side do you have that he is folding?
Yep. Pay
Wow,
me.
don't
Pay me.
Keep those cards close by, buddy.
I need that. I
ship
need
it
that
to
20.
Chirp.
I don't even think I have any money on me. I have zero
I ain't
cash.
paying you
So,
if-
so like if I needed to go get
regardless.
food
I'm
on
just gonna-
break, I need this. I need this 20. I have.
We need it.
Yeah, we need it. Wait, hold on. I feel something in my wallet. I have.
A bus pass, a tissue.
Ooh, $2. $1, $2, $3
Wow.
on me, and no ATM card. It's in my car.
You're
How bad did you
max
need this?
insulting.
Yeah, I'm so insulted. Yeah, I need this. I need this more than anything. How's Tumblr gonna eat?
Uh-oh, Chirp. You're in trouble here.
Yeah, I know. I feel like that's something he just went
Taylor,
against
he
me.
has children. His child needs to eat.
Yeah, the Tums.
Where's the Tumblr today?
The Tumblr's with his mom.
Yeah.
I got him tomorrow.
Nice. What do you got planned? Anything?
Friday, Saturday. I just go to the park with him all the time.
Nice.
So at the park going down the slides. Fold it up, Mitch Nick. Tumblr needs to eat.
How many time bank tokens has he used? All of them?
17.
And then some?
All of them for like 10 days.
For life? Life
He's not
exhausted?
invited back next year.
Let's up this bet. I think I want to up the bet. I'm feeling
He's
confident.
gonna call Chirp. I mean, whatever you're gonna do, Mitch Nick, get on with it.
Yeah. These are dire seconds and minutes of our
Wait,
lives.
are we allowed to call clock from the booth?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Anyone actually can call clock. New TDA ruling, I believe. So, and it's going to be a call. Ship it.
I'm
Ship it to
buried.
Tapar.
I'm
And
buried.
That face did just not look like a face that wanted to make any more big folds.
I mean, the thing is, who was more pained by the call, Mitch Nick or me?
I mean, he was just as in pain, like right
What's
after
his
he had
equity?
won all
He
his
lost,
all-ins.
he lost 20,000 in equity. I lost.
$20.
Yeah.
Child
It's all
is gonna
it's
go
all
on.
relative though.
Yeah.
It's all relative.
It's all relative. So, as you see, an
Tesla.
updated look at the leaderboard, and it is starting to be a big difference between the haves and the have-nots at this final table. We are going to come back to a upped blind level where 3 of the 6 remaining players of this Spring Poker Open Championship final table are below the 20 big blind mark. We are going on a quick 10-minute break. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to see highlights from the last session, from the entire session actually, starting from the top. We're going to run it back from the top, and we will be back in 10 minutes, guys. Thank you for following.
Family.
Flopped Broadway.
Mark got real tricky. He raised pre-flop, and now he just checked the flop 4 ways, and then called the bet. If this is a brick right here. Let's see.
Wow.
Hashtag not a
I was
brick.
gonna say, I mean, pretty much. I thought about it. No matter what card it is, we're gonna keep seeing fireworks. But especially if it was a brick, it would have been pretty crazy. But I would imagine Mark is in possibly trouble for his entire stack right here, if not most of it. It looks like Mark is checked again.
Even after the board pairs, I mean, he's played the hand so cautiously as is, and now after the one card that falls, or one of the few cards that falls.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I saw Mark verbalize an all in, but I guess not.
I don't think he was playing his hand cautiously as much as he was setting the trap.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
so to
for
speak.
sure. And I think he still is in his
Yes.
mind, especially when you think that Aaron just called
Yes.
his raise pre-flop. He probably doesn't think he has kings or queens, and yeah, I would imagine he's still setting the trap in his mind. Oh, and here we go.
Yeah, he's actually just verbalized raise, so
I've been told this is something he likes to do. He verbalizes raise, and then he puts out the call.
yeah.
Then
And then
we
he
get the
kind of
tank.
waits and
Yeah, so you're just sitting in Aaron's shoes with the nut boat, getting check raised on the turn with recently polished shoes and a great suit.
I mean,
What's
this is
what's
just-
going through your head here?
This is just amazing if you're Aaron.
This is the life.
Yeah.
This is like where you wake up and you're like, I made it.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah.
And this isn't a short stack either. You know, Mark Steinberg came back with just over $2 million, and right now it appears that he's willing to get that $2 million in on the turn here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think if Aaron saw his exact hand, he would consider just going all in right now with fear of a card, you know, an ace, a queen, a 10, something, just anything that could scare this guy. Because this guy, Mark, is not going to fold right here.
Yeah.
With this exact hand. Aaron
He
just
has-
calls,
he
which
has
makes a lot of
Broadway.
sense. He has the absolute nuts. You know,
should he?
unless Mark is
Quite a good
check-
hand. They
yes.
both have very good hands.
Most
here.
certainly. And
It's very
Mark
unfortunate for Mark.
Mark declares all in.
And Mark goes all in. Aaron calls. And
Wow.
wow.
Full of
Wow.
Wow.
Mark is going from 2 million to out in 10th place at our final table. He will be the first man eliminated on the first hand.
Did John Bornstein just scream later?
Yeah, and John Bornstein just straight telling Mark Steinberg to
Later.
later.
Wow.
I suppose there's some history there. I'm guessing that's that's what I'm there to do.
I played one in Australia. I thought it was really good. It was a 6 match
did
too.
you? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
sure.
and
how was the technology? Because the technology in Florida was flawless.
it was just
on an iPad
just
right in
it
front
was
of
just
the
a
dealer.
timer. Yeah, it was just a
Oh, a
like a
timer,
digital
oh.
timer.
Oh, like a
And
kitchen
the action
timer?
was on you. They hit
Oh,
the
wow.
button, and you know.
Cool.
Yeah.
This was-
Did you feel the dealers could multitask
Uh,
well enough?
One of the, I unfortunately didn't last too long in the tournament. I had a few dealers.
Okay.
For the most
Classic
part,
Rocha.
for the most part, they did well. There was one dealer that was struggling.
So we have the exact same situation as last time, except this time Aaron has ace queen instead of ace 10, and we will be seeing a call instead of a fold.
And this is, we've seen Car Crash Ken and Jeff Isis all in a few times, but our other short stack, Michael
there you go.
Michnik, he's been relatively quiet. So this is going to be a flip for Jeff Isis' tournament life. Pocket nines against Aaron Mermelstein's ace queen.
Who do you think's going to win this one?
Mermelstein has the flush draws covered, so I'm going to go with Mermelstein. Also because I just want to like
I'm gonna take Jeff
send
because
like
I don't like to
opposite
agree with Paul.
vibes.
Ooh. And we got our shoe shine today.
I mean, was there even a question as to who was?
I mean, we got some spades. Oh no, we don't have spades. Never mind.
Yeah, no spades, so it's going to be a 9 and a 9 only on the river.
2 pair. Just let's have a full house by the
Yeah,
end.
full house works.
And
Sure
that's
thing.
that's just the nature of the beast when it comes to tournament poker for Jeff Isis. Short stack flipping for his tournament life. He is going to make just over $28,000.
Only rap music.
I just have to interject here. This has to be a typo on the Borgata room service menu. Planters mixed nuts, $18. Is this a lifetime supply of Planters mixed nuts?
It's a healthy mix, is what it is.
And it's actually $18.
Yeah, so I think there might be some Brazil nuts in there.
You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and say that's a little overpriced. I'm gonna just throw that out there.
And we are gonna get back to the poker here, away from the in-room dining menu.
If there if there weren't 3 clubs on this, you could expect absolute fireworks. We still are going to see
Some
a fair
chips
amount of
getting-
action.
yeah.
Yeah, but this would be pretty epic if we had 2 clubs or a rainbow flop.
And this is Bart Daly flopping middle set. And this is
Pretty
those
understandable
fireworks.
all in.
This might be the end.
Did Bornstein what did Bornstein do?
and John Bornstein folds. He shows though, and unfortunately,
Good job.
Ken Schmaron is drawing
Slim.
pretty thin.
He would like to see the queen of clubs. Oh, well, hey.
Queen of diamonds doesn't hurt. I don't know, it's an up and down straight draw. And deuce on the river.
Wow.
2 of spades is going to eliminate
Car Crash Ken,
Car Crash Ken
otherwise known as BCK amongst his friends and the ladies.
and the
CCK.
females.
Car crash good.
He is going to be eliminated in 8th place. Kenneth Schmaron, good for $40,000. Again, this is a online player, lives primarily in Costa Rica. Just won a 10K EPT high roller at the end of 2015. So he's not going to be able to match that score today, but again, a decent $40,000 finish. And we are now down to our final 7. And Bart Dowley, after being relatively quiet throughout the first, hour and a half.
I'm a fan.
And speaking of non-brag, we've kind of just been.
We have a limp alert really quickly. I'm sorry. First limp
Right.
of the final table, and then we get an all-in.
Shove
by
alert.
Jack. Yes.
Limp alert, all-in alert.
Ra Duong moves all in for
And
his
we
tournament
will,
life.
we
with
will
the
be
king and the
seeing
cube.
a
Call
call
alert.
from Mr. Barnstein. Mr. Barnstein. I would actually imagine we will see
Will
a
Grossi.
I was just saying, we were talking about, not bragging and being relatively humble about things. And, while Paul Volpe is one of the more experienced players you're going to see at any table. I think also and this is just my perception.
Oh, wow.
Oh, gee.
I
I'm
don't mean to
stop
cut
talking.
you off.
Uh-oh.
John
Poker
Flat
is
called,
happening.
and here we go. I wonder what Mike's count is. He's all in for 1.1, and John is going to be pissed.
Well, I like how Bart's in the tank right now.
And he's got to sell it at this point.
Yeah, just thinking this one through.
As long as he quickly finds the muck here, there we go. It's all good. And first of all, Jack's going to be thrilled. Whether
yeah.
he sees 1 or 2 of these hands, to
Yeah.
find out that he's racing against them, he's sitting there thinking he's absolutely dead right now. He's going to be absolutely thrilled to see these
How
two
many?
hands.
Okay, so he starts.
Jack.
Michael starts with 20 bigs.
Yeah, and Jack had about 7.5 bigs. And John
So
has
John's
called
gonna end up
7.5.
calling here, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think.
John.
I mean, yeah, he's got to call. Yeah, this is going to be a really tough spot for him to find a fold. There's just enough ace king and ace queen out there. Let's
And
see this.
as you mentioned, Ash, Jack sees that he's flipping for a triple
He hasn't
against
seen
these
it
two
yet.
players. Well, when he does, it's he's definitely going to feel really good about it. He's going to like his spot.
Yeah,
Let's
and
see if
even if John,
Bornstein-
even if John calls, the relative, the equity he still has, even when John calls, is awesome because
Yeah.
there's so much money in there now. Once John puts it in, it's not like if John calls, he's suddenly 15% to win the hand. He's 36 right now, and he'll be 50 if John folds.
And while John Bornstein tries to get a read off Michael Michnick,
And we get a call. Here we go.
he doesn't get anything, but he is going
I'd
to
like
see
to
that.
Let's have the camera on Ra Duong real quick. I wanted to see him smile, but I guess I guess he already did.
Oh,
There
look
it
at
is.
him there.
Yeah,
he's
bit.
like, oh, let's go.
Showing
I got
some
this.
teeth with the
he knows.
speech.
He
Yeah,
feels it.
he's-
He's like, this is an easy one.
Talking
Wow.
with his teeth.
Can you just see the excitement on Michael's face?
Let's go 8-10 Jack.
Wow.
I'm just going to call it. Let's just go for
Jeez.
all of it.
Oh, yeah.
The whole
Throw the
thing.
Jack 10-8 out there. Jesus. Okay.
Well, it's a little bit early. I mean, I know you're 99.1, but let's
This
chill
has been
out,
some
buddy.
orbit for Mr. Michael Mitchell.
Yeah, jeez. How about
And
this?
that's a full house. And the
All
4
right.
diamonds is going to confirm Jack Duong's elimination in 7th place. It's also going to confirm the more than double up for Michael.
River
wow.
8.
Wow. Bornstein River to full house, too. Boat over boat. What can you do?
Just unlucky.
Another funny
And-
spot. If Mike never wakes up, Jack is crying about how he got the Jack 10-10 flop with King Queen against 8s and couldn't get there
And couldn't get there.
instead of being drawing dead.
But unfortunately, he was drawing dead, and Jack Duong will make $52,000 for his 7th place finish. Another deep run for the 2015 WSOP bracelet winner.
Good game, buddy.
And
Good luck
John
this summer.
Bornstein now.
You like to order sandwich right out of the bag? 1040-80, guys. 1040-80. I see you left. Is the button right? Yes. Button is good. You're 40.
All right, guys, and we are back to the action very quickly and wasting no time. Bart Dowling is going to look down at 2 kings and open to under the gun. We are bringing back Alex Rocha
Howdy.
into the booth.
Back to our scheduled programming.
Yeah, we now return you to your previously scheduled Borgata Poker live stream. Again, my name's Will O'Connor. I think we're going to get in Mark.
Who's Will O'Connor?
Willow's
It's weird
Snake.
when you say that.
It is weird. A
Well,
lot
who
of
the
people,
hell- who's
a lot of
Connor?
People, yeah, a lot of people take offense to that. But we are going to
Yeah.
be bringing back, I think, Mark Herm
Chirp.
momentarily. Chirp.
Chirp.
And this is going to be a pretty peak threesome we have in the booth
Yeah.
here.
Peak threesome. Chirp.
Pretty good group. So we have had some interesting action over. You were not in the booth. You were off.
I was on dinner
eating your
break, man.
Dinner.
Yeah, we got
wining and dining.
a little red wine, little tiramisu. Took care of myself. The Borgata took care of me.
You know what? The Borgata always takes care of us in the booth. That's never in doubt. And we are happy to have you guys following along. We are looking forward to some more exciting action. We are still 6-handed. We went an entire level without elimination, and throughout that period, it was more or less the Michael Gagliano and Paul Volpe show, as both significantly increased their stacks, and Paul Volpe is now working the chip lead, and Michael Gagliano is back from the dead, as they say.
Yeah, some sick hands there. I was watching Mermelstein with that nice fold of queens. Sick turn card, turn 3.
Yeah, and the Michael Mitchik, who's now back to being the short stack, folded pocket 3s. That's just
Absurd.
And just briefly the Mermelstein hand. I think that's a really, really good fold, and I think a lot of people wouldn't be able to make that fold. And yeah, we are getting some questions. We are working on to almost hour 5.5 of this Spring Poker Open Championship final table. And guys, we are going to be here until the very end.
For the long haul.
Until a champion is crowned.
It could be a while. We might really get to know each other.
It could be. I could be spending the night with Alex Rocha for the first time ever.
Subtle brags.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, Meg. Sorry, Megan.
She's listening, so it's like, she's always watching, though,
Yeah. Would she watch?
It's not her thing, but I'm sure she would.
Yeah. God, we're so inappropriate.
We're relatively appropriate.
And you too. Thank you for following, guys.
Yeah, any questions,
We've had some
tweet us in.
slight technical difficulties with the Twitch chat throughout the day, but happy to have you guys all following along. Follow us on Twitter. Reach out to us on Twitter, and that is using the hashtag Borgata Poker Live. And also tweet at Borgata Poker. We are in control of that account. We have full creative control, as they say, and Bart Dowley has a full stranglehold on this hand. As he has flopped trips, and with a short stack, we don't think Dowley's going to be playing this very slowly.
He's just is he in the small line there?
Yes, he is in the small blind with the 8-5 DD. It's going to be a check raise.
Representing a lot of strength. I don't think Barley has too many bluffs in his range here. So I expect to see Gags comfortably folding. I could be wrong. Chirp.
Chirp.
Chirp is here.
You all, sir?
What's up? Yeah, good to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming back to the booth,
Marcus Harmonious.
Mark Dipthrong Herm, a.k.a. Chirp.
Michael Gagliano in deep thought.
Wow. Good fold by Gags.
Good read, Gags. Great fold.
Now, before we left for the last break, Taylor Parr, who was in the booth with us, said that this was going to be the start of the Chirp Herm show. Mark, are you in agreement?
Yeah, it's Chirp Herm show.
That's the only reason we're here.
But it's actually going to be the G show.
The G show.
G show. All right. The G show. I like
AKA Raber. Gene Volpe won in the chat box.
Gene Volpe, the head, Paul's older brother.
Oh, yeah?
Good man.
that. AKA the main event. Yeah. Dude, we were saying earlier, I think Paul might have the most nicknames.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does,
for sure the most. Tooth. Remember when you guys called him
Wikipedia
Tooth
has
a lot?
Tooth. Yeah, Tooth
Tooth.
was up there.
That was a big one.
Wikipedia has him at 87 nicknames, actually.
87?
Yeah, 87 nicknames.
Wow.
There's a lot.
And I'm going to imagine that Paul just comes off as the guy who's not a self-appointing nickname type.
Oh, no. He
is?
self-appoints
Oh,
some
really?
for sure.
That's really
Yeah.
disappointing.
I make a lot of them up there, too. AKA Next Level. We were watching Paul play once in one of these mains, and this guy, Paul, like, check raised a flop or something. And the guy's like, man, Paul, you always got to be taking it to the next level. Next level. Like, he was, like, so, like, rattled by Paul. But it was something about it was just, like, so comical to us.
So just instantly next level, just stuck.
Yeah, a.k.a. the next level.
AKA Paul Palmer. Is that one?
Paul Palmer? I mean, we could throw that. It could be 88.
You can basically just spout out anything,
I'm
and
just looking.
we're just gonna that's a nickname.
Paul Palmer.
Young G's.
That's Gene. Gene Head knows.
The head.
A.k.a. Root Lips.
Well, Gags put on the glasses, huh?
Ooh.
He got his
so did Mike.
he got his chip stack to where it's glasses time.
Wow.
Once you reach a certain amount of chips in a tournament,
Yeah,
I think
once-
it's glasses time
Once
apparently
you
for
reach
Gags.
peak, once you reach a certain stage of a
Yeah.
tournament.
80K Big Blind is obviously glasses.
80K big blind is sunglasses time. I feel you.
Bornstein has been on glasses time since the start of day 1A. It just shows the.
Well, he means business.
No. That man means business.
That man is business.
Yeah, business attire.
And John Bornstein was the shortest stack coming back from break, and he is going to move all in from the button with Ace Jack O.
Todd Holding, as they said,
That is definitely a Todd Holding in this juncture of the tournament.
on the Bhutan.
He's going to fold. Nice little increase to John Bornstein's stack.
Bornstein told me that once he won this tournament, he was going to buy a bag like this.
Yeah, he was going to go. I forget what he called it. It was
Rich man bag.
rich
or
man
something.
leather bag. That actually is a very very nice bag. What do you
Nice.
keep in there, Chirp?
Let's see.
All your things.
Let's see what's in the
Is
bag.
the tumbler in the bag?
I'm a slightly more responsible parent than that, usually. I got some old gym clothes. I got some phone chargers, contact solution in the bag.
Definitely needed.
Any prophylactics in here? No. Some fish oil.
Ah, big on
Wow.
that. Forgot to take mine today.
Ooh, here's the secret.
Ooh.
Women's deodorant.
Women's deodorant.
Wow, is that the play?
there's not even a cap on that.
There's no cat. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a very clean person.
Side note, I'm currently wearing my girlfriend's deodorant, and she does not know that until this exact moment where I'm sharing it, and I know she's listening to the stream.
Side note,
Thanks, babe.
Thanks, babe.
I actually forgot my
Right, babe?
deodorant at home for this 3-day stretch that I'm at Borgata, so I am
You're winging it?
sans deodorant. I
Really?
don't
Fine,
really
man.
sweat that much.
It's very
though.
European of you.
I mean, I just figured I'm in the booth next to two bros.
Broing out. We're definitely
Yeah, we're
broing
broing out hard.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were really broing out, you know, Chirp would let you use his women's deodorant right now.
Yeah, you can use it. You can eat it. You can do whatever you want. Use it as chapstick. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, how about like getting into a European cab? You ever like there's the cab drivers, I guess cab drivers. I'm going to make the generalization that they're not always the most hygienic people, because they probably do like super long shifts and stuff. Am I off? Oh, okay, we're on. But sometimes I get in those cabs and I just feel like a rat, like committed genocide, like in the cab, and I'm just like, oh my god, like I cannot breathe.
Yeah, I think that, I don't know if that's just Europe. I think it might just be a
Yeah, cabs in general.
cab in general thing. But shout out to the clean cab drivers out
Yeah.
there. They exist.
Yeah, much respect to the clean cab drivers.
Yep.
And this is back where Michael Michnick started, and he's going to move all in. You don't get to see his cards just yet. That's
Wow.
ace-8.
That was a quick all in.
He knew.
He knew, and he's right. All right, so let's say who do you think has the best Tinder game at this final table?
Wow.
Wow. Well, you have heavy insight into Paul's, I'm sure. However,
Paul's locked up.
Paul's
Paul's
locked up with
locked
the
up?
sensei.
Okay.
With the sensei.
oh, my apologies.
It just obviously has to be.
I would go
Aaron
Mermal.
Mermel's
I
team.
would go
Just-
Mermal.
Normal. Look at that. Look at what he's wearing.
Yeah.
That just screams like 8 matches a day.
He probably has someone on the rail just swiping right
Yep.
That would
throughout
be-
this final table.
I wish I had someone that would do that.
I'm rather positive that his profile, his Tinder profile photo, is already a picture of him in this outfit.
Yeah.
It would be a strong.
Yeah.
It would be a strong play.
This is a call from Aaron Mermelstein.
Wow.
And a call.
And he's sort of right because
He knew.
60-40.
Aaron shows king of hearts.
And this is going to be a 60-40 spot for Michael Michnick's tournament life with ace-8.
there's a 9.
And there's a 9 for Aaron Mermelstein.
He did shine
Yeah.
his shoes today.
He did. And it's going to be 3 outs to the river for Michael Michnick. He's an ace or an ace only, and a 6
Thank
of clubs
you.
is not an ace.
Good game, sir.
And Michael Michnick, who came into this final table as one of the shortest stacks, made a few decent pay jumps, and after an entire level of no eliminations, we get one very early on in this period. And as you see there on the graphics, Michael Michnick is going to make $65,000.
$815.
That's I never go into those final 3 because it's just dust.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's
dust.
dust.
You're right. That's
non-existent.
dust.
Just
I was gonna give you $815, and then you made that comment.
nah.
What do you think
I'm
he's going to
good.
spend it on? Mitch Nick, he's spending that money on what?
Well, he's a self-proclaimed restaurant owner. We've then found out that while that might be true, he's also a pretty big high-stakes guy online. So you were literally the one that said that earlier.
No, that was not me.
Dan Buzzgon tweeted in and told you that.
So, restaurant owner, high stakes guy. So he's either buying ketchup or cold 4-bets.
Yes.
I wonder which is
There's an interesting
more
tidbit.
minus EV.
Not to interrupt, but there's an interesting tidbit here about women's deodorant
Ooh.
in the chat.
From who?
From Pseudonym 3.
Okay.
A woman's sweat is more alkaline than a man's. Therefore, their deodorant needs to be more acidic. So if a man uses women's deodorant, the acid can do irreparable damage to them.
Wow.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you because we have
My
an all-in
glands.
from John Borenstein.
I have anxiety after
going
reading
to
that
fold
message.
through to the small blind of Paul Volpe, and
John is all in and Paul.
looks
Oh,
like Paul
wow.
is snap called.
Barton
And it's going to be the most classic of
One of the
flips.
Classic of
Classic race.
flips.
What do you got here?
Paul Volpe's Ace King versus John Borenstein's Pocket Queens.
Feels like Paul's
Ace 7
more
to Jack
59%.
4.
Well, this is the G's show, right?
Well, Jonathan, 57%.
It's a good percentage to have. And that percentage is going to go up after.
King turn?
King turn is what I
King
was
turn?
thinking.
Feels king turn spot.
King turn
Feels
spot.
like a king turn spot.
King clubs.
Wow.
Wow.
Ace
we
of
were
Hearts.
wrong. We were way wrong
way
there.
wrong.
Doesn't matter what it is. That's
Wow.
going to do it for Paul Volpe. And John Borenstein going to be looking for 2 outs heading to the river. The 7 of diamonds is not one of
Wow.
them.
That's unlucky, John.
So very quickly, we are going to be down to our final 4. John Borenstein going to be eliminated in 5th place. That is good for an $80,000 score. Alex, what are those last 3 numbers? I don't read those. I don't read that deep.
122.
All right, so
I believe he'll tip the dealer that.
yes, and John Borenstein was relatively handcuffed throughout this final table, I thought. He came in, I thought, in a decent seed, and then all of a sudden Aaron Mermelstein had $5 million right off the bat, and Borenstein was really unable to get much traction. And then in tournaments you have to flip and you have to win your flips to stay alive. But
a great showing for him. and
Good
he's-
showing, for
he's had a
sure.
good
Hey.
couple months here and off to a good start this year. Getting ready for a little Vegas action. I'm
Yeah,
sure
he,
he's feeling confident.
I think he's going to go back to he's from
Coasting.
New Jersey. He's going to go back to Costa Rica, play a little bit more online. I'm sure Scoop is going to be on his radar over the next few weeks and months. And then, as we said, Vegas. All these guys are really prepping for Vegas. And Paul Volpe. This might start turning into the
The G show.
G show.
G show.
He's going to open the button here with 10-4 of diamonds. And this must be a really interesting spot for Bart. He came back
He just
relatively
made
short stacked.
2 quick pay
In
jumps. He's
a
chilling.
matter of 5 minutes, he's all of a sudden, locked up the better part of, $50,000. Next player eliminated. We are now into 6-figure territory. This is why you play the game, guys. $102,000 to our next eliminated player. But that is still a far cry from the $356,000 that is up top.
Aaron with the correct queen high call. I suspect that
Tesla
Paul
turn.
will make it hard for him to get to showdown.
Tesla turn.
And I think, no disrespect
265.
to
Yeah.
Gags or
Fifth.
Bart Dowling. I think these two are going to end up battling for this Spring Poker Open Championship.
I'm not counting
Normal
Gags
Steam.
out.
I wouldn't ever count Mr. Gagliano out of contention.
We just showered you.
I agree. No, I agree, but it's just I think we are trending towards a colossal head-on between Mermelstein and Volpe.
It's going to be fun.
And I'm all about ratings, clicks, numbers.
Oh, yeah, you're big on them.
I mean,
You want what's best for the fans.
I do, and I think the fans want that. We have a lot of Gags fans in here too, so they're probably gonna
Yeah, it's his home turf.
start chirping.
He streams for Borgata Online. He streams his Borgata Online sessions. You're being told to turn your mic off, a Gags fan says.
Wow.
Oops.
How dare you?
I'm just saying what I think is gonna happen. It's not exactly what I'm rooting for.
Fair enough. Good save.
We have not seen many 3-bets at this final table. Lots of flatting the small blind from both Paul and Mermelstein.
I like it.
All of it, 200.
Good flop for Paul.
Yep. Can he get through Smigs here?
What did you
He
just
does.
call him?
Smigs 30. Or wait, no, Smigs 50 we called him. This is Gags 30, right? Yeah. Yeah, a.k.a. Paul Gagliardo we called him.
Nothing you say makes any sense.
No, I know.
I just want to.
But it makes perfect sense to me. I'm like, yeah, it's Smigs, or we call him Paul. We just call him Paul sometimes.
And as we said, we are now down to our final four very quickly. Came back from the last break. If you are returning a little bit late, we had Michael Michnick hit the rail in 6th place, and John Bornstein then one hand later. It was a flip to Paul Volpe for his tournament life. Ace King to Bornstein's Queens. Ace on the turn. And Paul Volpe now working an even bigger chip lead. Here, 4-handed in the Spring Poker Open Championship.
What do you think we can attribute to Gags putting on these sunglasses? Do you think it's the pay jumps are getting to him, and he wants to conceal?
I don't know. Maybe Gags has been in a few relatively big spots. Through the last period of play, he bluff shoved river against Bart, and then shoved turn in a huge pot against Aaron Mermelstein. Maybe someone at home noticed something. Hey, like Gags, you're doing one little twitch or tick. Maybe, I don't know. I don't think Gags is not the kind of person that wears sunglasses like ever. I've never seen him with them before.
He might have just enjoyed the break a little too much.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just get a few drinks in him. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think the best assumption would be just that somebody maybe saw something, or maybe Gags just felt, okay, we're at this stage of the tournament.
40-80K.
Yeah, 40-80K. That's glasses time.
Gags getting a few drinks in him. Gags, on that note, Gags, I've seen him drunk once, and I think he had a half of a Miller Lite.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
his alcohol tolerance is
Dust.
comparable. It's complete dust. Yeah, it's comparable to,
Tumbler.
A 13-year-old girl that stumbled upon her dad's beer fridge and thought it was some sort of advanced iced tea. Same sort of alcohol tolerance.
We're not saying that didn't happen, but I don't know. I'm surprised Mermelstein doesn't have glasses to go with this. With his
He's not phased. He's
get up.
Bring it on,
He's got swag.
Yeah.
And since we lost John Bornstein, I think it's safe to say that the Aaron Mermelstein Tinder game and Bumble game is tops at this final table.
I mean, don't sleep on my man Darling or Dolly.
Yeah, Bart.
Darling. Bart looks like you can get it in a little bit there. It's a different demographic, I'd imagine, but I mean, it's there. It's a demographic.
Definitely, it is a demographic. It's a different one.
I mean, he is Spartacus after all.
He is. And
What did you flatten the small blind, Mr.
Yeah,
G's?
Paul, show us your cards.
and everyone's going to get a relative piece of that. Aaron Mermelstein flops best with a pair. Dowling with up and down. Paul G's with a gut shot. And we've seen Bart really play his draws like this. He plays fast. He wants to be the aggressor. And I think every time we've really seen him take this line, he's yet to get there. And with Mermelstein just calling the button, Volpe's going to lay it down. Queen of Hearts is going to pair the board on the turn. No help for either player. Mermelstein's flopped middle pair. Still in the lead.
Check, check.
It's going to go check, check. And Mermelstein improves to a full house on the river. And again, this is just a spot where we've seen Bart Dowie lead flop a lot when he flops some decent draws, and he's yet to really get there. And if he wants his Spring Poker Open Championship to continue past this hand, he's likely going to have to tap the table here for a check, as Aaron Mermelstein is not going to be folding.
I think he realizes it's going to be hard for him to win with 10 high, but yeah, it took a little too long if he was going to do anything. It'd be hard for him to win.
Aaron bets 300 and Bartley folds. Aaron will take the pot.
And Bart Daly is now below 15 big blinds, just over the million chip mark. And Aaron Mermelstein and Paul Volpe starting to pull away from the rest of this field, but 36 big blinds is plenty to work with. We've seen a few players, even from that 15 big blind mark that Bart Daly's at. They've come back. Michael Gagliano did just that during the last level. And it is, interesting. We're talking, Borenstein was relatively caged up. Michael Mikram was relatively tight. And these guys have, Gags, Paul, and Aaron have all been the loosest players. They've been opening a lot pre-flop, so there's going to be a lot of clicking, I think, in a good way, as we are four-handed. And just as we say that, Paul Volpe's going to 3-bet the button.
Enough is enough.
Yeah, interesting to see how Gag is going to react to this. I mean, he kind of does have to just shove, or I don't think he's really going to flat.
He's like 36 bigs.
36 bigs?
Yeah. I would bet that Gag is not going to flat this out of position at this juncture, but I could be wrong. It's an awkward spot.
Yeah, I think he's aware of that. Ooh.
Wine glass down. He does call. What do I know? Get me out of the booth.
Mike will make the call. We are heads up to the flop. Our flop is
It's a
that's interesting.
Interesting flop.
of spades.
Do you think your boy's going to check or bet?
Tesla?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Young T.
I guess check. Pretty unfortunate flop for the young T. He's going to lose some chips if there's no improvement here. But that's an improvement. And it's a very unfortunate
it's
turn
quite a good turn card.
for Smigs.
Mike checks.
This is really, really unlucky for Gags, and I don't know how he's really going to get away from the hand.
If Gags manages to lose his stack here, I'm going to blame Willow C on the negative energy he put out there. Will enjoying his crab cake currently.
Yum.
Tell us about that crab cake as Gags decides what to do.
Let me put my glasses on so I can see this flop and this turn. Okay, interesting. Crab cake was good. They unfortunately didn't have the scampi that I originally ordered. Apparently looking at an old menu. But I have to give that good remarks, good rates.
The last card, our river. The 4 of
Tough spot.
Tough spot for Gags.
Mike checks.
I don't.
I mean, if Paul shoves here, I just doubt Gags is folding.
Yeah, I don't see Mr. Gags.
That's kind of why I thought Gags wouldn't flat a 3-bet here, based on like the ICM implication of Bart being short, and you're up against a really tough player. I just wouldn't want to be in this spot. I mean, it's
Hand is quite good.
Yeah, oh yeah,
Quite a good hand.
His hand is quite good, but like just in general, playing a hand out of position when you know it's so easy for Paul to apply a lot of pressure here. I don't know.
This would be a
1.5 something.
Paul bets 1,250,000.
He just can't fold. I just under no circumstance to see a fold coming. 1.25, sorry.
and Gags has just over 2 million in his stacks. This would be for a majority of his chips. And as you can see on the left-hand side, how this hand played out. Michael Gagliano opened pre-flop. Paul Volpe on the button, 3-bet to 440,000. Gagliano called. Both players checked the flop, and Paul Volpe hit gin on the turn, and he's hoping that Michael Gagliano does commit a majority of his stack with two pair. This is the first time we've really seen
It's a gross spot.
Gags in a really pained spot. You know, usually over the last 2 levels or so, he's the one putting people to really difficult decisions on turns and rivers. This time the shoe is on the other foot.
I would be shocked if Gags somehow folds.
I'd be
I
impressed.
don't even really think it's like a decision, honestly.
Too high up in the range.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, you got. I don't even know about that ranges. Just call. I mean, you got. I wouldn't even like. It's just like.
As you can see on the Spring Poker Open Championship leaderboard, Michael Gagliano would be left with less than 10 big blinds if he is to call. I have to agree that if Gags is able to get away from this hand, it's going to be a really Jedi-like fold.
Maybe the glasses will help propel him to a nice hero fold.
Not.
Oh.
Makes the call. Paul shows queen of spades, 8 of diamonds for 3/8 with a queen, and he will
It's a G show.
tie.
It is the Paul G show. Taylor Parr tried to warn us.
That's a tough turn for Michael.
Yeah, and as we were saying, I think that's just a really tough spot to get away from. But the weird thing is we haven't seen Paul Volpe do that on the river with nothing yet.
Right.
You know, and I think Gags was...
Yeah, he bombed. He
bombed
overbet. He
against
overbet the
Mermels.
king jack against Mermel on ace
Yeah.
9-8, ace
You just
7
can't fold. Like if you're Gags.
earlier on in the
just can't
FT.
fold.
Oh, okay, yeah. And as we mentioned, Michael Gagliano now going to be working less than 10 big blinds with Bart Dowley working under 15 big blinds. So there is a definite split of the leaderboard with Paul Volpe working an even 10 million. When you hit the stage of a tournament, you have 10 million. That's
You're on sync.
feels pretty good.
You are on sync at 10 million.
And he has.
Would you like to define the word aunts for those at home?
Well, I think we've
That-
done it too
that
many
may
times.
not be-
I think every time Mark says that, somebody asks him. I know I've asked him multiple times.
It's a good thing. On
What
sync is a
that
good
means.
thing.
Auncing is incinerating.
It's basically
It's the,
incinerating.
it's
yeah.
the evolved.
It's the evolved. Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
evolved incinerating.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
It's evolved. It's evolved incinerating.
Bart's in a spot check here with the queen 10 DD. Wondering what to do about it.
And in the chat, I just love to get your guys' takes on this. Gags didn't consider ICM implication. That's dust. I don't want to say that ICM probably doesn't play a role in that decision, but
This is interesting. Did Bartley just call?
yeah, Bart just called.
Yeah, this is wild.
Oh, wow. Well, there's one person.
Michael Gagliano is going to go the small ball route and just call.
Well,
There it goes for Smigs. Well, so
Wow.
Smigs and Bart are going to get it in here.
yep.
And imagine Michael Gagliano, after calling off of his sub 10 big blind stack, is never folding in this spot. He's going to check. Paul Volpe will continue. Bart Dowling very quickly
I'm
moves
so
all in.
confused by this now if you're Gags.
Yeah,
I'm
right?
so confused by this.
Yeah, right. Because of ICM?
Because, like, yeah, I mean... I don't even... My head just exploded.
Yeah, it's absurd.
As you can see, Michael Gagliano would be calling all in for less. So he would be at risk no matter what Paul Volpe decides
How
to
much
do.
does Gags have back? Wait, that's all he has is
That's
500.
all he has.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, he's got to call. I thought he had. I thought he
Yeah.
had like 900.
Yeah.
No, that's what I was saying.
Yeah,
That
he's
after
gotta
he
call.
calls pre-flop and he gets this flop,
I mean, he's only in bad shape against flop flushes and sets, which is hard to have. And what set would he have? Sixes, deuces, you know.
yeah, we imagine
You could almost eliminate all of them.
Bart Dowling with his short stack would likely be shoving any pocket prayer pre-flop against the Paul Volpe Open.
Yeah, but Paul's also in the mix here too. So I guess that's what he has to take
tougher.
into account. That if Paul's calling,
Paul's calling, and he can eliminate him.
yeah, this is really.
And this is the spot where ICM comes into play. I think more so
Yeah.
than the last.
No, I think it did come into play a lot, but not on the river. No, not necessarily. I think you kind of just have to make if that makes sense. Like on the river, I don't think that I would be like, oh, ICM, I have to fold.
Okay, you've gotten yourself to that point.
Yeah.
You need to then
Yeah.
continue. Yeah.
Yeah. But like pre-flop, I don't like it pre-flop just because, you know, you're playing
out
a
of
hand out. You're
position.
playing a hand out of position that's like a speculative hand. You need to like flop something, and like even if you flop that top piece, it might not be good with the short stack involved. Like I'm not about it. I'm
Yeah.
not.
Did you have just open rip the flop if you were Gags in Gags' spot?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I didn't
So
even
you don't
think
have
that.
to be in this spot.
Actually, I don't know. I mean, Paul. I mean, it's easy to say because Paul's c-betting air here.
Yeah.
And whatever.
Just to get a bet- extra bet
but
out of
I think
Paul.
I would just because not to get a bet out of Paul, just so it doesn't go check through the flop. Because your hand is dust on the turn. When the turn is like the 7, an offsuit 7, your hand is way dustier than it is on the flop with the ace 4 naked flush draw. You know, you have one card to come. And it could get checked through for sure. And
Mike
So- yeah,
Gags
so-
does beat Bartley if he had like king queen with the king of clubs.
yeah, for sure. That's
Or
a
king,
hand
queen,
that's
queen of
that's a hand that's
clubs.
possible.
And I don't want to get too caught up on the whole ICM discussion, and I also don't want to scoff at a $26,000 jump,
That's
but
a lot of money.
we're not into the mega jumps, if we
That's a
will.
quarter of a Tesla, 26K.
Well, when you put it like that, fold.
Yep.
Just kidding. We imagine that Michael Gagliano's chips are going to go, and this is just
Paul doesn't have a decision.
Oh.
wow.
Barley.
Oh. He just showed. Oh, that's.
Wow, Gags can't breathe.
Oh, Gags cannot breathe
Gags
on
is
the Bear 10
there's
show.
no breath.
Wow, that is
I mean, to be fair, it was the best possible situation for Gags there. Like that was the perfect storm of hands. Paul just c-betting dust, and this guy all in with top dust.
Is there any
Confirmed top dust.
is there any thought process to Gags just ripping flop, just
That's what I said.
folding
Just-
out.
Yeah,
the
I would
dust, if
do
you
it.
will.
I would have done it for
think
sure,
that-
just
that would've
because
been my play.
if the flop gets checked through, your hand just becomes complete and utter dust.
Yeah. Right, and Bart Dowley takes in that pot. He's now back up to 20 big blinds. And Michael Gagliano getting close to the danger zone. I think 5 big blinds we'd consider the danger zone, actually. He's going to give Paul Volpe a walk here.
Tough spot, tough orbit for Michael Gagliano here.
Yeah, and that's... I think that might be a hand that Gags would want back when he's watching this Spring Poker Open Championship live stream back on the Twitch archives, and look down at 2 3s on the button. He's going to move all in. Paul Volpe.
Well, that's Todd holding for 6 bigs.
Todd holding, correct. Bart is not going to be able to make this call.
Yeah, this is going to get through.
Which is big. It's big.
It's a good steal
Really
for
big.
Smith.
It's a nice pickup.
It's almost increasing his stack 2 big blinds with that shove, and Gags gets a little bit more room to breathe. I don't think he can, though. It just shows the swings at this stage, this level of a tournament, are pretty drastic. Gagliano was the short stack coming back from the last break, or excuse me, 2 breaks ago. He's working a pretty decent stack.
Paul opening the any 2 here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what he has here.
It's any 2. A2.
A2. AC Deucey nuts.
This is a spot where I think Mermelstein and Dow in a sporting fashion are just going to let Paul kind
For
of
the most part.
handle proceedings until
Yep.
Gagliano is all in and at risk. We mentioned there's a $26,000 pay jump. That's, as Mark Herm says, 1/4 of a Tesla.
1/3, I think you said.
1/3 or a
A
quarter?
quarter. I said a quarter.
Quarter, yeah.
26,000, yeah.
They came out with a new one though, right?
It's like
a
a
lower
30,
price.
yeah,
I
it's
think
like a
30,
30,
30
35.
yeah, I'll be on
It's
that.
nice.
Wow, and young Tesla probably looking at the payouts for the first time.
Yep. Wouldn't doubt it.
Kak is saying I thought it was bigger than that.
Oh.
Okay. Everybody's just humble bragging their faces off, not
Gags with 4s?
Wow.
4-4.
Todd holding.
And he's going to be flipping against the Queen 6 offsuit of Aaron Mermelstein for his tournament life. This is...
Who do we have here?
I think
think?
I'm
I'm
betting
thinking-
on Mermelstein.
I
You
have
like
the
what,
4s.
just like the 6 and hold?
No, I have the 4s.
You have the 4s?
I have the 4s. I
It might
I
be- it might be a s-
mistakenly went against Team Gags earlier. I am for Team Gags here.
Yeah, I'm definitely 14
I'm
Gags.
definitely
but
14
I
gags,
just
but it
think
might
it's
be a
gonna
6
come
and hold spot.
All
Wow.
right, it's Ace Jack 9 flop
No,
rainbow.
that's
10.
obvious. 10 and then fade. It's pretty now. It's obvious.
Yeah, 10 and fade
It's
is
10
is
and fade is
definite.
Never
pretty
easy,
obvious
right?
now.
Yep.
Yeah, it's 10 and fade all day.
Or
Yeah, oh yeah, same.
Yeah,
thing.
king and
Same
fade.
thing for the most
red,
part.
Red
but if it
3.
came 9, what would have happened?
Wow,
And
sick.
It would have came 9 Jack.
Red
for
3.
sure.
1/4 of the time, Aaron Mermelstein is going to win this all in. Michael Gagliano smiling before the river. Is he going to be
Red
afterwards?
3. There it is. black
There it
3.
is, and a black 3 doubles
Three.
Michael
Smidge.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Still in the hunt.
And he is holding on.
Nice
He's gonna,
hand. Nice hand.
That's a huge hand for Gags, actually. But he's going to play the stack right for sure. He's not going to dust it. And Bart's now in.
Now he has heaps. Look at him.
yeah,
In
it's
the-
confidence, oozing confidence
Yep.
behind those sunglasses. Those aren't your casino bought touristy sunglasses either. Those look
No, that's like
high fashion.
yeah. That was like a Christmas gift from like the wife. It was like
Yeah.
the big. It was like the
That
second
was
big gift.
that was the
It
second.
was
That
the
was the
gift
number 2.
before the big gift.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
Paul Volpe trying to straddle here with a more than he needs to put in the big blind. And it's going to be an open from Bart Dowley with 2 5s. It's going to fold to Young Tesla. And he can't play.
Wow.
Such a gentleman.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? Those tattoos, though.
I was talking about Paul just putting his big blind right on top of Bart's stack.
I do that sometimes. It's passive-aggressive behavior, in my opinion. But I like it.
And as we see Michael Gagliano double up with pocket 4s, we get the tweet from Nancy Martin saying, 4-4 is the nuts. That's Nancy Martin's favorite hand.
Oh, let's go, Nancy.
Her
Nancy, come on.
her son, Michael Martin, won an EPT event with pocket 4s, and ever since, Nancy claims that they always seem to work for her, and they worked for Michael Gagliano there.
What a flop.
Yeah, and I don't think Bart Dowling is going to be going anywhere just yet.
This could get interesting.
Whoosh.
There it is again.
Oh,
Wow.
my.
He did shine his shoes.
And as Alex Rocha said, this is going to get interesting, and as it has. Aaron Mermelstein has turned Broadway. And it's going to be an all-in from Dowling and a snap call from Mermelstein.
Oh, he check shoved.
All right, and Dowling says, I'm alive. He is very much
he
so.
is.
Huge
alive.
sweat for Gags.
This is a really, as Mark said, this is a really big sweat for Michael Gagliano. He's going to need a spade, and it's the wrong black card. It's the 4 of clubs, and
26,000 for
Wow.
Gags.
Wow.
Bart Dowling is
Gags
going to be eliminated in 4th place.
520 pairs of corduroy pants for Gags.
Bart Dowling is going to make just over $102,000 for his 4th place finish, as Bart receives some congratulations from the rail.
Nice run for Bart.
And
Yeah, great game, Bart.
yeah, really
I was enjoying.
good run. He was relatively quiet through the early stages of the final table, peaked there for a little bit, but in the end, it was actually interesting to see. He's played a lot of his draws very fast right from the get-go, and right before we saw check raise shove, I was going to say that was a little out of character. That was the opposite line for
Really
Dowling,
unfortunate that
that the king fell.
Mermelstein
Yeah. I mean,
had just the nuts there. He's bet folding there a large portion of the time. So I don't know if I would have made the same play, but it's definitely not I don't think a terrible play.
And as we said, the happiest person right now is likely Michael Gagliano, who is $26,000 richer.
Spade on spade warfare here.
Wow.
And Aaron Mermelstein is going to flop top pair. Paul Volpe with 4 high is going to bet it, though. God, I love Paul Volpe. Oh, and wow, this is
What's that?
this is some
I'm
craziness. We
That's
have
not good. That's spoilers. I don't
Ooh,
like that.
yeah, no, ooh,
Yeah,
bad,
never. Yeah, we're not gonna say
bad.
nothing.
Delete that.
Don't even
Mod,
comment
block
on
him.
that.
Block him, Mod. Oh my God, and the Twitch chat they're catching on. Oh no. And the viewers are dropping like flies. Guys, no, stay, please.
We just went from 755 viewers to 13.
And I just want to give a shout out while this hands plays out. Ghost of M has been modding his face off today, providing a lot of answers to questions in terms of payouts, chip stacks, remaining players. So shout out to Ghost of M. Thank you so much, helping us with the stream. I know there's 3 guys in here, but we can only do so much. You
We
know.
can only do
Yes.
so much, and we're doing quite a lot.
Yeah, I
Trust me.
mean,
really
I
Shout out to us.
Yeah, shout out to us for
We
shout out to Chirp
eviscerate.
Herm. Shout out to
shout out to
Alex
Chirp Herm,
Rocha.
that's right.
self-proclaimed shout out to Willow C. Yeah, we are really working hard here.
Yeah.
And we're getting... Okay, we got Matty Matt staying around. All right, that's 1. Can we get 3? Can we get 3 people? Can you just stay and watch us, please? They're going to turn us off when we drop below 5 viewers. I will say, talking endlessly for hours on end
You're quite good at it.
gets a little tiring. Well, I mean, I can. If this was. This is going to sound so dumb. If this was about science, just like science in general, I could just like spew science for 6, 8 hours. Poker, I know a little bit about. And when I don't know anything, I just defer to you guys, and then we keep going. And I just have to keep saying, if I fill the airways enough with there are X amount of people left at the Spring Poker Open Championship final table, that just fills like 30% of the airspace. So we're
Yeah,
good.
you do a pretty good job
Of filling?
I was gonna say something, but I decided to refrain. It sounded harsher than I had intended to.
Wow,
be, so
I
just
wonder what
decided
you were
to
going to
refrain.
say.
No, it's not. It's
You can say it. It's okay.
it
Yeah,
wasn't
there's
bad.
3 people watching. I mean, we
Yeah, no, you please say it, because now I'm just going to be like really worried.
No, okay, you're gonna assume the worst. No, I was gonna say you said you don't know much about poker. I was just gonna say that you do a good job at pretending to know enough.
yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh,
Self-proclaimed, yeah.
No,
Right.
and that's all you need to do.
Yes.
And did we just pick up Aaron's hand, like right here?
We just got it on the turn. Interesting.
That's like Aaron.
That's quite
That's
a
like
flop.
that's like they just asked Aaron, okay, what do you want on this hand? And he's like, I don't want top pair. That's not fair. Give me middle pair flush draw.
That is gold.
And unfortunately,
We can view bet the river if we're Aaron here for sure. I'm seeing it. Come on, let's get it.
V bet, because saying value bet is
We could definitely value bet this.
Yeah.
just
This is less
too
fun.
much work.
That's interesting.
Yeah, this is going to be Aaron Rumelstein more or less naming his price on the river. It's a relatively small pot so far. Paul, get out of the way.
Get out of the way, Tesla.
Paul,
Big bet.
Tesla's just always moving.
Pot.
Always
Just
moving.
always moving. This is a pot size bet. And I don't think Gags is going to be calling with the bottomest of pairs.
Look at that face.
Mike folds and Aaron will take the pot.
I guess I
Wow.
fold. He said.
And I'm just getting incinerated in the chat, being called just another pretty face.
Wow, that's how you get incinerated?
I
By
mean,
them complimenting your face and calling you pretty?
it's just
You only said that to
Let me
declare
use-
that you had a pretty face.
Yeah, let me use your face for my
I'm
bumble.
so onto you.
Let's see.
Will
Let's do
O'Connor.
it. Let's do a little experiment here and see if I get more hits on your face.
you love the Bumble.
I'm on it. I'm all about it. I'm grinding it hard.
And where do you find most success on your Bumble game?
What do you mean? What's the good part of my game?
What's the geolocation?
I mean,
where
just
you're
where-
pulling the most.
Just
you
where
know-
I live, but it's all Philadelphia
Mhm.
females for the most part.
Philly females?
Yep. The dynamic of Bumble is amazing, where the girls have to message first.
Well-
It just something about it is just great.
I will say I'm not really in the Bumble game, but I was at one point I attempted to, and I got a match.
Mm-hmm.
As we look down at Paul folding his small blind, Aaron Rummel folding his big blind. I got a match, and the girl messaged me first. Obviously, that's how Bumble works.
Mm-hmm.
And she just instantly started going into, what do you do for a job? What do you, like, blah, blah, blah. Where do you live? Da, da, da. And I was working at Parks, which is like right outside Philly, and I was like, oh, I'm in like Bensalem, Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, well, what the hell are you doing there? And I was like, oh, like I work in poker. And then her next response was
See ya. See ya.
was K-Buy. And I was like, okay, I'm kind of done with this app. I was like, just quick off the bat. I was like, not into it.
See, all my pictures look at my pictures. It's all poker pictures.
Wow, so they just know.
Yeah, they just
You
know.
let them know off the bat.
They know.
Wow, you got. I think I saw a mirror pick in there.
Let's see.
I just saw a Snapchat on your phone. How's the Snap game for
My
you?
snap game is strong. No mirror picks.
Oh, I thought go up too. Okay, I thought that was a mirror
This is at the
pick.
Borgata. This is in the signature room.
Oh, that was Gonson.
Yeah, Gonsing.
Gonsing.
Shout out to Jesus.
But your Snapchat game is
Yeah, it's on
pretty
point.
popper.
Oh yeah, it's on point. My
Yes,
private
really.
Snapchat game
Private
is
Snapchat
really
game is-
on point.
yeah,
If
through
you're
the
one
roof.
of my good male friends, my private Snapchat game is through the roof.
Wow.
It's elite. It's
Really?
up there.
And you're on the.
Yeah, I set him to roach every
Yep,
time.
Yep. I get it slides into the DMs. I'm
Wow,
I'm
that's
very
sick.
appreciative. And his all-around Snapchat game is pretty solid too. You got the
Yeah, got the
tumbler in
tumbler.
there, going down the slide with the
Yep.
grandparents.
I feel
Nice.
like just in the.
It's very different from his private.
oh, I would-
Snapchat.
I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm very varied.
And this is gonna be an all-in from Michael Gagliano. I imagine
Paul's calling. Shout out
is
to the
going
Wolf.
call.
The Wolf who got 8th place in this. Good run for Kenny Smaron.
Mhm.
Oh.
BCK.
And this is
BCK.
going to be another
Crash
flip for Michael Gagliano's tournament life. Pocket sixes versus King 10 offsuit for Paul Volpe. Michael Gagliano has faded one flip. Can he fade another?
Tesla. Kenny fade
And it's going
Tesla.
to be the Jack 8 deuce flop with 2 diamonds.
Wow.
Ooh, this is going to be really dirty, I think.
Queen?
Okay,
Oh, king
not
on the
that
turn.
dirty. King of clubs on the turn is going to pair up Paul Volpe.
Look, could be tissues on the turn.
And it's going to be 2 outs to the river. And the ace of diamonds is not one of them. Michael Gagliano
Good game, guys.
is going to bow out in third place. Michael Gagliano, the BorgataPoker.com pro, makes a very, very deep podium finish in this Spring Poker Open Championship. That's his wife, I imagine.
Yep, it is.
Nothing wrong with
Megs.
getting third.
No,
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with getting third,
out to
especially
Sensei
when
there.
there's $128,000 up top. And I believe we are now going to take a 15-minute break as these players ready themselves for heads-up action. We're going to switch around some cameras, switch around some chip stacks, and as you see, guys, this is so sick. Remember when Asher was like, "Oh, remember when like you're never 100 big blinds deep heads up?" Oh,
Well,
he said 200, didn't he?
big
Oh, okay,
blinds,
I mistakenly
Yes.
mistakenly misquoted Asher Kniff, but still, these guys are very,
Very
very, very deep. And as we are heading on break, we're actually getting a little information card from the outside world.
The powers that be.
The powers that be. Just want to let everyone know that when we get back to heads up play, we're going to be moving to 30-minute levels.
Yes.
So we're going to be speeding this up. We're going to go from super.
They're too rich. They just want to get this over.
I
with.
mean, they just want to get this over with. I think
They have
Mermelstein
too
has
much money, both of them.
Mermelstein has a few tables at Premiere that are ready to be lined up.
Paul
Paul
has a
Volpe
mixed
has a
game to
mixed
get
game
back
to get
to.
to.
Enough is enough. Let's just
So,
wrap
guys,
it
we
up,
are going to
you
go
know?
on a quick break. We're going to get some highlights during that break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to be heads up for the Spring Poker Open
The
Championship.
trophy.
The trophy.
Can't wait.
All the money. Paul Volpe and Aaron Mermelstein. See you guys in a little bit. Peace. Aaron Mermelstein is going to have
Yeah.
to try to figure himself out here as he's flopped top set, but Mark Steinberg has flopped Broadway.
Mark got real tricky. He raised pre-flop, and now he just
Wow.
checked the flop 4 ways, and then called the bet. If this is a brick right here. Let's see.
Wow. Hashtag not a
I was
brick.
gonna say, I mean, pretty much. I thought about it. No matter what card it is, we're gonna keep seeing fireworks. But especially if it was a brick, it would have been pretty crazy. But I would imagine Mark is in possibly trouble for his entire stack right here, if not most of it. It looks like Mark is checked again.
Even after the board pairs, I mean, he's played the hand so cautiously as is, and now after the one card that falls, or one of
Wow.
the few cards that falls.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I saw Mark verbalize an all in, but I guess not.
I don't think he was playing his hand cautiously as much as he was setting the trap.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
so to
for
speak.
sure. And I think he still is in his
Yes.
mind, especially when you think that Aaron just called
Yes.
his raise pre-flop. He probably doesn't think he has kings or kings or queens, and yeah, I would imagine he's still setting the trap in his mind. Oh, and here we go.
Yeah, he's actually just verbalized raise. So
I've been told this is something he likes to do. He verbalizes raise and then he puts out the call.
yeah,
Then
and then
we
he
get the
kind of
tank.
waits and.
Yeah, so you're just sitting in Aaron's shoes with the nut boat, getting check raised on the turn with recently polished shoes and a great suit.
I mean,
What's
this
going
is
through
just
what's going through your head here?
this is just amazing if you're Aaron.
This is the life.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is like where you wake up and you're like, I made it.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yes.
And this isn't a short stack either. You know, Mark Steinberg came back with just over 2 million, and right now it appears that he's willing to get that 2 million in on the turn here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think if Aaron saw his exact hand, he would consider just going all in right now with fear of a card, you know, an ace, a queen, a 10, something, just anything that could scare this guy. Because this guy, Mark, is not going to fold right here.
Yeah.
With this exact hand. Aaron
He
just
has-
calls,
he
which
has
makes a lot of
Broadway.
sense. He has the absolute nuts. You know,
should he?
unless Mark is
Quite a good
check-
hand. They
yes.
both have very good hands.
Most
here.
certainly. And
It's very
Mark is-
unfortunate for Mark.
Mark declares all in.
and Mark goes all in. Aaron calls, and
Wow.
wow.
Full of
Wow.
Wow.
Mark is going from 2 million to out in 10th place at our final table. He'll be the first man eliminated on the first hand.
Did John Bornstein just scream later?
Yeah, and John Bornstein just straight telling Mark Steinberg to
Later.
later.
Wow.
I suppose there's some history there. I'm guessing that's what I'm there to do.
I played one in Australia. I thought it was really good. It was a 6-match
did you?
too.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
sure.
and
How was the technology? Because the technology in Florida was flawless.
it was just
on an iPad,
just
right in
it
front
was
of
just
the
a
dealer.
timer. Yeah, it was just a
Oh, a
like a
timer.
digital timer.
Oh, like a
And
kitchen
the action
timer?
was on you. They hit
Oh,
the
wow.
button, and you know.
Cool.
Yeah.
This was-
Did you feel the dealers could multitask
Uh,
well enough?
One of the, I unfortunately didn't last too long in the tournament. I had a few dealers.
Okay.
For the most
Classic
part,
Rocha.
for the most part, they did well. There was one dealer that was struggling.
So we have the exact same situation as last time, except this time Aaron has ace queen instead of ace 10, and we will be seeing a call instead of a fold.
And this is, we've seen Car Crash Ken and Jeff Isis all in a few times, but our other short stack, Michael
there you go.
Michnik, he's been relatively quiet. So this is going to be a flip for Jeff Isis' tournament life. Pocket nines against Aaron Mermelstein's ace queen.
Who do you think's going to win this one?
Mermelstein has the flush draws covered, so I'm going to go with Mermelstein. Also because I just want to like
I'm gonna
send
take Jeff
send
because
like
I don't like to agree
opposite
with Will.
vibes.
Ooh. And we got our shoe shine today.
I mean, was there even a question as to who was?
we got some spades. Oh no, we don't have spades. Never mind.
Yeah, no spade, so it's going to be a 9 and a 9 only on the river.
2 pair. Just let's have a full house by the
Yeah,
end.
full house works.
And
Sure
that's
thing.
that's just the nature of the beast when it comes to tournament poker for Jeff Isis. Short stack flipping for his tournament life. He is going to make just over $28,000.
Only rap music.
I just have to interject here. This has to be a typo on the Borgata room service menu. Planters mixed nuts, $18. Is this a lifetime supply of Planters mixed nuts?
It's a healthy mix, is what it is.
And it's actually $18.
Yeah, so I think there might be some Brazil nuts in there.
You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and say that's a little overpriced. I'm gonna just throw that out there.
And we are gonna get back to the poker here, away from the in-room dining menu.
If there if there weren't 3 clubs on this, you could expect absolute fireworks. We still are going to see
Some
a fair
chips
amount of
getting.
action. Yeah, but this would be pretty epic if we had 2 clubs or a rainbow flop.
And this is Bart Daly flopping middle set. And
Oh,
this is
Pretty
those
understandable
fireworks.
all in.
this might be the end.
Did Bornstein what did Bornstein do?
and John Bornstein folds. He shows though, and unfortunately,
Good job.
Ken Schmaron is drawing
Slim.
pretty thin.
He would like to see the queen of clubs. Oh, well, hey.
Queen of diamonds doesn't hurt. I don't know, it's an up and down straight draw. And deuce on the river.
Wow.
Two of spades is going to eliminate
Car Crash Ken,
Car Crash Ken
otherwise known as BCK amongst his friends and the ladies.
and the
CCK.
females.
Car crash good.
He is going to be eliminated in 8th place. Kenneth Schmaron, good for $40,000. Again, this is a online player, lives primarily in Costa Rica. Just won a 10K EPT high roller at the end of 2015, so he's not going to be able to match that score today, but again, a decent $40,000 finish. And we are now down to our final 7. And Bart Dowley, after being relatively quiet throughout the first, hour and a half.
I'm a fan.
And speaking of non-brag, we've kind of just been.
We have a limp alert really quickly. I'm sorry. First limp
Right.
of the final table, and then we get an all-in.
Shove
by
alert.
Jack. Yes.
Limp alert, all-in alert.
Rod Duong moves all in for
And
his tournament life.
we
with
will
the
be
king and the
seeing
cube.
a
Call
call
alert.
from Mr. Barnstein. Mr. Barnstein. I would actually imagine we will see
Will
a
Grossi.
I was just saying, we were talking about, not bragging and being relatively humble about things. And, while Paul Volpe is one of the more experienced players you're going to see at any table. I think also and this is just my perception.
Oh, wow.
Oh, gee.
I
I'm
don't mean to
stop
cut
talking.
you off.
Uh-oh.
John
Poker
Flat
is
called,
happening.
and here we go. I wonder what Mike's count is. He's all in for 1.1, and John is going to be pissed.
Well, I like how Bart's in the tank right now.
I mean, he's got to sell it at this point.
Yeah, just thinking this one through.
As long as he quickly finds the muck here, there we go. It's all good. And first of all, Jack's going to be thrilled. Whether
yeah.
he sees one or two of these hands to find out that he's racing against them, he's sitting there thinking he's absolutely dead right now. He's going to be absolutely thrilled to see these
How
two
many?
hands.
Okay, so
Jack.
Michael starts with 20 bigs.
Yeah, and Jack had about 7.5 bigs. And John
So
has
John's
called
gonna end up
7.5.
calling here, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think.
John.
I mean, yeah, he's got to call. Yeah, this is going to be a really tough spot for him to find a fold. There's just enough ace king and ace queen out there. Let's
And
see this.
as you mentioned, Ash, Jack sees that he's flipping for a triple
He hasn't
against
seen
these
it
two
yet.
players. Well, when he does, it's he's definitely going to feel really good about it. He's going to like his spot.
Yeah,
Let's
and
see if
even
John
if John,
Bornstein-
even if John calls, the relative, the equity he still has, even when John calls, is awesome because
Yeah.
there's so much money in there now. Once John puts it in, it's not like if John calls, he's suddenly 15% to win the hand. He's 36 right now, and he'll be 50 if John folds.
And while John Bornstein tries to get a read off Michael Michnick,
And we get a call. Here we go.
he doesn't get anything, but he is going
I'd
to
like
see
to
that.
Let's have the camera on Raw Duong real quick. I wanted to see him smile, but I guess
Yeah.
I guess he already did.
Oh,
There
look
it
at
is.
him there.
Yeah,
you go.
he's like,
oh, let's go.
Showing some teeth with the
He knows.
speech.
He
Yeah,
feels it. He's like, this is
I'm
an easy one.
talking
Wow.
with his teeth.
Can you just see the excitement on Michael's face?
Let's go 8-10 Jack.
Wow.
I'm just going to call it. Let's just go for
Jeez.
all of it.
Oh,
the
yeah.
whole, the
Throw
whole
the
thing.
Jack 10-8 out there. Jesus. Okay.
Well, it's a little bit early. I mean, I know you're 99.1, but let's
This
chill
has been
out,
some
buddy.
orbit for Mr. Michael Mitchell.
Yeah, jeez. How about
And
this?
that's a full house. And the
All
four
right.
diamonds is going to confirm Jack Duong's elimination in 7th place. It's also going to confirm the more than double up for
Oh,
Michael.
River
wow.
8.
Wow. Bornstein River
Oh.
to full house, too. Boat over boat. What can you do?
Just unlucky.
Another funny
And-
spot. If Mike never wakes up, Jack is crying about how he got the Jack 10-10 flop with King Queen against eights and couldn't get there
And couldn't get there.
instead of being drawing dead.
But unfortunately, he was drawing dead, and Jack Duong will make $52,000 for his 7th place finish. Another deep run for the 2015 WSOP bracelet winner.
Good game, buddy.
And
Good luck
John
this summer.
Bornstein now going to turn to his rail. And he is down over $1 million on that hand. He doesn't like it, but he's still going to be well stacked. Yeah, much respect to the clean cab drivers.
Yep.
And this is back where Michael Michnick started, and he's going to move all in. You don't get to see his cards just yet. That's
Wow.
ace-8.
That was a quick all in.
He knew.
He knew. And he's right. All right, so let's say, who do you think has the best Tinder game at this final table?
Wow.
Wow. Well, you have heavy insight into Paul's, I'm sure. However,
Paul's locked up.
Paul's
Paul's
locked up with the
locked up?
sensei.
Okay.
With the sensei.
well, my apologies.
It just obviously has to be.
I would go
Aaron
Mermel.
Mermelstein.
I would go Mermel.
Marmol, look at that. Look at what he's wearing.
Yeah.
That just screams like 8 matches a day.
He probably has someone on the rail just swiping right
Yep.
That'd
throughout
be-
this final table.
I wish I had someone that would do that.
I'm rather positive that his profile, his Tinder profile photo, is already a picture of him in this outfit.
Yeah.
It would be a strong.
Yeah.
It would be a strong play.
This is a call from Aaron Mermelstein.
Wow.
And a call.
And he's sort of right because
He knew.
60-40.
Aaron shows king of hearts.
And this is going to be a 60-40 spot for Michael Michnick's tournament life with ace-8. I wonder which is
There's an interesting
more
tidbit.
minus EV.
Not to interrupt, but there's an interesting tidbit here about women's deodorant in the chat.
From who?
From Pseudonym 3.
Okay.
A woman's sweat is more alkaline than a man's. Therefore, their deodorant needs to be more acidic. So if a man uses women's deodorant, the acid can do irreparable damage to them.
wow.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you because we have
Like
an all-in
Lance.
from John Borenstein.
I have anxiety after
going
reading
to
that
fold
message.
through to the small blind of Paul Volpe, and
John is all in and Paul.
looks
Oh,
like Paul
wow.
is snap called. And it's going to be the most classic of
Well, the
flips.
Classic
Classic race.
flips.
What do you got here?
Paul Volpe's ace king versus John Borenstein's pocket queens.
Feels like Paul's
seven
more
to Jack 4.
59%.
Well, this is the G's show, right?
Well, Jonathan, 57%.
It's a good percentage to have. And that percentage is going to go up after.
King turn?
King turn is what I
King
was
turn?
thinking.
Feels king turn spot.
King turn
Feels like a
spot.
king turn spot.
King clubs.
Aaron raises it up. Looks like 160 to go. Bartley makes the call, and we are heads up to the flop. The flop is Jack of spades, 10 of spades, deuce of hearts.
Check.
Check, check. Our turn is king of diamonds.
Check.
Aaron bets 175. Bartley goes all in. Aaron calls. Aaron shows ace of clubs, queen of diamonds for the straight. Bartley has deuce of spades, ace of spades.
Come on, baby. Dark as night.
Let's see our river.
Dark as night.
The four of clubs almost, and that will eliminate Bartley in fourth place.
Except for the pictures we took with my creepy ass face in the background. I'm the face of Borgata. What do you want from me?
Get him out of there because his face is directly on the reflection, so he looks like a ghost in the background.
I told him they should do it for the whole building now. Just put me on the outside of it. Come to Borgata where you can see this view.
There you go.
I always, you're left and you leave it over here, and I'm like, I always go to grab it. I'm like,
Because it's my open hand, so I like to just go like that.
that's why I leave it on this side. You should see how I throw that thing around when I'm not at like the final table. When somebody goes all in, dude, I'm just like, he's all in. I don't even look. I just like coaster it up there. I don't even. I was like, he's all in.
I hate using it, but I grab it. I'm like, yo.
Yep. If it's not final table and I don't like have to have it nice and neat, dude.
Yep.
That is what works around the Borgata. Oh, that actually worked out really well. Oh, he's such a good fan too.
Why? What's up?
I said he's such a perfect fan circling around, but I cut off the V. Yeah. How much? We're playing for 25. I'm mic'd up.
All right, players, back to final table, please. Players back to final table.
He said you can play what you've been playing.
Yeah, I figured he said you didn't have to move if you didn't want, so I said you like to.
The play button.
If I was wrong, I'm
First
sorry.
button looks like a play button on a VCR. Okay, with the mouse. Yes? Yes. You need something marked here?
I mean, obviously. I'm saying the dealers.
All right, guys, we have 16 minutes remaining in this level.
I already forgot the
It's a 10K ante, 40-80. See what we did while you guys were on break? Isn't that nice? We're going to try to, pitch to get a purple light in the trophy next year. Kind of hot, right? Light it up on your manual. All right, Taylor, we are back. Still a 10K ante, 40-80 now. Heads up for this final table.
The levels go up in time?
No, they remain at 75.
Wow. Really? All right. Do you want it like that? We could probably shorten it if they want
If
it.
you would like. I'm perfectly happy with 30-minute levels once you guys are heads up. We do that for a lot of the WPT events.
Yeah, that
That works better?
maybe 160. Yeah, I meant to make it 160. So it's half. Yep.
Oh, we'll raise it to 160.
It's just 30-minute levels.
Andrew, can you text Cav and ask him if he's okay with 30-minute levels at heads up?
We're back.
And we're back.
Changing to 30 minutes. No
Heads up will be 30 minutes.
30-minute levels. That's
30-minute
sprints.
Nice little heads up match between two-time WPT winner Aaron Mermelstein and bracelet winner and all-around boss Paul G's.
Paul G.
Paul G. Herm. Sorry, Paul G. Volp. E.
Aaron makes the call.
Did Paul lead this flop? Is that what just happened?
Yeah, I think Paul opened the button.
Yes.
Paul picking up some Timby equity here.
Aaron making a pair.
Will he bet or not? Seems like a pretty good card for Aaron's range, too.
Agree.
Can you reset my, after this goes up, can you set my level?
Paul will continue. Can't fathom Aaron going anywhere.
That's 355,000. Aaron makes the call. The river is 6 of the
Ooh.
club.
River's a 6. I predict check. Paul's going to shut down here. Paul with the green Rolex. Matching the
How long's he had that one?
the tint in his hat. Paul's had that one for like a year, I think. Wow, Paul's not shutting down, it looks like. They says he bets, but we haven't seen it yet.
Going for it.
Call that's 950.
And it's going to be a snap call, I would imagine, by Aaron, not a raise.
I agree.
Aaron makes the call. We'll see the hands. Paul shows 10 of spades, 9 of clubs.
Aaron wins a big pot.
3 sixes.
Nice pot for Aaron to start off heads up. A little unfortunate for Paul.
Did you see the trophy? Oh my god, I love the trophies.
Yeah.
So sick.
I would like one. Didn't you just get one?
Nah, I got a dust trophy.
Oh.
It was right before they started doing these cool ones. Guest commentator Mark Herm. Wow, what a shout out that was. Shout out to Jake Neff. Watching from home. You got big weekend plans?
Going to New York tomorrow, actually. First time back home in a long time. All year, actually. Been away from home for quite some time now. I'm going to go. It's a good friend of mine's birthday. Got the whole friend group is going to be there. It'll be nice to see.
Now, do you get eviscerated? Like, are you one to get belligerently drunk?
With this particular
Yes.
group of friends, yeah. I mean, we've been friends since high school. It's a nice group of male and female, and we do tend to binge drink, as is the New York City way.
NYC Bullets.
Amen.
Action flop here. Aaron flopping. Middle pair and a backdoor FD. Backdoor SD. Paul with top and bottom. I would definitely expect to see a raise on this flop from Paul.
Agree.
Paul raises 385,000.
Aaron seeing that 7 of hearts and
Oh, yes. And he was.
begging to see a turn.
They've gotten a bit erect after that one.
Yep.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Diamonds could slow the action a bit. Any questions, welcome from the viewers at home on Twitch. We are poker and life experts in the booth here.
Yeah, we're a bit of both.
So whatever you want to ask.
Nice wide range.
Wide range. Will OC getting back in the mix here.
Will OC back to provide expert heads-up analysis.
Heads up is actually my bread and butter. Wow, this is actually a big hand. 2 pair versus 2 pair.
See that?
Thank God I am in the booth now.
Thank God.
Paul got second in a 10K heads-up event in WSOP.
Oh my God! Yeah, this past year he got super unlucky to lose.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh, gee.
And that is going to kill any and all further action.
Paul finished second to Deeb in the pot limit hold.
Yeah, they chopped.
Think Aaron turns it into a bluff here when check two?
No,
No? I mean,
be a great. It would be a great.
I think. I don't know. We'll see what happens. The immediate check.
How
back.
great are the graphics though for heads up?
Paul shows 7 of
Great.
Just with the top, I love that.
Yeah, I like it too.
Aaron Bosch.
Strong to quite strong.
Take the pot.
And we've mentioned that levels are now 30 minutes.
30-minute levels we have.
We are going turbo heads up here.
It's not even going to. That's really not even going to matter. I don't think that much, just because they're going to be deep. Like
Yeah.
they're going to be deep.
They're going to be deep. The
for
chips are
entire
going to
time.
get in when they get in.
Yeah.
They're quite deep.
And I don't know. I think deal talks are taboo on the Borgata Poker blog that I so expertly work. But I don't know about the live stream. I think we can.
Talk chops.
Can we talk deals?
Yes.
I don't know.
I'm
No,
saying
I
that we
don't know.
can.
I personally don't care either
All
way.
right,
And I believe a
don't
deal
know what
has
the
I
rules
have,
are.
I have heard through the grapevine that there was a deal discussion on the last break,
Yes.
and that the prize pool was split and quote unquote relatively equal,
Yes.
and that these two players are now playing for, and I quote from Aaron Mermelstein's perspective, 25K and the glory.
Mm-hmm.
So, just so you guys know what is at stake. But again, from a legally speaking IRS tax standpoint, the first place winner in this event will be taking home $356,000.
No, actually, in the legal sense, it would be the exact amount that they got paid out. Right?
Uncle Sam is coming for 365. That's all I got to say.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean,
There are forms that
there
will
are
say
forms,
otherwise.
yes, but and both of these players are probably very privy to those forms. But I'm just letting you know that
Uncle Samuel, he's a pesky one.
you know what? He does not like to fold.
No.
He is very sticky,
Yes.
and as is Paul Volpe here.
Paul Volpe with the K7 on 5-4 Duck.
Our turn is the 10 of hearts. Call check.
Let's not forget about the trophy. That is.
The tiny glass Borgata that is up for grabs. I also have a spoiler alert that will not affect the outcome of this heads-up match. Aaron Mermelstein loses the jacket.
I saw that.
He
That's
takes the
that's a
jacket
big
off.
I saw that.
Dude, that's a big spoiler, dude. I was sitting on that for a while. I decided not to share that.
I mean, I just want to see some skin, so
That's fair.
I needed the. I think uptick on the viewers. Right when I say that.
I'd like to see a call here from Aaron. As played.
As we mentioned, these guys are
Nice hand.
very deep.
Call shows king of clubs, 7 of hearts. Aaron has pocket sixes and will take the pot.
Can't believe he loses the jacket.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
Does he lose a big hand? Like now, see, this is why I didn't want to mention it.
no, I don't think it has anything to do with the play. I think it's just that Aaron Mermelstein wants to breathe.
He looks a little bit chiseled there. We'll see.
Volpe or
No, Aaron, I saw it. I was over there sweating a bit.
No, definitely a fit dude.
He's got some vascularity going on, yeah.
Speaking of, I saw you flexing before, and
Yeah, well,
I'm on the grind.
you got Todd Musselman over there.
on the
I'll
grind.
be honest. I've seen a handful of pictures of you from when you were not Todd Musselman.
Oh, I was
you were
Todd
you were a
Fatman.
little pudgy at some point.
I was Todd Fatman.
Todd Pudgeman.
And
Yeah.
did you just decide?
I
one
wasn't
day-
getting lots of action with ladies back then.
Okay.
Yeah, then I decided enough's enough.
Enough was enough.
EIE. And when was this change put into play? Recently or
Nah, I started changing when I was about 25, 26.
Okay.
But I always go up and down in weight. I was kind of fat like a year ago, too.
Okay.
I just lost a bunch.
Here it comes, guys. Ladies and gentlemen,
Wow, I see some nip.
Aaron Mermelstein.
He's
Look
really
at
out
that. We
there.
just saw some tricep.
Yep. Paul whistling at him.
Paul Volpe looking very intrigued.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He was like,
Aaron-
what was that?
To be fair, Aaron's an intriguing gentleman.
What was the word Asher was using earlier?
Inventive.
Inventive. Both of these players have been the most inventive at this final table.
Do we know what his bracelet says? Have we figured that out?
I think it has something to do with Hard Rock, and I mean he did just come from playing the WPT World Championships, Tournament Champions.
It could be that. It could be a
Yeah, that says
TOC.
Hard Rock.
Hard rock, yeah.
Something along those lines. I imagine it's a club bracelet of sorts.
What is your bracelet say?
Mine?
Wow, so many.
I have a few. I got them in my travels, my recent travels.
What's that one say?
This one was made for me from a friend. Actually, she's on the Twitch stream.
Wow, is that a Jamie
Kerstetter.
Kerstetter
Yeah.
Mm.
bracelet?
It says orgy hat.
Oh.
It is in reference to my
Orgy hat.
orgy hat.
Wow, very creative from
Have you ever
Miss Kerstetter.
Have you ever taken action in an orgy yourself?
I'm not sure how I'm allowed to answer that question, both on the stream
Why
with
not?
the powers that be watching,
and just
my
the fact that
girlfriend
your
watching.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You'll tell us afterwards.
I've not. It wasn't a traditional orgy of sorts. I'll say that.
Okay.
Okay, so it was untraditional.
Untraditional.
Untraditional orgy.
Of sorts.
Interesting.
I think it was like this one here on my hat. I think it's
one.
that one.
That okay, that one.
I think it was like that one. I see you have a bracelet on. What does your bracelets have any significance?
They don't. This is just a little bit of elastic rope that I thought looked cool, and I don't know. I feel like I just
any significance?
no significance whatsoever. This beaded bracelet
I like it.
was my brother's. My brother, for a short time, moved to take a job. He's now back in New Jersey, and he actually like left it. His room was like bare, and it was just this bracelet like sitting on a dresser. And I was like, "Yo," and we call my brother X. I was like, "Yo, that's just gonna be the X-Man bracelet."
I like it.
And I'm just gonna rock it. I've rocked it ever since. But it has this this Asian symbol on it. I don't know what it means. I don't think I ever will either.
I didn't ever really wear anything on my arms, no bracelets or anything, until recently in my travels.
Mm-hmm.
Just had some bracelets given to me in Thailand, and I really like them, so I'm going to keep them.
Genevieve getting some camera time.
Yeah.
Some good airtime there.
What's up, Jen?
And, you know.
She smiled, Georgia.
Yeah, she did.
I know you guys are really enjoying the heads-up analytic
Yeah.
strategy.
GTO
Strategy I'm talking since I got in the booth.
Yeah, I forgot they were playing poker, to be honest.
Yeah, this is actually when I am out on the floor just checking in on things, and Paul G's was asking about the ratings. Asked if there was a ratings boost when Mermelstein took off the jacket. I think yes.
Yep.
He's a big ratings guy.
He is. He's all about the clicks, as am I.
What are guns? Yes. Strong leg bolt. Strong leg bolt. What do you got on, Bird Force? That's a R.
These guys are deep, man.
Yeah, they're deep.
Very little 3-betting going on. I don't think we've seen one 3-bet so far in heads-up play.
We don't get to see Paul's cards. Just
Yeah.
yet, there they are.
We got another interesting flop here
Should be some
for
action.
the holdings.
And we'll be honest, just with these
For
stack
you.
sizes,
I got that for you.
thank you. We're definitely going to need to see these action flops, action turns to get some chips in. It's going to be a raise, check raise to 425,000. Adam Mermelstein is going to call. Ace of clubs should slow both players down on the turn.
I think Paul's going to bet. He
imagine
can't really.
so.
If he checks, his hand's kind of just dead, unless he like plans on some sort of strange check raise. And it's just kind of hard for Aaron to continue here, especially with the hand that he has. But a lot of hands.
A lot of his range. Yeah. Wow.
Tesla wins with aggression.
Aggro Tesla.
And Aaron Mermelstein, a two-time WPT winner. Paul Volpe, a WSOP bracelet winner.
And just crusher.
Online boss, live boss,
Very
cash
feared.
game boss, mixed game
Just
player
boss.
boss.
Yeah, and Pseudonym's asking, can you give some discussion on the credentials of both these players? I think coming in, you know, Alex just gave you the quick of it. These guys were the two big stacks coming in, two most experienced players coming in, and as they say, the cream rises.
It does tend to.
Reminds me of the Catholic hymns we were singing
Oh, yes.
last time around.
Yeah, that was a fun time.
Christ has died, Christ is risen, Christ will come again.
Christ will come again.
What is this? What
So we both went to Catholic school.
Okay.
And you know, like when you're in Catholic grade school and you know you go to church every Friday or whatever they do.
Sunday, I believe, is when church
But no,
is.
but if for Zing.
What Catholic school did you go
Zing.
to?
Matter Day.
Yeah.
The Church of Matter Day.
Did you go to Catholic school because you were religious or just because?
I
It was a
mean,
good
my
educational-
parents were, and they called the shots back in those days.
Yeah. Are you still religious or?
Nah, I definitely would say I would on Match.com. I'm spiritual but not religious.
I was just gonna say spiritual
Yeah.
is kind of the word that I would.
You look like a spiritual guy.
And
Thanks.
yourself, Alex?
I am more spiritual than religious myself,
Mm-hmm.
but finding my beliefs, as you know, day to day.
It's a life journey, isn't it?
It is a journey, isn't it? I bought a book on Buddhism actually in Thailand.
nice.
Been reading that. Interesting stuff.
And both players are gonna be treading water with King and Queen high, respectively, for Volpe and Mermelstein, heading to the river. Looks like Paul Volpe is checked. Only way Aaron Mermelstein can win this pot is if he bets.
We have a blocker to the straight.
It's a good bet here by Aaron.
Yes, I agree.
I don't think many people take the bet line as a bluff. I would say many reggish type players. They don't bet and then check and then bet as a bluff. It's just not that common. I mean,
Yeah.
it definitely happens, but
It looks like Paul Volpe is thinking this one through with King high. A lot of times in heads up, you're just trying to make sense of what your opponent would be taking that line with, as Mark just mentioned. And it looks like I thought Paul was gonna
tough for Paul to call
do
there.
something there. Yeah, it's a really loose spot. He's gonna give that pot up. And guys, we are heads up down to our final two, but that doesn't mean that we're not still engaging with the Twitch chat, with the tweets. You can find us at Borgata Poker. Hashtag
Tweet some questions
Borgata
Yeah.
Poker Live.
about anything.
Anything.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a lot of time to freelance here
Yeah.
with our conversation pieces. So as long as it is Twitch chat approved and stream approved, we are open to fielding your questions, whether it be about poker,
Orgies.
orgies, Buddhism, Teslas, things of that sort.
My favorite was when I did a podcast with McKean and Paul, and
Awesome podcast, by the way.
and McKean said that he had a Prius, and Paul had no idea what a Prius was. What is that? Not in the Tesla wheelhouse.
Wow, and they haven't demoted me from lead commentator yet. I'm very blessed, but
I was told before that I would be lead. However, I don't know.
by heads up.
But you're back now.
Wow, okay.
So I've been demoted.
But yeah, my name is Will O'Connor, Will O.C., here with Alex Rocha and Mark Dipthrong. Mark is providing the biased Paul Volpe coverage of this heads-up battle.
You guys like
Alex is providing the
Whatever it is.
whatever's the opposite of biased. Unbiased?
I'm unbiased. Paul is in my top three, as
Yeah.
I've stated a few times.
What
but
top 3 players?
Yeah, that like.
Let's
In
let's
terms
round
of-
out the top 3. Let's hear them.
We can't. He
I'm
he
not really
refuses.
sure. I have someone that was in there that just got bumped out to I think maybe number 4, number 5.
Who?
Wow.
Can we talk about it? Zeno?
No.
So they're not in the top 4.
Yeah. Zeno is top 5 Swedish gentleman that I've encountered in my travels.
Yeah, nice guy. This guy's asking.
Yeah, when's your next podcast, Chirp?
That too. Well, it's got to be with Willow C.
Yeah, we talked about this a few weeks ago.
When? All right, let's just call it. We got to do it soon.
Let's just do it.
Yeah, Monday.
Let's
do it Monday.
You want to do it Monday?
Yeah, let's do
Where
it.
would we do this?
It's on Skype. I
How
was gonna
did
call you
we
on
do it
Skype.
on Skype?
Yeah.
Wow. Not a lot of prep time.
I was listening to
There
your
is
podcast.
no prep. There's zero prep work that goes into my podcast. Trust me. We're just
What
we're
would
just
we
shooting
touch
it.
on? I just just,
Orgies.
Your love for female poker players?
My love. Yeah.
No, Will's love.
Oh.
there's just this underlying.
I mean, it's not even one. I can name at least 3.
At least 3.
At least.
I have a top 3.
You have a top
So we're going
3.
into my
Yeah,
top 3.
Dude,
now.
everyone
Yeah,
has
that's
top
going to be on the show.
All right.
Yeah. No spoilers. That'll
No
make that'll
spoilers.
make the podcast.
Wow. I think when Mark and I were talking about it, I think it would be a very. I probably think it would be interesting just because I'm very self-indulging and would enjoy hearing myself talk for an hour and
Yeah,
a
I
half
love
or
it.
whatever it is
I hear you.
with Mark. But as I self-indulge myself, we're going to see, I think this is the first 3-bet that's going to be coming. Heads up, and it's going to come from Paul Volpe.
Tesla.
It's going to be a quick fold from Aaron Mermelstein.
Kenneth Smarin in the chat
Wow, he's in.
saying that he is now dust. And yes.
Is he okay, like with his car and everything? He had a
Yeah,
rough
yeah,
start to
he
his
had a
morning.
real rough start. He was driving through the tunnel right before the Borgata, and his car spun and did a 360 and got mashed. But he's all right. He's
Made
not
some
dust.
money?
Made some money. Made some 40 racks.
Babyface Shark asking question for the commentators: are any of you guys playing the Colossus?
Hell yes.
I will be playing the Colossus. Yes.
Mark, you I hate to call it a deep run in the Colossus because there's 22,000 people, and even a deep run is dust.
Dust.
But you had, I forget what day it was. You had a decent amount of chips, and I remember.
Nah, in the Millie Maker, I had a deep run. I got like 36.
Okay, but
That was my bird too.
in
man.
Colossus, you
Nah,
had, you
I
had a
didn't
pile?
cash.
No,
No.
You didn't cash.
No, Taylor had a deep run in the
Oh,
Colossus.
I
He probably
could've sworn it was
this
you.
year though, I'm gonna win.
You're winning
Wow.
Colossus.
You've heard it here first. It's my
Wow.
bird.
A declaration.
Book it. Somebody bookmark that minute mark of the
It's a fun
stream.
flop we have here. Little something for everyone.
And you need it this summer, right? That's
we
what you're saying.
need it.
Everybody
Oh
needs
man,
it.
we really need it.
Kind of feeling the summer too. Feels good.
And now, for you guys, and you guys are on the East Coast, on the the online scenes, very well respected players, like just in your own right. Alex kind of gives like a little look, like who respects me?
Oh, I mean,
But-
whatever.
I got my money on you this summer,
Just,
Rocha.
just
Yeah.
in terms
I think
of,
so.
Yeah.
and I've heard this from a handful of people, just in terms of your legacy in poker and moving forward into your elder years, like what would a WSOP bracelet
Everything.
mean for you? Everything.
All of it.
I want to win
Yeah.
something, no matter what. Any like major tournament, I would win. Like if I would win this, I would be super ecstatic. I never won anything, any major thing really, any big field tournament or anything. So I need it.
And is that kind of just from a justification standpoint?
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
A bit of justification. I need some street cred, Need some
And
cash.
and
You
I
have
was,
street cred.
I was
Mark,
talking. This was
In my own head.
last summer. Sean Deeb, who's like a crusher in his own regard, won his first bracelet against actually Paul Volpe.
Yep.
In that 10K
Pot limit.
pot limit hold'em event, and it's gonna be a
Big pot.
call.
Paul check call? Or
Paul
no,
check.
Paul just
Paul
called.
called on the button.
Check back the turn and called the river.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice
It's a
hand, Paul.
Good read.
Yeah,
and-
6-7, 7-9, Jack 9, Queen Jack.
So Deeb was saying that just in terms of, he's been in poker for so long, but he didn't really, and in his own words, have anything to show for it. And just the fact that
Until
you know,
last year?
until we won that bracelet.
Wow.
And just in terms of, moving forward, in 10, 20, 30 years, when you like show your your children, your grandchildren. Here's what I did for the better part of my life. You can show that tangible bracelet, and I would imagine what Paul thinks of that in terms of his bracelet. I think he is aspiring to much more than just one. I think everyone is, obviously, but I think Paul would probably be in the same boat, where that just shows that you are top. You have ascended, as we said earlier.
Paul's one of the favorites to win a bracelet just because he plays all the
Every year,
games and he plays everything. And
Is he firing bets this year? Bracelet bets?
I don't know.
or-
I threw out something on Twitter that I would bet Taylor. I would cross-book
Taylor.
Taylor against
Saw that.
whoever wants to bet. I got a few bites. Jake Schindler.
That makes sense.
Jake Schindler. Let me get some of that money, Jake.
Always love a gamble.
Yeah.
What is just mutually played or just all NL or?
I think we have the one with Schindler is all in the smaller no limit events because he wants some motivation to play them.
Okay.
I think it was 1500s to 3Ks. We're gonna do some sort of point system.
I'm sure a lot of people would prefer if you did not give extra motivation to Jake to play those events.
Yeah, the rest of the field does not need that.
Jake's a beast.
Yeah, definitely.
It's gonna be another.
Taylor got a bracelet last year?
No, a few years ago he won a 1K.
That's right.
Have you come close to anything?
I have a 6th in the 8 game.
Wow.
That Phil
I
Ivey
didn't
won.
know. I didn't know that. Wow, that's amazing. I didn't know
Wow.
that you played all those games.
All the games.
I play a lot of them. I don't know if I play them well, but I play them.
If you didn't say it, I was gonna come in.
I have some decent tourney results online and live in mixed games, but I don't know how well I play the games.
But that's just to the point when what you were saying earlier, Mark, where Paul is just such a favorite or a good bet to win a bracelet every year because he's going to play every championship event, every 10K, and he's going to play them all really
Yeah, it's sick.
good.
Yeah.
That's why he's in the top 3.
It's why he's in the top 3, and it's only one game here, no limit hold'em, and Paul Volpe has moving himself to a very, very comfortable chip lead without many big pots playing out.
No, he's really tough. He's making it look real easy. He made a big call there on the turn with Ace Jack high, with no real equity of improving his hand. On the King 6-3-7, and won it. What's your worst game in the mix and best game in the 8-game mix, Alex?
Omaha 8 or better is probably my worst game.
You like the King 9-8-6?
I don't. I just I don't know. I've been playing some 08 cash and just getting pummeled recently. Trying to brush up for the series and
Yeah.
getting dusted on.
What's your best game?
I guess default would be no limit hold'em. I fancy myself a decent deuces 7 player.
Nice.
Okay.
Decent.
Triple?
Triple draw.
Triple. You like the
I
snow?
played snow here and there. I played the 1500 single draw last year,
Nice.
and that quickly became my favorite game.
Yeah,
But
I've heard that
but
from a
I've
lot of
not played a
players.
hand of it since. It's a great game, and it's there's something about it that's just like very raw.
Yeah,
and
very raw.
gutter.
Well, how about you? Best and worst games in the 8-game mix.
Oh, wow. Best and
Let's
worst
take
game.
no limit out of the mix, though.
We're going to take no limit out of the mix.
Yeah.
I think I'm bad in all the games. We're actually going to get a quick little break here as they change some cards. Galactar, Taylor Parr was actually joking that Paul Volpe has been marking the cards. That's obviously a joke. I'm bad at all the games.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty real with my poker development, but I think my favorite game is Deuce to 7 triple.
Yeah, it's a good game.
I just think it's interesting, and my worst game is probably stud, although that's the easiest game to just not get yourself in trouble with. I feel
Stud high can be weird. I don't-
Stud high
I mean,
can, yeah, and it's just that it's really weird. I don't know a lot of spots. Not that I know spots in any of their games, but stud high is just
Big spot guy, huh?
yeah. I mean, I can manage a lot of different spots. Just not in stud high, I guess. I don't know.
Stud high, no, stud high is tough. I hear you there because it's a lot of like stealing and you're in there with a lot of bad hands. you
Yeah.
know? Like king 9-8, you got to play. Sometimes.
What about you, Chirp? Best and worst.
Wow. Worst. I think my worst would be stud. If Badoogie was in the mix, I would say Badoogie.
Okay.
I'll say stud high too, and my best is probably stud high low.
Okay. That's an
And I like
interesting-
08 too. I mean, the split pocket games I feel really comfortable in, and I'm trying to learn a little bit of deuce from Paul, but I'm still kind of meh at that. But I feel pretty comfortable in that game. To be
Isn't he
honest.
like the best in deuce?
Yeah, he's nuts.
Arguably the best.
Yeah, and no limit deuce. Him and Darren are among the best.
Who do you think? Who does Paul most respect outside
Darren.
of maybe
Darren.
like Tapar? Or
Okay.
people in your crew.
Darren is a big Darren fan.
Could possibly be a top 3 or top 5 member.
Could be. I'm gonna give a shout out. My who right now is one of the hottest players in poker is Nick Petrangelo.
Yeah, I
he's
like
a
him.
beast.
Yep.
He's such a savage. He's
agree.
crushing it. I would bet on him for it all.
I agree. Say Celius.
Say Celius, yeah.
I agree. In my top 3, you found one.
No way.
Yep.
Wow, your top 3 is strong. I need to know that other component.
The third one that the other person.
Give me a
that
hint.
I will say because we were just discussing.
I just
the
want a
person that was just in the top 3 that may have moved to 4 or 5 was Darren Elias.
Oh wow. I need to know who the other member. And if give me a hint on this one.
You know, there's movement in the rankings often.
Yeah,
so.
I like it. That's the nature of the game. So Paul
It
is
was
bluffing with-
Darren.
It was Darren.
Yeah.
Cecilius Fedor? Nope. Swing and a miss. Paul bluffing with the best hand there.
On the John 6 3 board.
Mm-hmm.
But you over the last few years, you've made a few deep runs.
Question for the
in
commentators: when's the last
championship
time you guys went
What
out
is
on a
it?
date? Date
Well,
night? What do you have a date
I have
night?
a girlfriend.
Do you guys have a date night? Maybe
Um,
Wednesday night.
My girlfriend would love for me to take her on more dates, I think. I think we went on a date in Sydney, Australia, about a month and some
What
change
what
ago.
does your girlfriend do? Does she play poker?
She dabbles in
I knew you were
poker.
gonna say
She
that
was
one.
playing more frequently, but now she's in the midst of getting her degree and focusing on opening a business. But she does dabble and play some online. She prefers online to live.
I feel her there. Paul calling the turn with 10 high.
Paul's oi.
Paul is oi.
He does not want to just give. He's gonna make Aaron work for every pot.
Yep.
I think it seems. Whoa.
I like the way he throws the
It's
chips in the
fierce.
pot.
It was
It's
a little
like,
fierce.
It's like Robert Salaburu almost.
That was a little Salabur-esque.
Genevieve with the quick throwing the pot at Aaron. Nice form there.
Yeah, she has nice form.
So, Will, you missed the question. When was the last time you were on a date?
When was the last time I was on a date? What month is it? April?
We're in April.
Oh my God.
April's ending, my friend.
Do dates with married Asian women with children and friends in the poker community count? Because most of the time when I go out to dinner, when I'm on the road and stuff, it's with DJ McKinnon and Esther Taylor Brady.
Wow.
I love you, Tay. I actually talked to her. I didn't know really I'd spoken to her, and I spoke to her a lot on this Florida
Yeah, no,
trip.
no.
I like her a lot.
Yeah,
But
she
my
ravages.
last
She's
actual
scrolling.
date was probably December. I've just been a working.
How'd it
man.
go?
It
Any
went-
awkwardness?
It went horribly, actually.
Oh,
so
let's hear about it.
This girl, a very nice girl, beautiful girl, is a dealer. Excuse me, not a dealer, a waitress at Parks Casino.
Oh, wow.
And
Is she blonde?
She blonde, yeah.
No.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
This is her first name begin with an F?
No,
Okay.
no. So we won't be naming names.
Okay.
We
Boo, name names.
kind of started just talking. She asked me for 3 days straight. I was working there. She asked me just random questions about, my camera, my computer, and then finally I was like, wait, maybe this girl's hitting on me. I should probably do something about it. So then we were talking one day, and she was like, oh yeah, I have off on Wednesday. I was like, I have off on Wednesday also. Let's go out. So we went out in Philly, had an awesome time in Philly, dinner, drinks, hung out. Actually went bowling for a little bit. I'm so bad at bowling.
Paul making it look easy.
Yeah, very easy. And
What did you bowl? 112?
probably even dustier.
Wow, dustier,
Yeah,
90s.
probably not even 3 digits.
Wow.
But
And she still was
we-
into you
She was
afterwards.
still into me. And then as we're kind of winding down the night, she just drops the I don't think you love Jesus enough for us to have a relationship.
Wow, that's strong.
Oh, my
And,
God. That is really amazing. That is quality.
we've
Quality
talked
material.
all day about just my abilities to spew, my abilities to BS. If there's one thing I can't BS about, it's
Your love for
religion
Jesus?
and my love for Jesus. Because not that it's not there, but I just don't.
Jesus is probably so cool.
I just don't have enough to build off that. And
She had a good read, though.
she had a really good
Yeah,
read.
she was
And
on
then
spot
a
on.
month later,
It's tough to.
she went on a mission trip to Ecuador or something, and I haven't seen her since. She's been gone for 5 months. So.
How often do you think?
So yeah,
That seems unlucky.
my dating
in the
life
Northeast.
is just so
In the
so
Northeast in 2016, how often do you think women are saying that?
It's 1 out of 20.
It's
It's 1 out of 20. I
It's like
figured
pretty
it out.
bad luck, dude.
Yeah, it's 1 out of 20 because you randomly get the girl looks pretty normal, blah blah blah, and then it's just Jesus is my number one love, and then it's over my head and I can't.
Do you think you run severely below expectation with women, severely above, or relatively at expectation with women?
I used to in my peak,
Yeah.
college days. I think I was definitely
Peaking.
above EV.
Wow.
I think now, mainly because I'm just hanging around not girls.
Yeah. Majority male.
The majority of
Dominated world.
male-dominated poker
Yeah.
players, and also I have a lot of goals, and
Oh boy.
going on a date right now is just not super important to me. I'll say I don't know.
So the deck is evening out, so to speak. The
yeah, I
variance
mean
is catching up to
the
you.
variance is catching up to me. I deserve this, I think. So let's get back to the poker, because I'm now
That was a great date story.
hating this.
That was a great date story. Great.
It was so bad. It was so bad.
I love
Aaron-
awkward date stories.
Aaron misses,
No,
and,
and
Paul again with the best hand. on the
The worst part was we were in Philly and I drove to Philly, so I had to keep it together and be like, "Oh no, that's fine. I totally understand." As I drove this girl home back to near Parks, which is 25 minutes away, and then I got into her driveway, dropped her off, and I just sat there for a good 3 minutes and was like, "What the hell just happened?" And in a past life, I would just completely shower this girl in the middle of Philly, throw her $50 and be like, Uber home. I'm over this. I'm away. But I held it together, I guess, enough. I don't know. We've seen better days for sure. Sure, the fans are loving this.
The fans are.
The fans are still here, though. Jamie Kerster, I have a lot of goals and no time to date is arguably worse than I love Jesus.
I was
All right.
thinking the same thing.
Thank you, Jamie. I really appreciate you for following along with the stream today.
Wow, Paul with suited kitchens. He was
Suited
big into
kitchens.
kitchens back in the way, yeah.
And top
Yeah.
pair.
We had but 10-3 suited actually wasn't kitchens.
It's
I don't
not
think.
kitchens. That's why I
There's a
called it
are
suited.
form of kitchens that people do not understand or are not aware of.
Wow, look at
Rare
this.
kitchens is Queen Two of Hearts.
Rare kitchens.
That's rare kitchens. Yeah.
What is kitchens?
Wow.
Queen Two of Hearts. Wow.
This is
And when will it end for
Why
Aaron
is it called
Mermelstein?
kitchens, though?
Because me and Poker Jammers were playing Scoop drunkenly back in the day, and he loved to 3-bet with the 10-3 off. And
oh wow.
we had this.
Mermel's just so frustrated. Like, geez, can I
Yeah.
breathe? Mermel asking the dealer if he could breathe ever.
No.
The dealer letting him know that he cannot breathe. Probably going to side call here. And
Yeah,
hate
I don't
life.
blame him.
I mean,
I don't blame him.
The ace high he's got there. He beats 7-8, 8-9.
7-9.
7-9, 9-8.
King Dust.
The king highs.
The King Dust.
Burger King.
He does beat the king highs.
And wow, Nancy Martin just saying, I can't believe I never told you that story. Nancy, because I'm ashamed. I want you to think the best of me. I want you to see me and only know me at my best.
He's like, I have it. I also turned a flush draw.
Yeah.
And then I made a full house on the river.
So Paul's a stranglehold on this heads up now.
It's not a lot of fun playing heads up against a solid player, and they just
Yeah, and they get lots of
they
cards.
have the its every time.
And I think that's what Aaron's just, that face says it all. Yeah, I don't think he's made hands, but I don't think he's ever,
Yeah,
you know,
and
the,
any of
the,
the
the
spots.
quote-unquote meaningful ones.
Yeah, any of the spots that he could have got a little bit of momentum by getting Paul to fold on some bluffs, Paul didn't fold.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Paul said no.
Yeah, Paul's away.
Looks like Aaron is counting out his remaining stack. We know that he has 30 big blinds based on our amazing graphics up top. I think every heads-up
that
situation
mountain
in
of
tournament should
chips.
have that right there
Yeah,
at the
that's
top of the
great.
screen.
That's all that matters. What do we think here? King 8-4?
Maybe.
That'd be bad. All right, it's going to be ace high with 3 spades. Both players find middle pair. I've recited my first flop hand history in 45 minutes. Paul Volpe going to continue to not let Aaron Mermelstein breathe.
Deuce?
Ooh. Well, how about that?
Paul's just going to call.
Half bet pot by Mermelstein, 400,000. And Paul does just call.
River 8?
That's
4
gonna slow
spades. Is going
things.
to put 4 to a flush on board. It's going to go check, and Paul Volpe is going to check as well.
And too good to bluff.
Wow.
And Aaron's going to win a pot. All right, Aaron.
Yeah, and Mermelstein getting a little mojo.
Get in there.
And that could that be the
Yeah, this could be the
catalyst to a Aaron Mermelstein recovery and then comeback?
I mean, one double and it's a game.
Yeah, one double and it's all of a sudden 2 point. Yeah. 1.5 to 1.
Wow, Paul telling him how to
Yeah.
stack his chips.
Hey, kid,
Hey.
I've done this a long time.
Listen, dog, I'm going to let you know how to stack your chips. Aaron understanding and immediately obliging. Yeah,
Yes, yes,
you're right.
Dad.
You're right, Mr. Volpe.
Yes, Mr. Volpe.
My apologies, Mr. Volpe.
That was a limp from Mermelstein on the button.
Blinds up, guys. Blinds up 60
blinds going up again. So Aaron Mermelstein is going to be even shorter. Just over 30 big blinds.
What happened with the 4-3 there?
Limp from the button from Mermelstein, raise, fold.
Really? He just folded to the open, to the raise.
Yeah, he limped and then folded. Yeah.
Okay.
I do like the discipline that we're seeing from Aaron, though.
Yes.
Honestly.
Raise 250. Aaron folds.
And I'd have to agree with M. Rob in the chat. He says bad date stories are 10 times better than great date stories. I mean,
Yep.
all great date stories end
Yeah.
the same
Yeah.
way, right? I mean, there's no surprise in them. If
Yeah,
you say, I have
it
a,
ends,
I-
it
I had a
ends
good-
with we
Haunting.
dated for 2 years and
and then it just fell apart.
and then it fell
Yeah.
apart.
And then there was that
Or
one night
7
where it
months.
just fell apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
I was
great.
thinking
It was
more
great 8 months.
short term. Like, we went on this date, we did this, then we did this.
A really great outcome to a date is
Sex?
you go in for the kiss and you get a hand in the face.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a
That's a
good
great
end
outcome.
Oh,
for you.
it's entertaining. I mean, it's.
Oh, yeah.
But
We have different definitions
It's happened
of
to
great.
me. It's happened to me at least twice.
Yeah.
The last time it happened to me, I just started laughing.
But you go for it. You gotta put yourself out there.
I'm away.
It's a numbers game, isn't it?
Yep. What's that line about? Can't complete the passes you don't throw.
And Bubble saying Volpe is consistent as expletive. You can fill in the blank there, and I'd have to agree. Throughout this Spring Poker Open Championship, it's been a steady climb for Paul Volpe, and it's going to be an all-in from Aaron Mermelstein and a fold from Paul Volpe.
It's many big blinds. He was on.
And that's just to the point where, as Mark said earlier, one double and it's a ball game again. And Paul Volpe definitely doesn't want to give a player of Aaron Mermelstein's experience level that kind of double. And Aaron looks like he's utilizing a very standard line of play from the button, just limping over the last few hands, and he's going to get out flopped here as Paul Volpe flops bottom pair. 10 high board, 2 clubs. Seven of clubs puts 4 to a straight and 3 puppy paws out there.
Wow. Speaking of, shout out to Crouton the dog.
Ooh, puppy. Did Crouton have any puppy 1 balls in this FT?
I don't know.
I'm going to assume no.
I'm also going to assume no.
I might just give Crouton a puppy 1 ball on just Willow Sea Life.
I said that that the Crouton Twitter account should just always try to get puppy 1 balls.
Yeah,
free puppy 1
just,
balls.
like, anytime anyone is selling any action for any tournament, should instantly just be tweeted from the Crouton account that they are interested in receiving a free puppy 1 ball.
Yeah, I agree. I think
I don't
Crouton is a dog that I would actually give a percentage of my action
I
to.
don't think Crouton's looking for any handouts really, but dogs got to eat.
Getting a lot of requests to sing some church hymns,
Yep.
Mark. Got some fans of the stream from a year ago.
Yep.
Shout out to them.
Shout out to them. What were we singing
Oh, wow,
then?
yeah, you guys actually were
One bread,
were
one
on
body?
the
One
stream
bread,
together, right?
One body, one Lord of all.
Wow, you know it. That's good. This is
Yes.
strong.
Yeah,
odd.
yeah. One cup of blessing, which we bless.
Yep.
You guys both probably could have
And we
ended up with a good date with.
Yeah. I
Oh,
know.
yeah.
I
I would
would've
have
been
loved
there.
Jesus the exact amount that she wanted.
Yeah.
Yes, KZ120. There is a Crouton Twitter. Check them out. Crouton at Crouton says, or something of the sort.
Something like that. Just Google it.
Yeah. Eagles Wings. That was another
And
fan
I will
favorite.
raise chirps up on eagle's wings. Spare chirps on the breath of dawn. Bit of an action flop.
Bit of it.
40% action flop.
Aaron Mermelstein is going to flop a up and down straight draw. Paul Volpe flops top pair. Looks like he's going to check call.
Middle pair last I checked.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, middle pair. Paul Volpe is going to turn 2 pair.
Ooh.
Top and middle pair. Oh, could this be it?
Wow,
Top and middle.
This, Aaron is he's having a rough go about here in this heads-up match.
And again, Volpe is just going to call, going to give
Ace
Aaron
on the river.
Mermelstein
Oh, wow.
the rope.
Ooh. It's a good card for Aaron to go for it.
Aaron just says he's all in.
And if Aaron Mermelstein does announce all in,
Wow.
he's going to check back. You know, to give Aaron Mermelstein credit, he has, throughout this final table, made the right folds at the right time. You know, that hand against Gagliano could have drastically changed the landscape of this final table when
Agree.
Gags 30, BorgataPoker.com Pro
Wow. Very true.
turned a straight against Aaron Mermelstein's over pair of queens. And I thought that was a really good fold from the 2-time WPT champion. And a lot of other players at this table and not at this table would struggle.
Does anyone else think Aaron should put the coat back on? I think he needs to put the jacket back on, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it was working with him for the jacket. I understand we're laxed, we're heads up.
I mean, if you just look at the trend
Yeah.
of
Jacket, non-jacket.
of
the chip
wardrobe changes at this final table, Gags puts the sunglasses on, immediately showered, almost immediately showered.
No, not immediately.
I said almost. And now we have Mermel takes the jacket off and can't seem to win a showdown. It's something that we need to consider.
Shout out to ITZM Glories. Whatever song you're singing there is great. You look at the chat, Alex. Did you see this?
They're loving it.
Were you there when they crucified my Lord?
Oh,
Were you there when they crucified
yeah.
my Lord? And then the part where it goes, "Oh, sometimes it causes me to tremble." Do you remember that song? That was like
yeah.
a bizarre song. It's like such a weird, eerie song. But that's a great call.
And I think we have one more BorgataPoker.com plug to fire out there. The 50K Sunday guaranteed events on BorgataPoker.com. And Aaron Mermelstein's poker almost interrupted that BorgataPoker.com pitch. Don't do that again, Aaron.
Can you see the minor levels of steam coming out of Aaron's ear? Or no?
He is, as they say,
Or am I
on
seeing
the
things?
pipe, on the steam pipe.
It's mild. It's mild amounts, but they exist. I think.
Yeah, 18 minutes coming back, and then one level.
Paul's like, is this over yet? I have a game to get to.
Am I the best yet?
Yeah.
Yes.
Have I claimed Borgata immortality yet?
Yeah, this is big for his rep.
Not that he needed it.
No,
I
he
mean,
definitely
really,
didn't need it.
I
It
mean,
was
he
just
didn't, but
it was
just-
just a complete.
It is a bit of overkill. It'd
Yeah.
be nice if maybe someone else could just win the damn bird. Like,
Yeah.
We
I mean,
already,
maybe
we already
this is
knew
actually-
you were the best, Paul.
Maybe this is
Let us
actually
breathe.
good for the Borgata community because now Paul will say,
Is
okay, I
it?
already won this.
So he takes his talents
Yeah,
elsewhere?
I'm done. I'm done. I'm no longer
Okay.
chasing the Borgata title.
Okay, I like that.
Probably not though because Tesla loves the Borgata.
He loves the word.
He needs to let us all breathe.
Oh, be quiet.
What was that?
And Aaron Mermelstein has been hovering near 25, 30 big blinds for the better part of. Wow, and you know how Bumble, tells you that you haven't
Yeah.
swiped in a while? I just got one of those.
Bees
that
are
problem.
waiting for you to hashtag right swipe them back so you can connect. Bumble on.
You know what? Let's.
That is a message.
Wow,
from
that means you have
LOCs,
matches.
folks.
yeah. Let's go. Let's.
Wow, this pillages.
We're
Let's do
gonna
this.
be heads up here, but we're also gonna be
Swiping.
heads up against the Greater Atlantic City Bumble community. And wow, Herm just pulls it out and just insta goes mega right swipe. He's not stopping.
Or
yeah.
GTO.
GTO is the auto 100% right swipe.
What do you have your
Which is-
your Bumble
I feel like
settings as?
you're not a big
What's your-
GTO guy
let's
though,
see.
Mark.
What's your age
In
range,
this-
your demographic?
It's old.
Yeah,
It's probably 18 to 45 at least.
God,
Oh,
I almost-
45,
I almost
that's-
just popped the mic. I'm
They
sorry.
need love. 45 needs love.
45. Yeah, I'm all about it.
Let's go.
I can legitimately say I don't know. Am I allowed to say the oldest woman I've ever?
You are. You are
Yeah,
allowed to.
say
It's
it.
When
encouraged.
I was-
It's encouraged.
When I was 21, I dabbled with a 32-year-old, and
Wow.
That's strong.
the woman asked me how old are you, and for whatever reason in my brain of brains,
25?
I said 22, and she goes, "Oh my god, thank God! If you said 21,
Wow.
you would have been out."
You
And I was
just-
like, man,
had
I
a
just-
read. You had a
I
read
had
on
I had
it.
a live read. I went
You're
with it.
sick.
Yeah. That was 5 years ago. That was my last date prior to December. So we're doing pretty good.
Wow, dude. How was it? Was it a good time?
It was a good time. It was we enjoyed it.
You, and your,
We.
or you.
It was
and
not
her.
it was not a polygamy. What was it? What was that word?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Ash is the word guy.
Yeah, Asher is the word guy, and Asher just shot out of here real quick.
Yeah, he had enough.
Just came in, got his free dinner.
Yep. Classic Ash.
Classic Ash.
Stays for the free meal, leaves immediately after.
Didn't even come down with pants earlier.
Classic Ash.
Classic Ash.
Also classic Ash. He left his phone. He left his portable charger here. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, and he texted me, "Do you have a charger?"
Yeah, he told
so
me that.
fitting. If I could ever get my hands on some Asher Kniff, excuse me, electronics, I would never let that see the light of day.
A little bit of something for both parties here.
Yeah, Aaron Mermelstein flopping middle pair.
Oh, what was that? A little pump fake.
Paul Volpe flopping bottom pair. It's going to be 3 spades by the turn, and Paul Volpe is going to try to turn his hand into a bluff here. That was the first check we saw from Aaron Mermelstein.
Yeah,
Just
it
a
was
little tap of the button.
The steam is setting in.
The 5 of clubs is not going to change anything. And I imagine this goes check. And it does. I got one right, guys.
Good read, bro. Woo! I was listening to your podcast on my road trip in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's good stuff. It's my first time.
Oh, which one do you listen to?
You and Ben Wilanowski. Never Scared
Wow.
B.
I don't even know what we talked about on that one. That was probably a lot about poker.
Alex, we're getting a question
Yes.
from Neeminator7. Alex or Will, do you know the details on the Tom Durr hand?
I saw that, but I didn't know what it meant.
Yeah,
so
I don't know
didn't
what
touch
that
on it.
means. Durr actually was not at this final table.
No.
Went out 15th in this tournament.
Did he?
And
He had a good run.
Yeah, really good run, making his return to the live scene here at Borgata. So, don't know what you're talking about.
I imagine Tom is somewhere in Asia
Well, it's funny.
playing cash.
And any stream I do, the 2 biggest questions I get are: is this for real money?
Yes.
And where is Durr? And I've just always said that, like, whether it's a cash game, I say Durr's on the alternate list. He's first alternate. I keep people wanting more of Durr. So this is going to be a limp from.
Someone said that there was a high stakes cash game in Macau where he lost a 20 million chip pot. Oh, we have an all
this is
in
gonna
a call
be an
here.
all in
This
and a call.
could be it.
And this could be it. This is going to be Aaron Mermelstein playing for his tournament life with Ace 5 against Paul Volpe's Pocket 9s. Paul Volpe is standing.
Wow, look,
What
he
happened?
looks,
Aaron
he looks like he's
limped?
feeling it a little
Looks
bit.
super confident.
Wow, look at this. Look at this.
And
flop.
Aaron Mermelstein is going to flop the world here.
Backdoor, club. Put like a little duck of club. Club duck on the turn.
Club duck would be.
Club duck is just a fun one.
And the
No,
King of
that's a
Spades
brick.
is not the club duck. Aaron
Club-
Mermelstein is
Club
going
duck
to be
river, though.
Club
looking
duck.
Club
for
duck river.
any straight out or any ace on the river. And the 10 of hearts is not one of those cards, so that means
Wow.
that Paul Volpe
Wow.
is going to be your Spring Poker Open champion. He's going to take home $356,000. But before we get to Paul Volpe, we have a winner's interview coming up. Before
Wow.
we get to Paul Volpe,
Family.
hey, shout out to Aaron Mermelstein.
Yeah, great run, Aaron.
Kid is just a crusher. And the coolest part about Aaron Mermelstein is about a year and a half ago was, and I think he wouldn't like this, but it was a relatively unknown player.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and then won a Borgata title, 2 falls ago, won a WPT a few months later in January, has claimed another WPT event, now takes $200,000 for second place. And as Kelly DeCellis gets
Great
set
run,
up
great
for
score.
oh my God, is that Willow C?
Oh, wow. How can he be in two places at one time?
Wow.
I think he's about to talk about him talking in an interview.
Yeah, I could hot take this.
Who loves it more?
So we are going to get a Paul Volpe winner's interview. We're going to listen in here.
Just want to say real quick on Aaron Mermelstein that he probably should have won Breakout Player of the Year in the GPI Awards last year and somehow didn't even get a nomination. The kid was on fire last year.
I
He has
agree.
a six-figure score this year. Great showing, great run. Kid's a beast. Look out for him.
And he's just a good guy, straight up. I mean, both
Great guy.
both these guys
Eddie
are
in
great
5.
for poker. Ooh, here we come. Let's listen in. How's it going, guys? We are here with Paul G's Volpe, who just won the Spring Poker Open Championship $1 million guaranteed event. Paul, how you feeling today?
Amazing. Feels great to finally win an event here.
Yeah, so we were talking all day in the booth. You've won everything there really is to win in poker, close. But at your home casino, this is something that's kind of eluded you over the last few years. You've made a few deep runs in championship events. What does it feel like to finally break through here at Borgata?
Amazing. I have wanted to win here for a long time. Like I really have. I come here all the time. I always play the events. I've wanted to win here almost as much as I've wanted to win a bracelet or anywhere else. I really wanted to win Borgata, and they have the nice new trophies. So.
Yeah, so you're going to be walking home with a tiny glass Borgata and also $356,000 for the win. When we went on our second to last break, Taylor Parr, your good friend Galactar, was in the booth, and right before we signed off, he said, it's about to be the Paul G's show. It was from that point on. Kind of walk us through, you were just very aggressive. You didn't really let anyone else breathe. Kind of walk us through your strategy there towards the end.
I mean, once I got a good amount of the chips, once I won the hand versus of Bart with Jack 10, and he had 8-9 of clubs, I was really able to open up because I had a big chip lead. And then, I was able to, I won two flips. I didn't lose any flips. And when I got heads up with Aaron's a great player. I had more chips, and I made more hands, so.
Yeah, so Aaron and Paul came into this final table 1-2. The cream rose to the top, and Paul Volpe rose to the top of the Spring Poker Open Championship. Congratulations again, Paul, and enjoy it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great game, Paul.
Yeah, really just class from start to finish. There
Proving why he's in my top three.
was, and I hate to say this because it's poker. There's variances involved, but was there ever really a doubt?
No.
No,
Honestly.
I mean, and all credit to everyone who contended at this final table. It was really fun to watch from start to finish. More or less a wire-to-wire finish, as we mentioned. Mermelstein and Volpe 1-2, and now Paul's going to pose for that winner's photo. And as we've said, it's eluded him, and I kind of got shut down on that. You've won almost everything in poker. Paul hasn't won everything just yet. I think he wants to, though.
Yeah, he has some, I'm sure he has some personal goals that he wants to.
And as you see there, Paul Volpe, our 2016 Borgata Spring Open champion. And he's going to take home $356,000. And again, guys, we thank you all for following throughout the day. A lot of, he's going to,
Hoist.
that's a heavy trophy.
It's a heavy hoist for the G show.
the G's show.
Good game,
full
Mark.
full effect. Yeah, Mark, thank you for joining
Good
us.
game, Mark.
I think this was a lot of fun. Here we are, guys. So,
oh,
wow.
the guns.
Yo, how
then
yoked
just the
is Mark
knots.
Herm?
Working on
Wow.
working on
Yeah,
it.
he's
We're on
he's
the
out
grind.
there.
He is toned up. Very.
Told you.
what,
I
was
told
he
you last time we
vascular?
talked. We're on the bodybuilder's grind. Right now.
Wow.
Yeah?
I love it.
Yeah.
So,
Protein.
Yep. Some carbs.
no carbs, though.
No, I'm on the carb grind too. I'm trying to build.
All right.
Lead
guys,
commentator Will
again,
O'Connor.
I don't want to take credit for leading the show, but if I have to, I will.
He did. He led the
Again,
show.
my name is Will O'Connor, Alex Rocha, Mark Herm. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's been an awesome Spring Poker Open series. There's another $50,000 guaranteed event tomorrow, and we imagine that prize pool is going to be crushed. And I'm not sure when we're going to. The next Borgata live stream probably not going to be till September. But hey, guys, these guys are going to crush all summer. Mark Herm, Alex Rocha, they need it.
Year of the
Follow
Rocha.
along
Let's go.
all summer long.
Rocha.
And we look forward to seeing you guys again on the next Borgata Poker live stream.
Namaste.
Peace,
All right?
Namaste.
Adios,
G-Show.
guys.